Mōrena tātou I te whānau, hono hoki mai koutou, ki tēnei te rā tuarua tō tātou noho, ki konei ki hata paora. O te rā, mena he waiwai tapu kei waini o koutou, hare mai ki parororangi. O te rā ki konei, ki tēnei whenua, o Ngāti Kauata. O te rā, tēnei katuake ki te tuku titi mihi, I tēnei ata, kupu whakatau, o te rā, titi karakia, hei timatanga o tēnei rangi. Nō reira tēnā tātou katoa. Tō tātou himene, anā ko mō Maria. Tō mātou matu te rangi aka taputu ingoa tūko mai tū rangatiratanga o kari te teo hia I te whenua penei mei tarangi. Ho mai kia mātou ai nei tō mātou taro o ngā rā katoa. Kia ware koe I o mātou hara. Me mātou hoki e ware ana te hara te hunga I kino kia mātou. Awe tūko mātou ki te whakawaia. Ho ti rā whakorangi a mātou te kino. Āmene. Ke whakapainga tātou I tātou ka harawa, te matua, te tamaiti o te wairua tapu. Āmene. Mōrena tata.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa e mihi ana ki te katoa ko whakakotahi mai nei I tēnei ata. We're just doing our announcements before we kick off for the day. And then Matua Dennis behind me will stand up and explain the last two taonga that didn't get explained yesterday. So, Chaki Wairua, please respect our taonga. Do not take photos. No, there will be no kai in the whare for the same reason. We've got taonga in here. And that includes hot drinks. Thank you. Tiaki tinana. The whare paku are located at the front of the gym, to your left as you leave. There are some toilets over here, but please refrain from using them because they have problems with the plumbing. The whole school is auahi kore, that's smoke-free and vape-free. So if you want to smoke, then please drive, get in your car and drive out to the road, and then you can have a smoke there. Hand sanitisers have been located on the front table, and please be mindful of washing your hands. It's 20 seconds has been the kōrero to make sure that we battle anything that might be going around. Our kaimanaki will be regularly wiping down the tables. Please be aware that some of the kōrero, though pono, may be mamai. Please do whatever is necessary for yourself to keep you and yourself and your mauri safe. If you need to have some time outside, there are tents outside, just sit there. And there are kaimahi rongoa and the whare should you need them. And you'll see sometimes we've got our little diffusers going, because we have some whānau that do doTERA oils and things like that, and that's to help with all of our well-being and to keep the mauri nice. Tiaki whānau. Our Māori wardens are available, and they're eager to assist with everything going on. They are also our first aiders, and they can be found. There's a tent out here, just to the side of the wharekai. Please turn your cell phones off. Can you all take the opportunity now, even if you think you did it, take the opportunity to get out your phone and check it, put it on vibrate or turn it off. Thank you very, very much. The bleachers and the squash courts are out of bounds. and any lost items. And we had a number of them yesterday. I was quite amazed, pakekema. But we had a number of lost items. And this room over here off the side, that's where you go to have a look first to see if it's there. And if it's not there, then come and see me and we'll do an announcement for you. We still have our media with us. And can you put your hand up? We're filming for Te Ao. Kia ora rā. And Heta will be back with him later. And if need be, can you identify yourselves to them? In an emergency, please use the nearest available exit and take anybody elderly around you. And this is our meeting point out here on the courts behind us. And we'll just stand out there and wait for our next instructions. The last thing for today is we have live stream going on, and a lot of whānau did not know about that yesterday. They have started to find out. We've posted up on some of our whānau pages. But for those here who know that there are whānau that can't be here, then this is the easiest way to do it. And I'll do this announcement just after lunch too, or after the breaks. YouTube, go to YouTube and look for ICS Rentals, which is Alan's channel, ICS Rentals. And then go to his playlist and you'll be able to find our hearings on there. You can watch the yesterday on there, and you can also watch some of the other hearings that he has done live streams at. So it's a very good page. I'm just going to say that one more time because people are getting their phone out. YouTube, ICS Rental. Thank you. Matua. Oh, that's you.
Morena tātou kia koutou nei, kai whakawā, koutou nei ki te tiapo nei, I rungi tēnei o tahu o te whare nei ki hato paura, tēnei me mihano kia koutou nei. Tēnei he whakamāramatia e nei o ngā taonga, e tuku iho o mātou nei, ngō Ngāti Kauwhata. Nā reira, koe nei ko tēnei semri, kōrero ki au nei, ngō Ngāti Kauwhata, Ngāti Maniapoto, mō mātou nei. So thank you for the opportunity, and following on from the kōrero of Tai Hakurei jury yesterday, this was the two taonga that have been sitting here, as well as with Ngāti Tō Rangatira, and I just wanted to explain and briefly for you today. But might I say that what an ecstatic start yesterday, and we are Ngāti Kauwhata ka poe I roto I tēnei te ngākau mō mātou nei, for the start here at Hato Paora College, for the college and everybody, and for the tribunal. We're really, really grateful. And we went home buzzing last night. Kia ora. So in terms of the two taonga that you have in there, one of the taonga here is called Wehi Wehi, and we're going to be talking briefly about the connections between Wehi Wehi Kauwhata and the kingitanga, as mentioned by Gerald to me yesterday, by Te Kenhi Taylor, by Kahuropata, and then by Tai Hakurei Sir Eddie Jerry. So Wehi Wehi is made of the kahurangi variety of pounamu, is approximately 30 centimetres long and 8 centimetres wide at its widest point. Wehi Wehi is slender shape mere and very sharp around its edges. Kauwhata is made of the kawakawa variety of pounamu and is approximately 25 centimetres long and 10 centimetres wide at its widest point. Kauwhata is a solid, thick mere with veins of colouring of light green and light red stemming from its handles. And like Ngāti Tō Rangatira, they sit at the present moment at Te Papa, and we weren't able to bring them up here for us today, but our whakaahua, our pikitia, is the next that you will find. And we wanted it so it's recorded on the record for ourselves. So the kōrero, and I have to acknowledge James Ratapu, Ngāti Tahuri Wakanui. James is very, very unwell at the present moment. But this kōrero that I've got here is what James did for us back in 2006 when these mere came back to us. And he's done the research and has provided us to us of Ngāti Kauwhata and our connections to Wehi Wehi and through to the kingitanga. And so the mere were first presented in 1920 at Rotorua by King Tarata, the fourth Māori king, and the Māori speaker for Ngāti Haua, Taputai Ngākawa. And Kauwhata was presented to the Prince of Wales at the time, who then went on to become King Edward VIII, who not long after he was became king, abdicated for an American called Mr. Simpson. And so the two mere of Kauwhata and Wehiwehi then went over to France because they were there. And when King Edward died, they became into the possession of Mr. Simpson, who then sold them to Mr. Muhammad Al-Fayed, who then had them with Dodi Al-Fayed, with Princess Diana when she died. So these two mere have travelled. And then out of nowhere, they arrived from Dusseldorf in front of the foyer at Te Papa, in a crate, no name, no nothing, sitting there. And so luckily for us, the CEO at the time, Arapeta Hakiwai, he went down, and when they opened up the lid, he saw the two mere, and he knew what they were. And so he then tried to contact ourselves and finally got to me, and I went down to have a look at them, and they were Kauwhata and Wehiwe, have travelled all the way unaided by themselves. And so the arrangement that we now have is that they'll never go separate, they'll always go together, and we have an agreement between Te Papa, Ngāti Wehiwe and Ngāti Kauwhata whenever they are to be moved. And so that's the point behind it for us. Important that we had it and to continue on the kōrero that Gerald Tikini, Tahakure and Kahu had for us yesterday morning. Ko ia nei he whakamānua tēnei ngā tāngā mō mātou nei.
Well, mōrena, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe, Mr. Goddard, nā no te mahi tuku whakamoemuti ki te atua, o tira ki a rātou ngā tama o te kura. He mihi nui ki a rātou, te ātāhua hoki o ngā waiata. Mai i te tūmatanga o tēnei hui, tai atu ki tēnei rā, tai mai ki tēnei rā. Nā reira, me mihi ki a rātou, mea o rātou kaha ki te whai ngā tikanga tātou tīpuna. Right, well, good morning everybody. We were 2 minutes late because we did some site visits as we came along the route this morning. We missed the turn off. And I wasn't driving, but I'm not going to say who was. But we did see some interesting places that have featured in some of the kōrero so far. So forgive us, but know that we're only 2 minutes late. So thank you for organising the start of the day so well for all of us, those of you responsible. And without further ado, unless anybody's got anything they wish to raise for me on this side.
Your Honour, Ms Martinez here.
Ms Martinez.
Just like to record an appearance for Ms Schooler Sutton, who's joining me today. She's appearing for the same claims as outlined yesterday, and she's here for the cross-examination on the A201 report. We'd seek Your Honour's leave for her to withdraw at the end of today.
Yes, thank you.
As Your Honour pleases.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawa, tēnā koutou ngā mema o te traipūnara.
Ms Katipo.
Ms Katipo appearing along with Mr Burgess for Wai2200 and Wai651.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Let's start then. Mr Hearn is giving, Dr Hearn is giving his evidence today, and we're really grateful, Dr Hearn, that you could stay, and I know you were going to have difficulty being here for the rest of the week, but we won't keep you any longer than an extra couple of hours, I think, today. So, Ms Hall, I'm going to hand it over to you to lead through your teams the leading of this witness.
plugged in.
Kei te pai tēnā inga tipuna koe I te araroa I mua ake ki a mātou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ai te kai whakawā e ngā kai whakamano o te tiriti o Waitangi, tēnā koutou. Kei te mihi au ki tō mahiroa I te rohi nei, e whakarongo ana, e pānui ana, e whakarongo ana anō, he mihi nui ki a koutou. E taku rangatira I te tākuta, kei te mihi au ki a koe, he pūna māramatanga tō mahi mō mātou. So, tēnā koe, tēnā koe, tēnā koe. So I turn to you, Dr. Hearn, if you'd please state your full name for the tribunal.
Terence John Hearn.
And you have a PhD in historical geography from the University of Otago.
Correct.
Kei te pai. And you are presenting today on a report entitled One Past Yet Many Histories, Tribal Land and Politics in the 19th Century, which you wrote in 2015.
Sure.
He pai tēnā, and you've presented a summary of that report to present for us today. In that case, I hand the microphone to you. Kei te pai.
Okay, thank you. Right. My name is Terence John Hearn, and I did prepare this report entitled One Past Many Histories, Tribal Land and Politics in the 19th Century. I do hold a PhD in historical geography from the University of Otago. 2002, I was invited to contribute to the Central North Island Research Program, and since that time have prepared reports for a large number of other inquiries. Most recently, the Maori Military Veterans Inquiry, and a further report indeed for this inquiry. As I outlined in an earlier summary, One Past Many Histories attempts to compare and evaluate the many narratives that purport to describe and explain the tangled history of this district. Now, a key part of that history has been a protracted, often violent and intensely bitter struggle for the control of the lands that began with the displacement of the original inhabitants by Ngāti Apa, Mopoko and the Rangatane, continued with the arrival of several iwi from the north during the 1820s and 1830s, and culminated in the political and legal struggle that marked the efforts of the Crown to extinguish native title. So displacement, dispossession and loss are recurring themes in the pre- and post-annexation history of Porirua ki Manawatu. So that history, and especially the Rangatiki Manawatu purchase, have been the subject of many and varying assessments. Hence, in this report, or in this summary, I have endeavoured to focus upon the key events and issues and to reach some conclusions about the integrity of the Crown's efforts to acquire the Manawatu lands. So first, just a brief summary of the Crown's land purchasing policies and objectives. They were clear enough, namely through the purchase of land and customary title to expand and consolidate the reach and authority of the Crown, and through the implementation of the so-called land fund model of colonial development to establish a new socio-economic and political order. Purchasing was also intended to enhance internal security by establishing settlement bridgeheads, strategic corridors linking Pākehā settlements, and zones of European dominance that collectively would eventually bring the entire colony under the control of the Crown. Purchase would restrict Māori to small, rural and largely subsistence settlements, discourage shifting cultivation and seasonal food migrations, while what was termed fixity of residence would encourage security, enhance security, policing and administrative control. And finally, purchasing would allow the Crown to settle potentially destabilising conflicts among Māori over land. Now, all of these considerations would bear upon the Crown's determination to extinguish native title over Wellington's West Coast lands. But the drive to acquire the highly coveted Rangatiki Manawatu block in particular also arose out of the financial difficulties that confronted the Wellington provincial government by 1860, and which by the end of that decade left it teetering on the brink of default and insolvency. So the Crown's purchasing policy thus rested on several pillars, namely the acquisition of land and customary ownership for what Governor Grey termed a trifling consideration, the promise to Māori of collateral benefits as an inducement to sell, the resale of lands acquired at appreciably enhanced prices, and reserves for Māori based on existing and likely future subsistence needs. So it brings us to the question of purchasing standards. Now, in his August 1839 instructions to Hobson, Normanby, as Secretary of State for the colony, specified that negotiations with Māori for the purchase of land were to be conducted with sincerity, justice, and good faith. That all, all contracts entered into were to be fair and equal, that Māori were not to be permitted to enter into any contracts in which they might be the ignorant and unintentional authors of injuries to themselves, that all purchases were to be undertaken with the free and intelligent consent of Māori, expressed according to their established usages, namely open debate by leaders before their people, and finally that in all dealings with the Crown, with Māori, the Crown would provide for and protect Māori interests. Now, on that basis, the Crown developed a set of purchasing standards or guidelines that required it to investigate customary ownership and to settle disputes prior to entering into purchase negotiations, to define carefully the boundaries of purchase blocks, to conduct all negotiations in public, to secure the full and informed consent among all rightful owners over the terms and conditions of sale, to identify and have surveyed reserves prior to the conclusion of any contract for sale and purchase, to emphasise that collateral benefits constituted the real payment, and to have comprehensive purchase deeds prepared, approved and signed by all parties. Now, Normanby's instructions and the purchasing standards developed by Governor Shortland, Fitzroy and Grey offer collectively a useful basis on which to assess the Rangatiki Manawatu purchase. Planning for purchase. Large-scale land purchasing was initiated by Governor Grey. His first land purchases were intended to remove the causes of Māori hostility and to provide for landless immigrants. They included the Wellington Hut Porirua purchase and the acquisition of Whanganui. He then turned to purchasing land required for future settlement. Foremost among them were Kemp's 1848 acquisition of the bulk of the South Island, Maclean's 1849 purchase of the Rangatiki Turakina block, and Mantell's 1853 purchase of Murihiku. During 1851 to 53, he turned to the acquisition of extensive areas in Hawke's Bay and the Wairarapa that Māori had leased to pastoralists. 1853, he approved the establishment of a land purchase department, and Donald Maclean was made Chief Land Purchase Commissioner. Concurrently, the newly established settler government made clear in June 1854 its desire for the purchase of a total of 12 million acres over a 5-year period at an estimated cost of not less than £500,000. The plan called for the purchase of 2.5 million acres in Wellington province, including the acquisition of key sites and river crossings in a bid to enhance the resale value of adjacent lands. The New Zealand Loan Act of 1856 empowered the government to raise a loan of up to £500,000, and of that sum £54,000 allocated to the purchase of land in Wellington province, notably the Manawatu lands. Now, Ngāti Raukawa's strategy. In the wake of the Crown's interest in acquiring both the Rangatiki, Turakina and the Manawatu lands, Ngāti Raukawa decided to define the core lands that constituted its rohe and to try to secure them from purchase. It relinquished, albeit reluctantly, its claims to ownership of the lands lying to the north of the Rangitiki River, consented to Maclean's purchase of Rangitiki Turakina from Ngāti Apa, and restated its determination to resist any effort by the Crown to acquire the Manawatu lands. The weight of evidence indicates that Ngāti Apa, Ngāti Raukawa, and Maclean agreed that the lands lying to the south of the Rangitiki River would not be sold, that they would be held for both iwi. Now, Ngāti Raukawa was astute enough not to rely on Maclean's promises, and hence it began to negotiate pastoral leases as a bulwark against purchasing. In 1852, it proposed the creation of a permanent reserve that embraced the lands between the Manawatu River and the Kukutawaki stream. That the proposed reserve did not include the land lying to the north of the Manawatu River did not imply that it had relinquished any claims to ownership. The proposal failed to gain the support of the Crown. The latter was averse, generally, I might add, to creating large and permanent reserves for Maori, preferring rather that they repurchase sections from purchase blocks, partly as a means of expediting the individualisation of Maori land ownership, partly as a means of bringing more Maori-owned land into the market, and partly as a means of recouping the costs of its purchasing program. So Ngāti Raukawa reached an agreement with the Rangatane under which it recognised the claims in the lands that would comprise Te Āhua Tūronga, while Rangatane apparently accepted Ngāti Raukawa's claim to the Manawatu lands. So the sale of that 250,000 acre Te Āhua Tūronga was finally concluded in 1864, but only after Saranki had endeavoured to deceive the owners over the extent and thus the price by declining to have the block survey prior to sale. On the other hand, the bitterly contested 35,000 Te Awaho sale in 1859, a block greatly desired by the Crown for the access it offered to the Manawatu lands, exposed differences within Ngāti Raukawa over the wisdom of selling land. Accounts of that purchase suggest that Maclean and Saranki skillfully exploited those differences. While the Rangitiki Turakina transaction is held to demonstrate Maclean's preference for dealing with iwi rather than hapu, he was ever the pragmatist and ever keen to exploit intra-iwi differences where it suited his purpose. And it was clearly with that particular purchase in mind that Hatfield later claimed that when it came to purchasing, Maclean was guided by no fixed principles. Now, the exemption of the Manawatu. Now, once installed, the Wellington provincial government, having begun to borrow to finance public works and still endeavouring to meet the demands of its original land purchases, turned to the acquisition of the Manawatu lands. It redoubled its efforts in the early 1860s as the Crown moved to bring its preemptive right of purchase or preemptive purchasing to an end and to establish a court charged with establishing the ownership of and clothing customary land with transferable titles. Now, in deference to the wishes of the Wellington Party, Parliament included a provision in the Native Lands Act 1862 that excluded the Manawatu lands from its jurisdiction. And so the basis for the protracted struggle that followed had been set in place. But Featherston also successfully pressured the general government into delegating to him, as a Wellington superintendent, the power to acquire customary land. So the exemption meant that the Manawatu lands would not be brought before what was originally a predominantly Maori court and the likelihood of contested and protracted hearings. And the appointment meant that Featherston was free to conduct the purchase as he saw fit. And the evidence indicates that over neither the exemption nor the appointment, which conflated the power to determine customary ownership with the power to purchase, were West Coast Maori consulted, much less their views taken into account. So the Manawatu block, as exempted by the Native Lands Act of 1862, and again by the Native Lands Act 1865, embraced all that part of the West Coast lands that lay between the Rangitiki and Ohau rivers and between the sea and the Tararua and the Ruahine ranges. As such, it enveloped a substantial proportion of the area that Ngāti Raukawa a few years earlier proposed as a permanent reserve. You should also note that the exempted block included lands that featured prominently in the Domit government's plans for the defence of Wellington. Now, just turning to number 6, minor dispute or casus belli. The arrival of pastoralists on the West Coast from about 1845 onwards clearly encouraged Ngāti Apa, Rangatane and Ngāti Raukawa to cooperate over the definition of lease terms and the distribution of rents. Notwithstanding the prohibition against private leasing provided for in the Native Land Purchase Ordinance 1846, by 1861 run holders were well established. It was not that the Crown lacked the will to proceed against those who transgressed under the 1846 measure, but rather in order to advance its own interests, it expressly chose not to do so. Given the leases and the determination of most Ngāti Raukawa hapu not to sell the Manawatu lands, Featherston sought leverage. What appears to have been a minor dispute over the distribution of pastoral rents was thus elevated into what he termed the Rangitiki land dispute. Now it is clear that Ngāti Apa, Ngāti Raukawa and Rangatane had been able to arrange lease terms, share the rental income, and settle disputes without the benefit of external intervention. That is, until 1863, when Ngāti Apa decided to assert a right to receive the rentals in their entirety, all the while refusing to negotiate a settlement. Although earthworks were thrown up, taunts and insults issued, and a day for fighting set, the preliminaries setting Ngāti Raukawa and Rangatane against an outnumbered Ngāti Apa appear to have been more about bluff and bluster than serious intent, a ploy on the part of Ngāti Apa to draw the Crown into the dispute, and a ploy to which Featherston was ineluctably drawn. Now, Featherston, citing a desire to preserve the peace, chose to intervene and then to impound the rents until the matter was settled, clearly demonstrated his willingness to use whatever method suited his purpose. Thus, Māori were reminded that the leases were illegal and that the Crown could confiscate the rents. Run holders were reminded that the leases were illegal and could be terminated. So while Featherston might project himself as peacemaker, and however assiduously he tried to persuade Ngāti Raukawa that he was also a reluctant purchaser, his purpose was perfectly clear. So much was made plain by his apparent efforts to discourage the parties from submitting their claims to arbitration, not that Ngāti Apa in particular needed much encouragement. In short, the dispute neatly suited the ambitions of both Kawana Te Huni Ahakiki and Featherston, the former to reverse the humiliations of the conflicts that accompanied the arrival of iwi from the north during the 1820s and 1830s, the latter to rescue the province of Wellington from its increasingly dire financial straits. For his part, Kawana Te Hakiki would later concede that he set out to have a disturbance with Ngāti Raukawa in order to ensure that the Manawatu lands were not brought before the Native Land Court, the very same anxiety that agitated Featherston. It was, as one of Ngāti Apa's supporters observed, far easier to divide money than to divide land. So Featherston found in a minor dispute over rents the leverage he sought. But threatening criminal prosecution as a means of resolving a political problem and furthering a political agenda hardly constituted a proper or even legally justifiable manner of enforcing compliance with the Crown's desire to purchase the Manawatu lands. Further, Walter Buller, Featherston's little pilot, as Hatfield labelled him, later acknowledged that impounding the rents had been about impoverishing the natives and making them sell the land. Unsurprisingly, the run holders complied. Ngāti Apa did not object, and Ngāti Raukawa, fearing the permanent loss of an important source of revenue, acceded to what in any case had been represented to them as a short-term measure, but in fact not finally settled until 1885. Featherston's tactic to secure compliance through the fear of impoverishment was far removed from Norman B's August 1839 instructions. So to number 7, agreement or contract. Towards the end of 1864, Featherston claimed to have secured the agreement of Ngāti Apa, Rangatane and Ngāti Raukawa to the sale and purchase of a Rangitiki Manawatu, but his claim was followed by reports of Ihikara Tukumaru's extreme displeasure upon realising that the ownership of the block and the allocation of interests would not be matters for the Native Land Court to investigate. That response was a clear indication that those rangatira who met Featherston on the 12th of October 1864 had done so not to conclude, but to explore the terms of a possible sale. They made it clear that they did not have the support of their people to proceed further. That is, that they were not then competent to conclude a contract, and that any sale was contingent upon a formal investigation into ownership and a division of the contested lands among the rival claimants. Given that the apportionment of purchase monies would depend on relative interests, that was a sensible precaution. With the essential terms outstanding, boundaries, price, reserves and iwi shares, it is clear that no binding contract for sale and purchase had been agreed. Featherston's assurance to Premier Weld in May 1865 that such an agreement had been concluded and that just the details had to be arranged was disingenuous. Moreover, his claimed agreement hardly sat comfortably with the basic tenets of contract law. Featherston appears to have been anxious over proposed changes to the Native Lands Act 1862 and Ngāti Raukawa's determination to have the Manawatu lands brought before the Native Land Court. So Featherston thus demanded that the new Native Lands Bill again exempt the Manawatu lands. The exemption was renewed. The outcome, it was complained of what was termed provincial log rolling. At a meeting with Ihikara Tukumaru in November 1865, Featherston thus insisted that the Manawatu lands were virtually already in the hands of the Commissioner, and that it was only fair to deal with the Rangitiki Manawatu block as under sale to the government, although the final terms had not yet been arranged. Featherston was now clearly aware that the agreement reached on 12th of October 1864 did not constitute a formal contract, and that is in efforts to induce Ngāti Raukawa to honour a contract that had never been concluded had failed. Hence, a further hui was arranged for Te Takapu, where the terms of the proposed sale would be settled. Now, having announced prior to the meeting that he would ignore the claims of those opposed to a sale and distribute the purchase monies accordingly, Featherston, unsurprisingly, encountered strong opposition during the April hui. Those opposed to sale renewed their demands for a native land court hearing. In response, Featherston shifted his ground, whereas in August 1865 he had indicated that sale, probably 64, I'd have to check that, ma'am, required the consent of all owners. Now he insisted that only majority consent was required. The reason for Whanganui's presence at the hui was immediately clear. Swamping would allow him to dismiss his opponents as a small section of Ngāti Raukawa. The price was set at £25,000, allowing Wellington's treasurer to declare that the expected sales of land within the block would reap a rich dividend and allow the government to extricate itself from its financial woes. Thus stood exposed Featherston's self-proclaimed role of peacemaker and reluctant purchaser for what it had always been, a stalking horse. Now, swamping the hui may have allowed Featherston to secure the majority consent to sale and purchase, but he was as far as ever from securing quiet possession of the Manawatu lands. So a great deal of criticism followed his claim of a successful purchaser. Critics insisted that the exemption of the Manawatu lands had constituted an injustice to Māori. Fears of hostility had been deliberately overblown. Ngāti Raukawa had been coerced into selling. The Crown had paid a nominal price for an immensely valuable block of land, and that Featherston had managed to conflate and confuse to his advantage the roles of purchaser, peacemaker, and protector. Ngāti Raukawa took its case to the public through the columns of the colonial press, emphasising the arrangement reached during the Rangatiki Turakina negotiations, suggesting that it had been deceived by Featherston, pointing out that he had chosen to deal with those who had only remote connections with the land, and insisting that the iwi had not agreed during the Te Takapu hui to the sale of the block. To those claims, Ngāti Kaupata added its weight. So concerns emerged within the general government. Featherston was instructed to demonstrate that he had duly investigated claims to the ownership of the block, that such investigation had been conducted after due publicity, that ownership had been properly established, that the area of and price for the block had been accurately defined and laid down, and that all claimants had agreed to the proposed distribution of purchase monies. Public disquiet intensified, and discomforting parallels were drawn with the Wai2200 transaction, in which Featherston had elected to deal with and pay a small group with minor claims to that block. Buller's efforts to acquire signature, or padding, as Hadfield termed them, to the deed of cession were bitterly criticised. Now, Buller eventually secured some 1,400 signatures. Whether they were of the real owners was not known, since ownership of the block had never been established, a fact that even Featherston's organ, the Wellington Independent, felt obliged to concede. The claimants had signed, but whether the claimants were the owners was another matter entirely. In October 1866, Ngāti Raukawa took its case to the Minister of Native Affairs, Richmond. It emerged that Featherston had still to furnish the report that had been requested in the previous May. In advance of the hui planned for Pariwanui in December 1866, when the distribution of the purchase monies would be decided, the General Government again directed Featherston to submit a full report, including the basis upon which the purchase monies would be allocated and details of the reserves set aside for the dissentients. Without such information, Featherston was informed the Governor would be advised not to approve the transaction. Featherston complied, seizing the opportunity to minimise and discredit the opposition and to describe the Whanganui signatories as practically irrelevant, but including them in his analysis of iwi hapu support for the transaction. He would later concede that without its support, Ngāti Apa would never have attempted a trial of strength with Ngāti Raukawa. In other words, Whanganui were included not as claimants but as military backers. For that support, they would receive £2,000, monies that therefore did not go to the rightful owners, the identity of whom remained unknown. Irrelevancy, it seems, came with rich rewards. So, of 1,640 signatures on the completed deed of cession, 730, or 44.3%, were members of Whanganui. That Featherston was clearly aware of the reasons for Whanganui's involvement raises serious questions about his probity and about the integrity and validity of the entire Rangatiki Manawatu transaction. An interesting point about Featherston's analysis of support is that while he took pains to distinguish between resident and non-resident Ngāti Raukawa, the residency or otherwise of Ngāti Apa, Ngāti Te Upokoyeri, whose claims to the Manawatu lands were not defined but who nevertheless secured £1,000, Muapoko and Ngāti Toa did not rate a mention. He set out the allocation of the purchase monies, but without defining any basis, therefore, and claimed that at the request of the owners, reserves would be defined once purchase had been concluded. That was clearly contrary to well-established Crown policy and contrary to the General Government's direction. Featherston was clearly determined that he would define the location and area of reserves. The owners would be rendered supplicants for their own lands. Richmond was not reassured, seizing on the fact that Featherston had failed to comply with the direction issued in May 1866. Observing that his stance on the matter of reserves embodied a principle new to the practice of government in land purchases, insisting that the government had never recognised the right of a majority in an iwi to override the minority, suggesting that the 1862 exemption had been less than well-founded, and complaining that Featherston had unilaterally fixed a hui at which the distribution of purchase monies amongst the sellers would be arranged. Richmond's complaints constituted a devastating critique of the manner in which Featherston had conducted the transaction. But the government failed to order a halt to the hui, instead indicating that it was prepared to approve the payment of advances in order to meet the expectations of sellers. All claims, and thus the final distribution of purchase monies, would be matters for inquiry by a commission acting in the manner adopted by the Native Land Court. Featherston threatened to abandon the entire proceedings, but chose to ignore Richmond's directions, including the matter of reserves, and proceeded to Pariwanui, where, after tense negotiations, those assembled agreed to the allocation of monies exactly as he had indicated several months earlier. Featherston, should note, had been delayed in his arrival at the hui, his buggy having come to grief in a quicksand along the beach that served as a road. It was an apt metaphor for the transaction and a portent of the troubles ahead. That the sellers among Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Toa agreed to set aside £2,500 of the £10,000 they secured for the non-sellers was a clear indication of the strength of the opposition to the sale within Ngāti Raukawa and a rebuff to Featherston's standing efforts to dismiss those involved as a small section. The superintendent's assumption that sellers would encourage the non-sellers to fall into line, which was a standard Crown purchasing tactic, would prove to be ill-founded. To Featherston's defiance as a land purchase commissioner, acting on behalf of the Crown, the General Government was either unable or unwilling to respond. So the first Himatangi hearing, the matter did not end there, as those opposed determined to remain in occupation, to resist surveying, and otherwise to deny the Wellington Provincial Government quiet possession. After an extended campaign of passive resistance that included appeals to the Queen, responses from Richmond that in the light of his earlier tangles with Featherston could best be described as equivocal, belated efforts by Featherston to assuage concerns over reserves and again to employ uncollected rents to pressure the non-sellers, Parliament passed the Native Lands Act 1867, Section 40, empowered the Crown to refer to the Native Land Court the claims of the non-sellers, while Section 41 released from exemption the lands outside the Rangitikei Manawatu block. In 1868, the Native Land Court, acting as a Commission of General Inquiry, as Richmond described it, heard an application from Parakaia Te Puepa and others for a certificate of title to the 11,500 acre Himatangi block that's within Rangitikei Manawatu. It was one of 11 such claims, and on the outcome, the fate of the Rangitikei Manawatu transaction appeared to rest. The Commission found that the original owners, Ngāti Apa and the Rangatane, had been so weakened by the Ngāti Toa invasion that they had been compelled to share their territory with that's Te Rauparaha's powerful allies, the Ngāti Raukawa, and to acquiesce in joint ownership. Nevertheless, Ngāti Apa and the Rangatane possessed equal rights in and rights over the land when negotiations for sale and purchase began. How iwi compelled to do the bidding of others could be said to possess equal rights and interests is something that the Commission failed to explain. Further, it found that the tribal interests of Ngāti Raukawa vested in the section of the tribe which has been in actual occupation to the exclusion of all others. The Commission thus declined to recognise any tribal right to the Manawatu lands, rather only the rights of resident hapu. But that did not apparently apply to Ngāti Apa, whose tribal right the Commission clearly recognised. Finally, the Commission decided that it heard sufficient evidence to enable it to decide this question of tribal right, and by recording our decision of this point in the present judgment, we indicate a principle which may be conveniently and justly applied by this court in dealing with other claims in the Rangitikei Manawatu block, which may have been or may be referred to it. In other words, the Commission claimed that its findings applied without the need for further investigation or qualification to the Manawatu lands as a whole. Apart from anything else, the finding was hardly consistent with the deed of cession, where were Whanganui, Ngāti Upokoweri, Ngāti Kahununu, Ngāti Ruanui, Ngāti Toa, and Te Atiama. If the Commission failed to recognise them as owners, why then had Featherston sought their assent to the sale, and why had they received purchase monies? The ruling suggested that the entire transaction might be rendered invalid, or that the Crown had acquired only Ngāti Apa's share of the block, plus those lands that sections of Ngāti Raukawa had agreed to sell. the non-sellers stood to secure as much as 40,000 acres and thus seriously compromised the Wellington Provincial Government's expectations of a rich harvest. That Featherston endeavoured to have the remaining 10 applications dismissed suggested considerable consternation over the implications of the ruling. In the face of criticism, the Commission retreated, now claiming that the evidence did not prove any conquest by Ngāti Raukawa or any forcible dispossession of Ngāti Apa and Rangatane, and it did not attempt to reconcile that view with its original finding. As the legal and political struggle continued, the Wellington Provincial Government's financial position continued to deteriorate. The pressure to secure quiet possession of the entire Rangatiki Manawatu block mounted, and hence the General Government decided in November 1868 to appoint a special commission to inquire into the entire Rangatiki Manawatu transaction and to make recommendations for settling outstanding claims. It abandoned its decision when Featherston, predicting ruin and utter destruction, described the proposal as utterly impracticable, and upon Maclean declining an invitation to sit as a member. So the second Himatanga hearing, the outcome was the second hearing. Native Land Court, in this case Fenton and Manning, decided that the central question was whether Ngāti Raukawa had secured dominion over the land prior to the 1st of January 1840. Part 1 of its ruling found that Ngāti Raukawa as an iwi did not do so, that 3 hapu of the iwi did establish rights of ownership by occupation, and that such rights existed alongside those of Ngāti Apa. In Part 2, the court ruled that it had decided not to investigate Ngāti Apa's claims on the ground that it had declared dominion to rest with that iwi. In effect, the claims of Ngāti Apa were never tested. Of some 500 Ngāti Raukawa claimants, just 62 were admitted as having a right. And for those claimants, Ngāti Apa was instructed to mark off portions of the block. Manning then offered his version of the region's pre-annexation history, in which he claimed that Ngāti Raukawa had only ever taken nominal possession of the land. Of what nominal possession consisted, he did not say, other than it did not confer on the iwi any rights over the lands of Ngāti Apa. By such means, the finding of the 1868 Commission that Ngāti Apa and Ngāti Raukawa shared equal interests and rights was parlayed into a finding that the former had never forfeited its rights at all. That 3 hapu of Ngāti Raukawa had settled on the Manawatu lands, Manning attributed to an invitation extended for reasons not specified by Ngāti Apa, thus turning on its head the findings of the earlier commission. Under pressure from Featherston and somewhat against its better judgment, reserves having still to be defined, in October 1869 the General Government issued a proclamation declaring native title over the block as having been extinguished. So, another round of protests followed. Matters were not assisted by an effort on the part of Featherston and Bullard to preempt the Native Land Court's direction to Ngāti Apa and Ngāti Raukawa to mark off the awards made and to secure the court's approval in the absence of claimants and their counsel. It was now clear that the 6,200 acres awarded by the second Himatanga ruling were not reserves at all, but lands awarded to the non-sellers. So that Featherston's failure to comply with the General Government's direction, namely that reserves for sellers should have been agreed and defined before the purchase was concluded, would mean further delay. Resistance turned violent as Buller, in an effort to force on the surveys, set iwi against iwi. Featherston pressed for the deployment of the armed constabulary, and for the application of the Draconian Disturbed Districts Act of 1869 to suppress all dissent and resistance, as those opposed to the transaction were cast as obstructionists. Wiser counsels prevailed. So as the Wellington provincial government trembled on the brink of insolvency, Native Minister Maclean was directed to conduct an inquiry. He would later describe the task as one of the most disagreeable that he had undertaken. During his meetings with Ngāti Raukawa, he acknowledged that an understanding had been reached in 1849 over the Manawatu lands, whilst not denying claims that Featherston had refused to honour that agreement. Rangatane adverted to the whārangi discussions, insisting that those who attended had not agreed to sell the Manawatu lands, that they were only commencing the matter. Iwi also insisted that Featherston's alleged usurpation of the Native Land Court's 1869 direction to them to mark off the lands it had awarded had prolonged the dispute. For its part, Ngāti Apa now claimed that it had been out of fear of attack following the death of Nepia Taratoa, and that it had pressed Featherston to acquire the Manawatu lands. Plainly, Māori considered that they had been deceived, misled, intimidated, and betrayed. So Maclean declined to traverse the history of, or to litigate the transaction, but he did conclude that it was Featherston who had first proposed purchase, that Featherston and Buller had secured on the deed of cession the signatures of many without any valid claim to the Manawatu lands, that they had interfered with the court's 1869 order, and that the core of the continuing difficulties lay in Featherston's refusal to secure agreement over reserves before concluding the deed and distributing the purchase monies. In short, the entire transaction had been mishandled. Maclean identified three groups of objectors: those who had sold but had not received promised reserves, those who had not sold and were dissatisfied by the awards made by the Native Land Court, and those who resided on the land but whose claims had not been investigated or indeed recognised at all. As a result, he recommended that an additional 14379 acres should be granted to Māori in addition to the 3361 acres set apart by Featherston and the 6226 set apart by the Native Land Court, to which should add, Maclean later proposed to add the whole of the Himatangi block. So the total of 23,967 acres represented over 10% of the Rangitikei Manawatu block, or with the Himatangi block included, 35,000 acres or 14%. By December 1870, Maclean had thus reached an agreement with all iwi and hapu involved. Implementation awaited, though, the passage of the Rangitikei Manawatu Crown Grants Act of 1873. Featherston was dismayed, and on the eve of his departure for England as Agent General, presented the General Government with a demand for £15,300, a demand that the government flatly rejected. Maclean insisted that he had acted to discourage Māori from repudiating the entire transaction. So further delay and confusion followed, especially as Maclean appeared to waver and unable to enact the agreements reached. Surveying was halted again during October 1871, and pressure mounted on both the General and the Wellington provincial governments to resolve the dispute. In the House, Stafford summed matters up succinctly. They had had, he remarked, a commissioner doing just as he liked and going directly in the face of instructions from the native minister, and they had seen a payment made by the same gentleman before the native title had been conclusively decided. In fact, the failures were not solely those of Featherston. Parliament itself, by acceding to Featherston's demand for exemption and the General Government, by acceding to his demand for appointment as the Land Purchase Commissioner and failing to exercise any oversight of his actions, were also responsible. In effect, the General Government, certainly by default, had allowed the inability of the Wellington Provincial Government to manage its finances and to conduct the negotiations in accordance with standing instructions to trump its obligations as specified by Normanby. Premier Vogel's effort in 1874 to deny the General Government's responsibility was less than honourable. Speaker F.D. Bell was more forthright when he concluded that the history of the case showed incontestably that both the General and Provincial Governments had been mistaken in the course they took with regard to this land. Excuse me. For Ngāti Kauwhata, Ngāti Pariwahawa and Ngāti Kahoro, a further struggle followed as they endeavoured to secure the implementation of Maclean's arrangements. Although they reached an agreement, further difficulties and delays followed, and charges of deceit over the matter of reserves were now levelled at both Featherston and Maclean, essentially over the extent and location of Maclean's awards to the non-sellers and over the Crown's failure to issue Crown grants. A delay in the return of the entire 11,000-acre Himatangi to Parakai and his people, as promised by Maclean in 1871, as the Wellington Provincial Government sought to acquire a block for which it insisted it had paid, was finally resolved by the Himatangi Crown Grants Act of 1877. Perhaps the last word should be left to Daniel Poland, who was Premier 1875 to 1876, and J.C. Richmond, Native Minister 1866 to 69. In 1885, the former conceded that there are a good many circumstances connected with the Rangitiki Manawatu purchase of which nobody need be proud. The latter recorded that the whole Rangitiki Manawatu transaction was anomalous. The government at the time did not interfere. It was not thought desirable to interfere with Dr. Featherston's operation, except that it reserved itself the right of supplementing those operations so that justice might be meted out to those who objected. That the Rangitiki Manawatu transaction proved to be protracted, costly and controversial was as much a failure of the General Government as it was of the Wellington Provincial Government and its superintendent. It was to the credit of neither that they each sought to eschew responsibility by blaming the other for a transaction that had earned it the sobriquet of Wellington's Waitara. So, some conclusions. First, that Parliament elected, upon pressure from Wellington's representatives, long determined to acquire the Manawatu lands, but without consulting or securing the consent of Māori, to exclude those lands from the jurisdiction of the newly established Native Land Court, so that competing claims were not tested and customary ownership was not defined until the hearings of 1868 and 1869, that is, after purchase had been concluded and purchase monies distributed. Second is that the General Government, having appointed Wellington Superintendent as a Land Purchase Commissioner, allowed him to act without effective oversight or supervision and failed to ensure that he complied with its directions. Third, that Featherston employed tactics that were at variance with the Crown's purchasing guidelines. He ignored the agreement or understanding that Maclean and Ngāti Raukawa had reached in 1849 over the Manawatu lands. He exploited a minor disagreement over pastoral rents in order to secure leverage over the Ngāti Apa Rangatane and Ngāti Raukawa. He employed the threat of Crown-enforced impoverishment as an inducement to sell. He attempted to pressure Maori into honouring an agreement for sale and purchase without having first defined, completed, secure, full and free consent to and recorded all the relevant terms. He swamped the probable owners in order to minimise and circumvent opposition to sale. He cultivated a fear of loss of purchase monies in an attempt to sway objectors and doubters. He held out collateral benefits but failed to embody the promises thus made in the deed of cession. He failed to reach agreement over reserves in advance of the conclusion of the deed of cession. He attempted to preempt and manipulated a directive of the Native Land Court, set out to confine Māori to minor reserves, failing thereby to protect Māori interests, most notably over the critical matter of sufficiency. He negotiated with and allocated purchase monies to Hapuniwi, whose connections with the Manawatu lands were remote at best and contrived at worst. And he sought to maximise the financial return to the Wellington provincial government as to rescue it from its impecuniosity. Finally, that the transaction was inconsistent with Norman B's instructions of August 1839, to the effect that the Crown should seek to acquire land from Māori by contracts that were fair and equal, and through negotiations that were conducted with sincerity, justice and good faith.
So I understand it will be Woodward Law leading off with cross-examination, and that would be Mr. Buckthorpe? Corniget. Mr. Corniget will do that.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Hearn. First, I just want to thank you for the quality of your research and for the quality of the summary today. I imagine that's been of great assistance to the tribunal and certainly to the parties. Your Honour, I discovered that Dr. Hearn has in fact prepared a written response to the approved question. It's not, I haven't yet been in a position to be able to file that, so I'm not sure if the tribunal won't have that. I have seen a copy. It's about 3 pages long. It's not particularly lengthy. It may be useful. There are two. Dr. Hearn has filed, there is filed an answer to some of the questions, but he has now prepared a response to the Rangimarie narrative and the Penino Patu statement. So I don't think the tribunal has that as yet.
Dr. Hearn, when did you file it?
They would have been filed late, ma'am.
That's okay. Do you know?
Probably towards the end of last week. I understood I had the option of either commenting on those narratives or presenting some views in writing, and I took the latter option. But when I submitted them to the tribunal, the word I got back was that they would look to file those. So what's happened since, I don't know.
Well, that's helpful. Angeline, do you know?
In any case, Your Honour, I have seen the response.
Have other council seen it?
Other council have not. It's 3 pages long.
Has the Crown seen it?
No, they won't have. So it may be useful if Dr. Hearn
Reads it.
reads it.
Yes.
Sure.
Well, that's probably something lead council should be doing.
Would you like me to read those now?
Mr. Corniget?
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, if you would sit down then and your
Mum,
colleague
can
will
I
do
just
it.
query whether Woodward Law have copies for us all?
Well, they probably expected the tribunal to provide them.
Well, not if they were
filed.
filed late, because...
Well, he's a tribunal commission researcher, so they probably expected it to come from us.
I should apologise for the late submission, but such were the pressures.
I think it will be very helpful to have your written, considered view on the questions that were to be answered, so don't in any way apologise. Can you email it electronically to all council? It's about to be emailed electronically to all of you. Hopefully you can pick up reception here and pick it up. But if you could read it into the record,
Okay.
and if you could bring it up on the screen as well.
It is quite short, and it traverses a lot of the ground already. So I prepared some remarks on the Rangimaori narrative, and I say that the only comments I have to relate to the exclusion of the Manawatu lands from the jurisdiction of the Native Land Court. First, it's important to note that the exclusion was founded on the basis that under the Land Orders and Scrip Acts of 1856 and 1858, the Crown had undertaken to fulfil the contracts entered into between the New Zealand Company and those who had purchased land from that corporation. So in effect, West Coast Māori were to be denied the right and opportunity as provided under the Native Lands Act 1862 to have the ownership of the region's lands and investigated and defined in order that the Crown might fulfil a commitment over which they had not been consulted, to which they had not agreed, to which they were not a party, and for which only a small proportion of the Rangatiki Manawatu block was needed in any case. Second, I think it's important to note that although runanga, through which customary ownership was determined by Māori, according to Māori custom, were displaced by the Native Land Court established under the Native Lands Act 1862. Effective control of title investigations remained in the hands of Māori until the reconstitution of that court by the regulations of December 1864 and their subsequent embodiment in the Native Lands Act 1865. Third, it was the general but not unqualified support among West Coast Māori for Gray's runanga and the subsequent vesting of power in the Māori judges of the Native Land Court that greatly discomforted Featherston. While he might claim otherwise, he was aware of the pre-annexation history of the Manawatu lands, just as he was aware, through Maclean and Buller, of the determined opposition on the part of most Ngāti Raukawa hapu to land sales. The likelihood of contested and protracted hearings and the very real possibility that ownership might be decided in favour not of Ngāti Raukawa as some imagined corporate entity, but of the hapu in effective occupation led him and his political allies to employ their power in the House of Representatives, not representations, to secure the exclusion of the Manawatu lands. The possible award of the Manawatu lands to several hapu would have complicated Featherston's desire and pressing financial need to acquire the block in its entirety and to do it as quickly as possible. Further, it should be borne in mind that under the Native Lands Act 1862, the Crown, without consulting Māori, waived its preemptive right of purchase. The prospect of private purchasers acquiring the Manawatu lands and doing so at prices that the Crown could not afford, and thereby depriving the Wellington provincial government of its chief source of revenue and imperiling its ability to repay its loans, was again one that Featherston was not prepared to complicate. His clear preference was for the system of Crown preemptive purchasing implemented, with the exception of Fitzroy's preemption waiver scheme of 1844-1846 over the period from 1840 to 1862. It's worthwhile noting that Wellington interests had derided that system as Macleanism. That is until Featherston decided that a revival of Macleanism would allow him to step over the complications that a formal title determination and process in all likelihood would have generated. So the exclusion of the Manawatu lands thus ran directly counter to the purpose of the Native Lands Acts of 1862 and 1865, namely the determination of customary ownership by an institution established for that express purpose and for the fostering of a private land market. With respect to the 1869 ruling, I've simply observed that the dismantling of the arguments advanced by the court appears to me to be thorough and complete. The Pene Raupatu narrative. The essential argument advanced is that the purchase of the Manawatu lands constituted a fraud. The ordinary meaning of the word fraud, as I understand it, is intentional deception, undertaken to secure an unfair or unlawful financial or other gain. So it would appear to be necessary to establish a number of matters, among them that Featherston set out intentionally to mislead or deceive Ngāti Raukawa, that Ngāti Raukawa rangatira relied on such misrepresentation, that such reliance was reasonable, and that Ngāti Raukawa sustained material injury as a result of any misrepresentation and reliance thereon. Perhaps the closest that Featherston came to deceiving Ngāti Raukawa rangatira was his claim that as a result of the whārangi hui, a contract for sale and purchase had been reached, although he did employ the qualifier practically. That claim was quickly debunked. On the other hand, it was the case that in his conduct of the purchase, Featherston failed to comply with the Crown's own purchasing standards. He failed to comply with the government's directions over key matters, such key matters as reaching agreement over reserves and the distribution of purchase monies, that the government itself failed to exercise full control over its land purchase commission, and the government failed in advance of the distribution of purchase monies to establish that those who had signed the deed of cession had been entitled to do so. The government had only been prepared to intervene, as J.C. Richmond conceded, to see that justice might be meted out to those who objected. That was hardly a principled position, and certainly not one calculated to ensure that the transaction complied in all respects with Normanby's instructions of August 1839, or indeed with the purchasing standards that the Crown developed to complement those instructions. Whether those failures amounted to intentional deception is less clear. Featherston did commit some egregious errors, and the government failed to act in a timely manner. Those failures certainly raise serious questions over whether the Rangatiki Manawatu transaction was ever properly concluded. Those questions centre on the matter of acceptance, that is, whether all rightful owners accepted the Crown's offer. They centre on the matter of free and informed consent, that is, whether all rightful owners freely consented to the transaction. On the nature and meaning of the contract, that is, whether all rightful owners understood and accepted that the contract meant the permanent alienation of the lands in question, and on the matter of contractual capacity, that is, whether those who signed the deed had the legal competence to do so. The key fact about the Rangatiki Manawatu transaction was that the rightful owners of the land were never formally established before a contract for sale and purchase was completed. Rather, Featherston's approach was to deal with all of those believed to have a connection with the block, however tenuous that connection may have been, and to sprinkle the purchase monies accordingly. I do not disagree with the general thrust of the argument advanced, namely that the Rangatiki Manawatu transaction was never properly concluded, but I would hesitate before describing it as a fraud. And that was the end of that matter.
Thank you, Dr. Hearn.
Just a couple of minor questions of clarification. If we could turn to the second paragraph.
Well, can you tell me, are you leading or are you cross-examining?
I'm cross-examining.
Oh, thank you.
If we can turn, it's the second paragraph on the first page under the heading Rangimario narrative. Starting second, I think it is important. the latter part of that paragraph where you describe or explain that effective control of title investigations remained in the hands of Māori, so between 1862 and December 1864, is that a reference to the fact that the Native Land Court at that point was a predominantly Māori-led court?
It was up until, excuse me, those regulations were issued in December 64, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then if we can turn over the page to the Peni Raupatu, your comment on the Peni Raupatu narrative, and you've, in that first paragraph, given a definition of fraud, and you may or may not be aware, particularly if you look at the latter part of that paragraph, that's essentially the elements of a pre-contractual misrepresentation. But you'd presumably accept that ultimately whether there was fraud in a legal sense or not is a legal issue, a matter for submission, and that's something the tribunal may need to grapple with at some point.
I'm just expressing a layman's understanding of what fraud constitutes.
Indeed, thank you very much. No, I don't have any further questions, thank you.
All right, now we have Mr. Tano.
Thank you, ma'am. Tēnā koe, Dr. Hearn. I represent claimants within this district, namely Wai1640 Ngāti Whakatire and Wai1944 Ngā Hapu Kireru, and those hapu constitute Ngāti Ngārongo, Ngāti Takieku and Ngāti Hinimata. And their interests within this northern phase of this inquiry fall within the Te Awaho block and the Manawatu Rangitike block. They also fall within the Tawhiri Hoi block at Tangimoana, the southern side of the Rangitike River. So just to give you some background as to the claimants that I represent.
Sure.
You might have heard some kōrero yesterday by Mr. Taylor in relation to the heke, and there's been issues and kōrero raised regarding these claimants that I represent, particularly where I'm going to go in terms of the Kingitanga movement. There was these Ngāti Whakatire were directed by King Tawhiao to be responsible for carving marae. The first three were Te Tikanga at Tokorangi, Whiti Kaupeka at Moawhango, and the Hoturua Meeting House at Aotearoa Pā in the Wharepuhunga block. Then, when they were on the heke and they came down to the Rangitike, they resided there and were responsible, as directed by King Tawhiao, to build pā along that route to allow those who are in support of the Kingitanga movement to go to and fro between this district and the Waikato. Two of those Ngāti Whakatire carvers were identified as Huhi Takare and Motu Rai Mapaha. And I'm raising these because if we look at page 62 of your full report, you've made reference to Angela Ballara's report, talking about Whatanui, who's a relative of Ngāti Whakatire, taking his people from Kapiti up to the Manawatu and settled in places within the Manawatu district, correct? According to your evidence. Because if we look at page 31 of your full report, and you've discussed Dr. Ballara's referencing, stating that Ngāti Whakatire did not reside in the Manawatu Rangitike, and yet we've had this evidence being given in your report, as well as in the kōrero yesterday, about Ngāti Whakatire and their movements within this district. Is that what your evidence is, if you're citing Dr. Ballara, stating that Ngāti Whakatire did not reside in the Manawatu Rangitike?
I've relied on Angela Ballara, rightly or wrongly. I'm not sure that the level of analysis that I got that far. my primary concern in that first chapter was really just to try to offer a general sketch of the background to the struggles that followed. So it's entirely possible that it is inaccurate in some details. I mean, that I would quite readily concede. I'd also concede that some of the evidence that Māori themselves have generated was not available to me when this report was prepared. So there almost certainly are matters that would require amendment and adjustment, and that may well be one of them.
Thank you, Dr. Hearn. Just to explore that.
Mr. Tanahu, could you clarify for me the context of what you've just asked? Because on page 62, in the second paragraph, where I think Balara is being quoted,
Yes.
she is quoted as saying the various hapu of Ngāti Raukawa and those who came with them, Ngāti Kauwhata, Ngāti Whakatere and others, settled in places pointed out by their hosts. Boundaries were eventually agreed between them and intermarriage began.
Yes, but the point that I was making, Ma'am, was that there seems to be an issue in terms of whether they resided. And I know that Ngāti Whakatere certainly did reside, and it was just matters that we thought needed to be raised so that, in their view, it's been clear that Ngāti Whakatere did accompany, they were part of the heke, they've got all these stories, and that they also resided. And because it's also raised an issue, is it your evidence that non-residing equals no interest? Now, having no interest in land, if that's the point that's being made,
well, I'm not sure that is his evidence, that's all. I think he's acknowledged that Ngāti Whakatere were here.
yeah, okay. Thank you, Ma'am. Yeah, really that point there.
And the detail of that has escaped him because it's such a large report.
Yes, okay.
Dr. Grant will get to the bottom of it, I'm sure, but
I think
it doesn't appear to be the case.
There's one comment that perhaps I should make. I drew on several publications by Angela Balara, and it occurred to me when reading the later ones that she was refining earlier statements, and so it may be that that's what I've picked up and reflected. But I think that the position was as I quoted her on page 62.
Thank you. Now, if we look at page 279 of your full report.
279. Sure.
That's essentially around ihakara, tukumaru, hinari, te hirikau, others making statements about being misled by the Crown and the exclusion of the Manawatu block. Is that correct?
I'm just having a little trouble hearing you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, is that?
That's
page 279.
259?
279.
279, right.
It's essentially around ihakara tukumaru, hinari te hirikau. They're talking about making statements about the Crown misleading them in relation to the exclusion of the Manawatu block.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And consequently, the petitions were signed, sent to the government about their dissatisfaction with what's going on. They also, in those petitions, make threats to drive stock off land, and this is on your page 279.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that the tupuna of those claimants that I represent were doing what they could to get the government and to get the Crown to listen to why they were angry and frustrated, why they were filing petitions, why they were threatening to drive stock off land because they were enticed and essentially lied to when the Crown told them, particularly where land was concerned. Wouldn't that be correct?
Yes, and I think we have to bear in mind that the larger historical context, that the land wars by this stage were sort of coming to an end. There were doubts raised by Featherston about the loyalty of Ngāti Raukawa. He threatened at one point that the merest sign of disloyalty would bring down the constabulary, the Imperial Army, and could result in the confiscation of their lands. So in order to register disapproval, Ngāti Raukawa had to devise other means. And they became, to my mind, adept at finding ways of preventing the Crown from taking quiet possession of the Rangatiki Manawatu lands, driving off stock, taking surveyors' instruments, casting the chains, they would say, over the river, and even driving off Mr. Gotti's sheep, which was a kind of celebrated example of the way in which Māori tried to register their disapprobation of what was going on. But what they were very careful not to do was to provoke the Crown into the kind of threat, or into fulfilling the kind of threat that Featherston had held out.
Yes. But it's also your evidence that despite all of what you've described, the Crown didn't listen, did they?
Well, eventually they were compelled to listen because it was out of those continuing protests that the first and second Himatangi hearings arose. Now, you can deride those or criticise the outcomes of those hearings, but they were in fact a response to the continuing protests being mounted by Māori, and indeed to the mounting level of public disquiet. I don't think one of the remarkable things about this whole transaction was the skill with which Ngāti Raukawa in particular took to the columns of the colonial press and argued its case over the heads of the politicians. The Littleton Times, I think, it was the press under the editorship of J.E. Fitzgerald, no doubt for reasons of his own, that was disposed to carry many letters from Ngāti Raukawa as they attempted to challenge Featherston and the Wellington provincial government and to try to push the general government into taking some action. Eventually, that campaign worked. Well, that might be to confuse process with outcome, but it seems to have had its effect.
Yes, because you do say in your evidence that Featherston directed Buller to return to the area not to mediate, not to rectify, not to put right the lies that the Crown had told the people, but to prevent further mischief.
Which he did, which he tried to do by employing Ngāti Apa to support the surveyors who were on the land.
Right.
Now, I made that comment about Buller setting iwi against iwi. I'm not sure that, with due respect to Ngāti Apa, that they required a great deal of encouragement. But nevertheless, they were there and there was a fracas or two. And Buller played what I would call an unfortunate part in that business.
Yes, my claimants give that a different name.
Yes, I'm sure.
If we could look at your page 93, you discuss the Te Awahau Hui, page 93 of your full report.
Right.
That hui also included the Manawatu Rangitike blocks. With the Crown bringing in representatives of Whanganui to that hui, who have no interest in the land, that was the subject, would that be described in your evidence as a kind of a manipulation by the Crown to achieve what they were wanting to do by bringing in people from another area to participate in decision making in land that they've got no interest in?
For my sins, I have investigated more Crown purchases of land from Maori than I can readily recall. I've looked at Crown transactions in Taraki, in Whanganui, Central North Island, and other areas. I cannot recall, with one possible exception, which is the Mahurangi purchase in Taraki,
Okay.
where the Crown has deliberately brought in to the discussions and negotiations people who have no obvious connection with the land in question. I think that's one of the things that, well, I shouldn't say undoubtedly because I don't know, but I've not come across such an obvious example of an attempt at what I've called swamping.
Correct.
And I think swamping is the appropriate term. And it's one of those matters that so distinguishes the Rangitiki Manawatu transaction.
Mm. Did you, in your evidence and research, have a look at how the relationships between those Whanganui rangatira that came and that the Crown brought to this hui had with those rangatira from Raukawa and all those hapu that belonged to those blocks?
I didn't pursue Whanganui's participation in any detail. They kind of moved in and out of the narrative, and I was conscious at the time that I would love to have explored just exactly what was going on, and I would very much have wanted, well, I did want to explore the relationship in particular between Ngāti Apa and Whanganui, but there wasn't the time. So I can't comment further, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that. Dr. Hearn?
I think that brings us to 15 minutes now. That you asked if 10.
Thank you, ma'am. I could file the rest of the questions that I have in writing,
Yes.
but I do have
Why
one
don't you
question
do
of
that?
clarification. You do have on page 325, you make reference of an Apira Hama Tukumaru. I'm just wanting to clarify, because the claimants that I represent don't actually recognise that person. And is that, and you do go on in the following page at 326, talking about an Apira Hama Te Huruhuru.
Yes.
Is that the same person, or is
I'd
it two
have to-
different people?
I'd have to check. I'm very happy to answer those questions in writing later.
So, thank you.
Just off the top of my head, I can't.
Thank you, Dr. Hearn, very much. It was an excellent report, and my claimants appreciate all the work you've done on that matter. Your ma'am, if I seek leave to file the rest of my cross-examination questions in writing.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Watson, 10 minutes takes us to morning tea. No pressure.
Tēnā koe, Mum. Tēnā koe, Dr. Hearn. We are all under a tight time frame, and given the indication to Mr. Tanahu there, what I'll do is I'll just explore some broad themes with you, if I may, and with your leave, ma'am, file particular matters in writing. I want to thank you for your report. I wanted to just start at the Featherston end, if I might, and work back to those hapu interests that I represent. Your title of your report, Many Histories, is obviously an indicator of the nature of the hapu complexity and the interrelatedness of these histories at this time. So I'll explore that with you. But it occurred to me that there's another sense in which we might refer to the many histories, and that's the Pākehā version, or the non-Māori version of these events. And I just wanted to put to you this quote by David Hamer. His biography of Featherston is in the Te Ara Encyclopedia of New Zealand. So if I'm a student or someone who's not well versed in this history, and I'm going to go to Te Ara as my source of information, I just want to read to you 4 sentences which sum up Featherston's involvement in this Rangitike Manawatu purchase, and ask you to compare that to the conclusions that you read out, where there was essentially a litany of devious tactics that you had portrayed. Hamer says this: in this period, and this is the one we're talking about, Featherston became renowned for his diplomacy. Whenever trouble threatened, he intervened personally. He worked to persuade Māori tribes not to join the Kingites, using his stand over Waitara as proof of his even-handedness. He acquired mana, perhaps as much as anything because of his courage and boldness. And then Hamer says, Featherston used his newfound skills as a negotiator with particular effect in facilitating the acquisition of Māori land. In 1862, he was appointed the Land Purchase Commissioner in the province. Most celebrated was his role over 7 years in negotiations for the Rangitike block, culminating in a great meeting of 1867, where Charles Dyke was very impressed by Featherston's cunning and powers of persuasion.
I doubt that Charles Dykes understood much of what was going on, would be a first comment.
Yes. Nor do I raise this as a criticism of David Hamer. I'm suggesting to you that really this is firstly an example of the importance of this process, is it not, whereby Māori perspectives are able to bring to bear their views, supported by technical witnesses such as yourself, about what was really happening in this context.
All history is contested. All history is contestable. Historians cannot read all that relates to a particular matter. They bring different ideas, they bring different perspectives, they follow different hypotheses. The key, or one of the keys, is to try to engage as thoroughly as possible with the primary record. The other key is to try to interrogate the primary record, especially where it's been constructed by those who are also actors in the events that they purport to describe. I am familiar with David Hamer's work. I think his analysis of the Liberal government was a first-rate piece of work, but when it comes to Featherston, I disagree.
You would respectfully disagree, yes.
Respectfully disagree,
yes.
And fundamentally disagree.
Yes.
Having seen, as I think I've seen, Featherston at work, and having compared assessments of his work drawn from many sources, yes, I would respectfully disagree.
You refer to the importance of the primary record. I would suggest to you that includes the oral traditions held by those who exercise mana whenua.
No, I thought that the traditional evidence was best presented by those who created it, and not by me.
Thank you for the clarification. My question wasn't suggesting in terms of your role. Right. You had answered to me about the importance in terms of the analysis of history,
yes,
to ensure that there is an interrogation of the primary record.
Yeah.
And I would suggest to you that also includes an active interrogation of the oral traditions as held by those who exercised mana whenua.
All evidence should be interrogated.
Right. Just dealing with Featherston in the second sense, there's a strong theme from your research about him as a person and his tactics. You would agree too, wouldn't you, that through your report you have pointed at various times, numerous times, where the Crown itself were aware of his mode of operating and had an opportunity to mitigate some of the egregious results of that?
Yes, that is one of the matters that I find particularly discomforting about the whole transaction. But I mean, we should also be clear that Featherston continued to present the General Government with difficulties even after his appointment as Agent General. Now, I'm familiar with his role as Agent General when it comes to immigration from the United Kingdom to New Zealand during the 1870s, during which he was in charge of that whole program. And one of the things that stands out is his disinclination to follow direction. And so what we're seeing is someone whose bearing was imperious, who did not brook criticism, who did not accept direction, who acted as he thought appropriate, and always, he claimed, with Wellington's interests in mind.
Well, I'm going to suggest to you that, and this would be a matter for traversing the evidence in detail, that there were opportunities where the Crown could have given clear direction and reined him in, and ultimately failed to do so.
Richmond tried, but he failed to act on his own convictions that Featherston was not conducting the transaction in a manner that was acceptable to the government. Yeah. And I think it's that failing, as I said, which I find one of the more disturbing features of the whole transaction.
Thank you.
The General Government knew, the General Government failed to act. I might point out, if I may, that that particular failure was not confined to Featherston, because we find elsewhere in the country land purchase commissioners acting without direction. The two who spring to mind are H. Tacey Kemp and E.T. Brissenden, both of whom operated in Northland. And there is and I don't know whether it's something that arises out of the state of the development of government at the time, but there seems to have been a disinclination on the part of the General Government to exercise what we would perhaps now regard as proper control over its agents in the field.
Right. Or active protection is another way of putting it.
Yes, indeed.
I act for hapu who reside now predominantly in the Otaki rohe.
Right.
And there's a sense of double jeopardy here, because they were vehement non-sellers in terms of their customary interests up in the Rangitike Manawatu block.
Right.
And there seems to be a clear theme in your report. There's a marginalisation of those non-sellers by Featherston and the Crown, because they were essentially getting in the way of Crown aspirations and settler aspirations.
Yeah.
But that's led to a marginalisation in subsequent years, where the lack of recognition of those interests has essentially led to an invisibilisation for many of the hapu that I represent now, even continuing into this process to a certain extent. That's an introduction to what I'll put down in writing for you, just to detail some examples of where I'm inviting you to consider hapu and rangatira, such as Kingi Te Aho Aho is an example, a preeminent rangatira of Ngāti Maiotaki, who clearly exercise rangatiratanga in the Rangitike Manawatu, and yet there's an invisibilisation of his interests subsequently. Are you aware of his close relative, Raukawa the Wahanui who made a claim to the Kakanui block up in the Rangitike as a non-seller, for example.
I think he's mentioned at several points in,
Yes.
in the report, yes.
Yes. So what I'll do with Her Honour's leave is just give you those examples whereby when you reach conclusions about particular hapu, I'm going to suggest to you that there are other threads showing that one of the indicators of one of the consequences of this non-selling approach is that actually in subsequent years, those non-sellers are really erased from a lot of the history.
Which is why I dislike the term non-sellers, because that was a means of rendering folk invisible, as you say. But yeah, and I'll be happy to respond.
Paul Husbands actually has given a list, helpfully, in his answers to questions around he uses the phrase the non-sellers list and their various hapu.
Sure.
This includes, really well-known rangatira from Ngāti Pare, from Ngāti Huia and the like, who now are residing in the Otaki Rohe,
Yes, yeah.
but have and continue to hold strong claims to the Rangitike Manawatu.
Right.
Now, Ma'am, that's 11 o'clock. I'll pause there and just to extrapolate from Mr. Te Nahu's request, do we have leave to put to Mr. Hearn within a brief period of time, because the questions are all here, so it doesn't take long to turn that around, some of the detail that I was going to take him through. Thank you for that.
I will follow up with a direction afterwards, after this hearing.
Thank you.
And that may raise issues for the Crown, but she, Ms. Cole, will raise those with me if there are any.
Yeah, Mum, I think that it just raises a bigger picture issue in terms of sufficient time for people to be asking the questions verbally so that we can get oral responses and so the Crown consider those, because I think we all know that there are very big differences in the way that we can engage with evidence when it is presented orally versus written. It does come down to that bigger picture issue of all of us having sufficient time, which I know that Your Honour is very conscious of. But
Yes,
I think
well,
it's just something we're going to have to address going
I'm working
forward.
off the Council's assessment of how long they needed. They said 10 minutes, so they got 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Yes.
I think we're all feeling under pressure to keep our time estimates as limited as we possibly can, and we're probably all going to get caught out by it, so it's a lesson for us all, I think.
All right. I hope that doesn't mean we're losing power. All right, Dr. Hearn, have a cup of tea and we'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
I'm just going to ask you to quickly go and have a cup of tea and do all your conversations outside. And then come back in and sit nice and quietly. Thank you. Oh, you know, this is another thing when everyone's trying to hear and you're going for it and then there's conversations going on in the background. Ka pai, walk and talk, keep going towards the whare kai. Go get in your line, get your cup of tea, because we'll be giving you your hurry up to get back. Thank you. Take your friend with you, keep walking.
We have Ms Cole present, and our next lawyer up is Mr Johnson.
Your Honour, it will be Ms Martinez.
Ms Martinez. So we can take Mr Johnson off.
Aye.
All right. Shall we start?
Tēnā koe, Dr Hearn. Thank you very much for your evidence. My name is Ms Martinez, as you may have heard. We represent the Wai784 Ngāti Kowhata, Wai1482 Ngāti Wihiwihi, and Wai2031 descendants of James Howard Wallace claimants. Today I'll primarily be cross-examining for the benefit of the 784 and 1482 claimants in respect of their interests in the north. Some of my learned friends have covered off some of the aspects I was hoping to cover, so I have been able to cut my questions down slightly. In terms of the documents you'll need in front of you, of course you'll need your report, A152, your summary, A152I, your responses to questions of clarification, which is A152M, and the bundle of documents that we filed, and I understand that have the appellation number A152L. Do you have those in front of you?
These are the documents I was handed earlier, I take it?
Hopefully. Do you have our bundle with you there?
I have a bundle, yes.
Is it the appellation number A152L?
Nope. Doesn't have a number on it.
Right.
I can confirm that those are the documents. Then pass
Kia
on
ora.
to Doctor. Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. All right. So I just want to touch on a couple of aspects of your report in terms of tribal identity. Now in your report you mention Ngāti Kowhata and Ngāti Wihiwihi at various points, and at times either directly or by implication your report refers to them as being of Raukawa. I won't take you through all of those points now, but in your report you weren't commissioned to look at tikanga or whakapapa or oral traditions of particular groups, that's correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And you are not an expert in Ngāti Kowhata or Ngāti Wihiwihi, tikanga, whakapapa or oral traditions? Well. Yeah. So when it comes to those sorts of matters, you defer to tangata whenua?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Now I'll get you to turn to that bundle that you were holding up before, that's A152L. And I'll just get you to turn to page 2.
I've only just seen these, so I'm a little reluctant to offer too many comments. I would prefer, if I may, to study them and then respond to your questions in writing.
Right.
Now, I'm not sure when these were...
They were filed in accordance with the deadline. Shall we perhaps... I can take you to the one point that I was wanting
Sure.
to cover off, and you can let me know if you've...
If I feel comfortable,
Yes,
I'll
yes.
answer it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's fine.
absolutely.
Yep.
Excellent. So just at page 2 of the bundle, you'll see there that this is an excerpt of Dr. Anderson, Dr. Green and Lou Chase's report, the A201 report.
Yes.
Now just in the first paragraph of that section of the report, it's page 1 of the report, just at the bottom, the last sentence on the first paragraph, or the last sentences rather, Dr. Anderson states that in general, however, the historical record refers to, after having referred to the various iwi and hapu in the area, these hapu are as Ngāti Raukawa only. Thus, it is to names tupuna and land names that reference must be made to identify the hapu concerned. Did you see that there?
Yes.
Yes. It would be fair to say, wouldn't it, that you encountered a similar situation in the course of your research as well?
Yes, it was a constantly recurring problem, and the confusion between Ngāti Kowhata and Ngāti Raukawa in particular was a real problem.
Right, thank you. So just turning now to the issue of crime purchase agents. You're of course familiar with the treaty and its general terms, it would be fair to say?
Yes.
Yes. So you're aware that as part of Article 2, and I'll say this in summary form, by the te reo translation, Māori were guaranteed that the unqualified exercise of their chieftainship over their lands would be protected. and by the English text, Māori were guaranteed the full, exclusive and undisturbed possession of their lands so long as they wished to retain them. You're aware of that?
Correct.
Yes. And you're also aware that in the Te Reo translation, it was provided that sales would occur at a price agreed to by the person owning the land and by the person buying it, in brackets, the latter being appointed by the Queen as her purchase agent. Are you aware of that?
Correct.
Yes. So thinking about this conduct of purchasing agents, it'd be fair to say that it'd be very important, wouldn't it, that the Crown ensured the individuals selected for those roles were well versed in what was required to ensure the Crown upheld its side of the treaty bargain in terms of purchasing. That would be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
And it'd be also important that Crown purchase agents' actions were adequately monitored by the Crown to ensure it was keeping up its side of the bargain. That would be fair to say?
It was important that the Crown did that. The point is that it often did not.
Kia ora. And finally, just on that point, if it became apparent that there were issues arising, and this does tie into your answer just now, if there were issues seemingly arising in respect of a particular purchase in terms of how it was carried out, it would also be important that those issues were appropriately addressed. That would be fair to say?
Well, yes, it would, but again, they often were not.
Kia ora. So I just want to turn now to Crown purchases in a little bit more detail and some of your conclusions around those. So in particular in terms of the Rangatike Turakina block. I might just get you to turn to your summary at page 4 if you could.
Sorry, yep.
Wonderful. I'm just navigating numerous papers as well. So just in that second paragraph there, right in the last sentence, you state there, don't you, that the weight of evidence indicates that Ngāti Apa, Ngāti Raukawa and McLean agreed the lands lying south of the Rangatike River would not be sold, that they would be held for both iwi. That's correct?
Correct.
Now, McLean had recorded in his reports during negotiations for this transaction, such as for the Te Hui, I think it was, that members of Ngāti Raukawa advised they would oppose the sale of land south of the Rangatike River, and that this river would be the boundary of sales. That's correct?
I think that, from memory, that report, that comment by McLean was made in his report, 1849 report, to Lieutenant Governor Eyre, who was Governor of New Munster, which is where Wellington Province fitted. So that was at the conclusion of the Rangatiki Turakina transaction.
Yes, so he had recorded the understandings
He recorded
there.
that Ngāti Raukawa, and I think he made an additional comment that purchasing of those lands to the south of the river would take many years.
And so now, I don't know if I won't take you to the page, but it's fair to say that similar concerns or understandings about the boundaries were repeated before the Native Land Court in the Himatangi hearings. That's correct?
Correct.
Yes. So we have McLean. He was a fairly prominent purchase agent, that would be fair to say?
He was Chief Land Purchase Commissioner.
Right. And it's fair to say that he was aware of the expectations that there were around that boundary.
McLean had a very good understanding, yes.
Yes. And subsequently, when it came to the Rangatike Manawatu transaction, further evidence was about those expectations was put before the Native Land Court. I think it was in the 1868 hearing, that's correct?
Yes.
Yes. And of course, the Crown was actually an active participant in those proceedings as well, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Yes. Thank you. Just turning now to the Rangatike Manawatu block. You engaged with my friend earlier in some detail about Featherston, and I would like to just delve a little bit further into that as well. So of course, before the Rangatike Manawatu purchase, Featherston was engaged in the Wai2200 purchase, that's correct?
Correct.
Yes, and I won't get into this in too much detail, but I thank you for including reference to that purchase, because it does seem to provide quite an instructive example of how Featherston was prepared to operate in purchasing land. So in your report, I'll just get you to turn to page 233 of your report. Actually, we'll go over the page to page 234. Are you there? Excellent. So in that first paragraph there, the second sentence in, if you're not counting the north that slips over from the other page, you state there, don't you, that, or observe rather, that Featherston appears to have included the transaction with a group whose claims to the block were at best minor, but who were prepared to sell. That's correct? Was that a yes? Oh, I think your microphone has switched off.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Wonderful. And this purchase was roundly denounced in the colonial press. I think you observed that in the following paragraph. That's correct?
Correct.
And concerns about the purchase were also raised with the colonial government, weren't they?
I'm not sufficiently familiar with the aftermath of the Wai2200 purchase. My interest in it was as an example of the way in which Featherston approached the whole business. There is a very good report from memory by Raukawa Harris that deals with the Wai2200 purchase, and probably is cited in there somewhere.
Right,
Which
okay.
may answer that question.
Yes, yes. Well, I might just draw your attention to, I think it's footnote 708 on page 236. And there's some communication there, which you outline. Featherston to Stafford in 1866. And it talks about Cameron conveying his concerns to the Secretary of State of War, but the Imperial government declined to intervene. Carnarvon advising Grey that Featherston's very clear and specific statement in Field's letter of 1865 had been laid before the Imperial government. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Yes. So it seems like the issue had been drawn to the attention of at least some people within government. That would be fair to say?
Yeah, true.
Yes. Now, I think later on in that same footnote, so I'll just keep your attention on that, the government, by looking at this footnote, there was the conclusion by, I think it was Carnarvon.
Carnarvon.
Yes, and he says there, I see no reason for pursuing any further inquiry into the issue raised. That's correct?
Correct. Imperial government was always reluctant to intervene in such matters.
Yes, it seems so in this case. So pulling this together, it's fair to say that it's at least likely that Featherston didn't come to the Manawatu with particularly clean hands, did he?
No.
No. And the Crown does seem to have been aware that concerns had been raised about his conduct in respect of that purchase.
It had.
Kia ora. Now, I just want to turn next to the matter of leasing, and you've included some very helpful sources in your report in this respect. I will get you to turn to page 138 of your report.
138?
Yes.
Right.
So, sort of, I'd say about halfway down that first paragraph there, you record, don't you, that it is not at all clear in respect of the lands within the Rangiteke Manawatu that Māori were aware that the Crown's claim of preemptive right of purchase had been stretched to cover forms of alienation other than sale. That's correct?
Correct.
And further, you record that the leasing of the Rangiteke Manawatu lands indicated that Māori and pastoralists were able to arrive at mutually acceptable leasing arrangements and to resolve peaceably and effectively such disputes as arose. That's correct?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that leasing of lands within the Rangiteke Manawatu was a good example of Māori making commercial decisions and entering into their own commercial arrangements.
That's correct.
And there's no evidence in your report to suggest that Māori in the area had agreed to an extension of the Crown's right of preemption, such as would void those leases that they'd entered into. That'd be fair to say?
Māori were really consulted over any legislation that passed through.
Kia ora.
Would have been the Legislative Council at that stage.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to discuss the matter of impounding rents from these leases with you, with a particular focus on the disputes that were said to have arisen. So I'll get you to turn to page 122 of your report. So we'll be bouncing around a little bit.
Sure.
So in the last sentence of that first paragraph, you state there, don't you, that Ngāti Raukawa, the evidence suggests that Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Kaupata and Rangitane had at least decided to adopt a plan intended to resolve intertribal disputes over land. That's correct?
Correct.
And if I just get you to turn to page 239. Just in that first paragraph again, but middle of the way down, you state there, don't you, that Ngāti Apa and Raukawa had proved perfectly capable of resolving earlier disputes. That's correct?
Correct.
And I'll get you to turn now to your summary, just for a change of scenery. So, if you look down, paragraph 2 there, you record there, don't you, that Ngāti Apa, Ngāti Raukawa and Rangitane have been able to arrange the lease terms, share the rental income and settle disputes without the benefit of external intervention. That is until 1863.
Correct.
That's correct. And you also observe that Ngāti Apa appeared to be more about bluff and bluster than serious intent about commencing fighting, and furthermore that they were outnumbered by the opposing iwi involved. That's correct? And of course, these leases, consistent with what you observed later or earlier in your report, these have been going on for approximately 20 years at this point, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
I'll get you to turn now to page 247 of your report.
247?
Yes. Now, just in the first paragraph again, right at the end of that, it's still talking about these leases, and you state there, the evidence indicates that there was a means of resolving any difficulty available in this particular issue.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. So it'd be fair to say, wouldn't it, that the evidence available in your report suggests that Māori involved had already proven themselves very capable of resolving intertribal disputes in the past without intervention by the Crown?
Correct.
And it seems likely in this case as well that a means of resolving the disputes were also available without intervention from the Crown?
Except that Ngāti Apa set its face against arbitration.
So I'll stay on that same page. On that same paragraph there, you discuss the fact that it is possible the disputes were limited to just 2 of the runs out of those leased. And I think that was out of 9, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes,
about that.
yeah. And in your summary, I won't take you there, but you conclude that what appears to have been a minor dispute over distribution of pastoral rents was thus elevated by Featherston into what he termed as the Rangiteke land dispute. That's correct?
Correct.
Now, of course, in 1862, he'd been authorised, while holding the office of Superintendent of Wellington, to act as a commissioner of the extinguishment of native title in Wellington. That's correct? And he was given this role to provide, and I quote, his valuable aid and influence in the purchase by the Crown of native lands in the province of Wellington. That's correct?
Correct.
So if we just draw all these threads together, this intervention on behalf of the Crown through its purchase agent was an intervention, it would be fair to say, into an intertribal dispute between Māori. That would be fair?
Yes.
And further, the evidence indicates that the reason the Crown purchase agent Featherston got involved was not out of the goodness of his heart. It was because he was tasked with acquiring land in the area. That's why he was interested. That would be fair to say?
He projected himself as the peacemaker first, having some years previously declared the acquisition of the Manawatu lands as fundamental to the economics importance, economic prosperity of Wellington, yes.
Yes. And additionally, the reason he was seeking to acquire the land was because the Crown had appointed him to obtain land for settlement and for the settler population.
He had sought that appointment.
Yes, and received it. Aye, thank you. Now, at page 687 of your report, I won't get you to turn there, but you set out that what Maclean sought was a political solution to a dispute that had its origins in events that had preceded annexation and in the competing historical narratives to which those events had given rise. Of course, it's certainly fair to say that on the basis of the evidence available, the Crown, including through its purchase agents, had exacerbated any tensions that did exist. That would be fair?
That's fair.
Yeah, thank you. You're almost off the hook. I've got one more question, or line of questions rather. So just at page 21 of your report, I'll get you to turn there.
Yes.
Thank you. So just at the first paragraph of that page, you referred to Ngāti Kaupata having left Maunga Tautari for Taupo as Ngāti Hawa extended its control of that region. So you do cite Balara in this regard, but your footnote for that source also records findings from the Kaiwhata Claims Commission of 1881.
True.
Are you aware that our Kaiwhata claimants' narratives and oral traditions differ from the findings of that commission?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah. Okay, I'll say both parts again. So in addition to citing Balara, that footnote there that you've got, it also records findings of the Kaiwhata Claims Commission of 1881.
Correct.
Are you aware that our Kaiwhata claimants' narratives and their oral traditions differ from the findings of that commission?
I am aware of that, yes.
Kia ora. Okay. Well, I won't go any further into that, but suffice to say this is a matter that our clients will deal with in their evidence as necessary. So, thank you.
Okay, we're up to 25 minutes.
Excellent.
Excellent.
It's perfect timing. Thank you
Perfect.
very much for your time, and kia ora, Judge. Those are my questions.
Perhaps, ma'am, I could just comment on one matter. The question of impounding the rents, my understanding is that the rents were never impounded. And the reason is that the Crown could scarcely be seen to be pounding rents that were illegally derived in the first place. And so Featherston, my understanding is that he directed the run holders concerned not to pay the rents. And when it came time to settle the matter up, of course, some of those run holders refused to pay the arrears. So we talk about impounding, but in fact they were not impounded. They were simply not paid. And that is why Fox made the comments that he did, that the whole thing was politically and legally messy. Because the Crown basically had not challenged those leasing arrangements, either there or in the Wairarapa or Hawke's Bay in particular. So it was just a question of clarification.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lambert.
Sorry, Mum, it's actually Miss Lindsay Panaho.
You're with Mr. Lambert, though, aren't you?
Yes, he'll be joining on Wednesday, Mum, so I'm in his place. Tēnā koe, Dr. Hearn. Thank you very much for your report. Reiterate the sentiments by my colleagues. It is a very extensive, comprehensive and quality report, so thank you for that. Now, the group that I represent is Wai2200 Ngāti Waiwai, and I understand that you have also given evidence in the Whanganui and Central North Island inquiry, so they may be a group that you're familiar with already. That's a hapu of Ngāti Waiwai, a hapu of Tūwharetua.
Yes, yeah, a little.
Okay, so Our client's evidence is that they travelled down into the Rangitike area in about the 1840s and were one of the groups to have settled at Te Reuru. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And that area, Te Reuru, falls within the Rangitike Manawatu block. That's correct. So it's fair to say that as a group that settled in the area, and in particular in that block, they were a hapu that was susceptible to those Crown tactics in terms of, and pressure to purchase and acquire the entirety of that block. Is that correct?
Correct.
Given that they're a group that has travelled down and settled in this area, there's also a risk with this Crown pressure of acquisition of their land that they could become landless if the Crown were to succeed in its desired acquisition of the land. Is that correct? Now, this is a group that also voiced that opposition to the sale of the block to the Crown, isn't it? Ngāti Waiwai in particular representatives, and I refer you to page 394 of your report.
Right.
Where you mention a petition there by Paranihi Te Tau. I don't think it's necessary that you go there, really.
Yeah,
the point is that they are a group that
Correct.
Voiced that opposition to the sale, aren't they?
Right.
And weren't, and didn't, well, definitely didn't accept what the Crown was trying to do in that area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Just to clarify, if you go to your report 394,
Right.
It's not only Ngāti Waiwai that's being listed as the petitioners.
Correct.
Correct. All right, so could you clarify whether or not Paranihi Te Tau and Iruini Te Tau were Ngāti Waiwai or one of the other groups that are listed there?
I don't have the evidence to put to you of that whakapapa.
Well, yeah, I don't want evidence. I'm just wondering why you...
Oh, it says there at the, in that petition that they were claiming to represent Ngāti Pikiahu, Ngāti Waiwai, Ngāti Maniapoto.
Oh, I see. So they could be any one of those groups?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just, start by saying tēnā koe? Dr. Hearn, can I start with just following up on something that was asked by Ms Martinez about the concerns raised and the knowledge of the Crown about the concerns of the conduct of Featherston in relation to the Rangatiki Manawatu purchase. And you made a comment in reply to her to the effect of the Crown was always reluctant to get involved in these sorts of matters. I wondered if you could expand upon that. Do you recall the conversation you were having with Ms Martinez about that?
I say the Crown was reluctant to interfere with Featherston's conduct of the negotiations.
I think the word you used was those types of matters, but yes, I'm assuming that is what you were referring to. Or the conduct of Crown purchase agents generally, perhaps, is what you were referring to.
Yes. Generally, the McLean, as Chief Land Purchase Commissioner, was reluctant to interfere with the activities of his land purchase agents. And in fact, there's a wonderful letter that appears in AJHR 1861, C1, in which Maclean is writing to Paris, who was the Crown Purchase agent in Taranaki. And if memory serves me correctly, he says, I do not wish to issue any instructions that may fetter you in the discharge of your purchasing activities. That was not confined, in fact, to Paris or to the Taranaki, but was both by statement and by active omission, if you like. There seems to have been very little control exercised from the centre of government. The objective was quite clear, which was to acquire as much land as possible, as cheaply as possible. And land purchase agents generally were given free rein. When they transgressed, as Brissenden did in Taraki, Maclean pulled him out. That, I think, was one of the very few examples in which an effort was made from the centre to control what was happening out in the purchasing districts.
So from your research and historical knowledge, do you know why the government was, the imperial government, as you described them when you were talking with Ms. Martinez, why it was reluctant to take such action?
Of the imperial government?
Well, that was the language that you used when you were talking with Ms. Martinez.
That's why I was slightly confused. The imperial government, yes, it was reluctant to get involved. I mean, and if it had conceded the position that was being put forward by Field, it would have very likely opened up a whole raft of objections. The imperial government was content to leave the matters of native policy in the hands of the governor and subsequently in the hands of the general government. So it was reluctant to interfere in matters that it regarded as properly falling within the jurisdiction of local entities.
So bring that down to the central government.
Yes.
So the governor and the ministers.
Yep.
So you referred a little minute ago to Maclean.
Right.
So that was in his capacity as a minister of the central government. Is that right?
Both as Chief Land Purchase Commissioner, both as Native Secretary until 1861, and then as Minister of Native Affairs.
Yes.
Yes.
And so can you speculate on or provide the tribunal with any indication of the reasons why the central government was, it appears, reluctant to also, the example that you gave of the intervention in Teraki.
Yes.
Can you expand upon that for us?
Why was it reluctant to intervene?
Yes. Or do you have knowledge of any evidence to refer to that?
I'm a little bit hesitant.
Okay.
But one suspects that the reason is that to have interfered may have opened up a precedent that it could not then control. Because although the Rangitiki Manawa 2 purchase was highly contested, so were many others.
Yes. Normanby, of course, had set out some fairly clear directives.
Right. Yes, he did.
The evidence shows that those were not followed in the instances that we have been discussing during the course of your evidence.
That would be my assessment in this case, yes.
It's an acknowledgement of the evidence that's been presented to the tribunal to date. I'm not in a position to be making any concessions, Your Honour, as you will appreciate. Where that leads to, coming back to where I was coming from, was the issue of why I'm being thrown by the tribunal, why the central government wasn't intervening in the way that it did in the Teraki example, and whether or not you have any information from your historical research which would provide us with some enlightenment.
I can only really speculate,
well,
but I can speculate, if I may. I think we tend to assume that...
Give us an informed opinion.
Thank you, Dr. Phillipson.
Very good. My opinion is that I think we often fail to estimate the level of underdevelopment within the government itself. Governments, I mean, when we talk about governments, I think we tend to imagine all powerful, all far-reaching institutions and organisations, but in the 19th century, particularly early 19th century in New Zealand, they were not. In fact, the New Zealand state was only ever really developed under the Liberal government of, the 1890s. So there was always a difficulty. Whether that was sufficient to exculpate, if you like, the lack of direction from the centre, I'd be less certain about that. Richmond's comments about Featherston makes it clear that the general government was fully aware, but it didn't act.
In criminal courts, if I may very briefly digress, when we are doing pleas and mitigation, we regularly say, it is not an excuse, Your Honour, it is an explanation. And I wonder whether that is essentially what we have here, is an explanation for why the central government did not intervene. It's not an excuse, sir, it is an explanation. Would you agree with that?
Still a failure.
I couldn't possibly comment. Dr. Hearn, could I get you to just turn to page 10 of your report? In the bottom of that, you note that with respect to the Rangatiki Manawatu block, a great deal has been written about the transaction, which Dr. Phillipson has mentioned on a number of occasions too, and contrasting conclusions have been reached over a number of major issues. You have spoken to this tribunal on other hearing occasions about the differences in views that historians express when they potentially look at exactly the same evidence. Much like getting 10 lawyers in a room, you'll get 10 different answers. 10 different historians, you might get 10
economists and get 20 different opinions. Yes.
Quite right, quite right. My question really is, would you agree that the conclusions that you've reached, or the information that you've discussed leading to the conclusions that you've reached throughout this report as it pertains to this phase of the inquiry, it really does reflect Ngāti Raukawa's and affiliated groups' perspectives on the events? Would you accept that?
The resources I used to reconstruct or to prepare this report were almost exclusively Crown sources.
Right.
And so they will reflect, at least in part, whatever coverage those documents offered. If you say it's from the perspective of Ngāti Raukawa, but that's because Ngāti Raukawa was dominant in this area, and Ngāti Raukawa was perceived to be the problem. Ngāti Raukawa were the obstructionists, or numbered amongst the obstructionists. So it's not surprising that a lot of the historical record focuses on Ngāti Raukawa.
Can I just clarify, when you refer to Ngāti Raukawa, and I think this is again picking up on something that Mrs. Martinez said earlier on, you're referring to the more general Ngāti Raukawa and affiliated groups that we are looking at in this inquiry? Yes, just wanted to clarify that. And your answer also leads on to what my next question was going to be, and that is, and you don't need to necessarily go to it, but at page 82, you're talking about Ngāti Apa and Ngāti Apa's decision to sell. I wondered to what extent any of the narrative reflected in your report is informed by Ngāti Apa narrative.
I did try to construct something of Ngāti Apa's perception of the events, which is why I spent some time trawling through the minute books of the Native Land Court. Problem is it's difficult to know always how reliable those minutes actually are. So I tried to complement that by examining some other sources notably press commentary,
Yes.
where you can often pick up valuable material, AJHR's, NZPD. So an effort was made, but at least Ngāti Apa, once it had accepted the purchase monies, kind of moves out of the picture, and the battle is then between Ngāti Raukawa and Featherston as well.
You do refer to a large number of newspaper articles or letters to the editor or whatever they might be. Can you tell us whether Ngāti Apa were writers in the same way that Ngāti Raukawa and affiliated groups were obviously using the opportunity to voice their concerns through the press? Were Ngāti Apa in any way featuring in any of the information that you...
No,
I thought...
they don't.
Thank you.
One of the reasons, actually, that Ngāti Raukawa is such a prolific writer of letters probably reflects the very early establishment of missionaries and mission schools here.
Yes, thank you. I'm very conscious of time, so although I would love to explore those sorts of things further, I wanted to ask you to the extent to which you have engaged with the other technical reports that have been filed for this week that touch on very much the same events as your evidence did. So that's Professor Bose, Doctors Anderson and Green, Mr Husbands to the extent of reserves, but he does go into quite a lot of detail of the purchases as well, and the Dr Young and others reports. Have you had an opportunity to look through those? And
I've certainly looked at Dr Husband's work on reserves.
Well, if I might pause you there,
Yep.
Was there anything in that report that you saw that did not align with your understanding? Or
No.
Thank
No.
you.
The others I haven't. I'd have to confess I've skimmed through them.
I wish I had.
Sorry.
They take a very long time to read.
Well, it's just that the pile of reports on my desk never seems to get any smaller. But
I know.
I did read through Dr. Anderson's report, and there was nothing in there that I felt was in any way inconsistent.
Excellent.
If anything, she fleshed out a lot of what I'd had to say.
Excellent.
So
Thank you. I wanted to get that confirmation. So again, through your report, you identify on a number of occasions the different accounts of history given by different historians.
Yes.
An example of this is at page 132, where you go through an assessment of the title is in fact Historians' Assessments, and you go through the various different historians who have given accounts of the Ahua Turanga and Te Awaho transactions. Correct. And you say that their accounts have displayed some marked differences. My question to you really is, what is the tribunal to make of the marked differences of all of these different historians? Or we just hand it over to Drs. Suter and Phillipson to try and sort that through and land on something that they decide is the real deal?
I can express relief that I'm not a member of the tribunal, I would think. I guess, how can I put this? That they will want to consider the weight of the evidence and the direction in which the evidence seems to travel would be as much as I could say.
Thank you.
Which is what I've done at various points in this report. I mean, I can't be conclusive about many matters, but I can say that the weight of evidence tends in this direction or supports this conclusion.
Thank you. At page 162, you were discussing the Te Awaho purchase from completed initially in November 1858 and finally the following year. And you say that that purchase offered some insights into the fissures, so the fractures that emerged within Ngāti Raukawa as the Crown pushed forward with its purchasing program. Again, I might just pause and clarify, where you refer to Ngāti Raukawa there, do you mean and affiliated groups?
Yes.
It's the Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Kōwhata and all of the...
Yeah, well, Ngāti Kōwhata and Raukawa were usually conflated.
Okay.
So it really is a problem through a lot of the literature distinguishing between those two iwi.
I just wanted to pause there really for the audience so that they don't get confused by my reference to Ngāti Raukawa, where I'm reflecting your
I understand.
report,
Yeah.
because I'm meaning the more broad group as well in the way that your report does. So the fractures that emerged within the iwi in Hapu as the Crown pushed forward with its purchasing program. The Evening Post recorded Parakaia Te Pauepa as saying that McLean had said, divided the sellers from the non-sellers. All the sellers said, give us the money. But he said, wait until the subject has been discussed. I do not wish my money to be given for land that may be disputed afterwards. It was the Crown's preferred approach, reflecting Normandy's instructions from 1839, that be done before a purchase was completed, correct?
There had to be agreement reached over the distribution of monies, yes. And further, the Crown was required to ensure that the monies were distributed as agreed. So there were two parts to that.
So, and McLean's on the record as saying, that's what I want done?
Yes.
And he's the boss in terms of the land purchasing department?
Where was he at that stage? This is prior to his...
It is, you're right.
Yes, so he was District Land Purchase Commissioner, wasn't
Yes.
he? Yes.
He's reflecting, or this is a question, is he reflecting the preferred approach of the Crown?
At that stage, yes, he was.
And would you agree that that was the right approach?
Well, the question is really whether that was acceptable to Māori.
Was it acceptable to Māori, do you know?
There were no protests, as I recall, in contradistinction to the Rangatiki Manawatu transaction.
Okay. I wanted to ask you some questions about the exemption of the Manawatu lands from the 1962 Act.
Right.
1862 Act.
Yes.
So you say at page 228 that Featherston sought to justify the exemption on the grounds that the Crown required the Manawatu lands in order that it might meet its obligations to the holders of the New Zealand Company's land orders.
Yes.
From your reading, what is your view as to whether or not the Crown would have been able to meet its obligations to the holders of the New Zealand Company's land orders without exempting the lands from the 1862 Act?
It had the Rangatiki Turikina lands available to it. And in fact, my understanding, and I may be corrected here, is that a good proportion of those land orders were satisfied through the allocation of land on the Rangatiki Turikina block, which is why the estimates of the area required within Rangatiki Manawatu were so modest. I mean, there was I think it appeared in an AJHR paper that put the area at 30,000 acres, and there was a later one that put it at something like 18,000 acres. Well, you would hardly think that was necessary to acquire the entire block to satisfy what was actually quite a modest.
I don't recall reading this, but it may well be in one of the reports. Do you have a sense of what percentage of the Rangatiki Turikina block was used to satisfy those New Zealand Company land orders?
No, I don't. No, I don't. It might be difficult to establish. Might be difficult.
If the Manawatu lands had not been exempted from the Act, I think your answer before actually just answers this question. What I was going to ask is how else could those land orders have been met? 30,000 acres left over could have been dealt with through a much smaller purchase, I'm assuming, would be your answer.
It also had the Wairarapa lands available to it.
The Wairarapa lands, right. Thank you.
And at that stage, where are we? 1862. When was the Hawke's Bay province established? 1861, around about?
Mr. Watson would be able to tell us that probably, but...
So up until that point, it had the Ahuriri lands as well.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful, thank you. This is a question relating to the impounding of rents. And I understand and agree with you in terms of what the historical reports tell us about the impounding of those rents, because one of the questions that I had after reading a number of these reports was, were the rent monies ever paid? You know, were they ever unimpounded and actually passed on? But of course I've finally figured out what had happened there. At page 291, Featherston repeats the claims and arguments that he employed in his meeting with Ihakara, namely that the rents had to be impounded to avert conflict. He gives a number of his, you recite at page 291 a number of reasons why Featherston, a number of explanations of Featherston as to why he impounded the rents. My question to you is if there is any chance that the explanations that he gave may actually have been genuine. So we'll just quickly go through them. Avert conflict. His object had not been to purchase but to ensure that each tribe secured its fair share of the land. That Māori had rejected his proposal for arbitration, and you mentioned before about Ngāti Apa having rejected arbitration, so there may have been some justification possibly for the intervention, if I might use the word that Mrs. Martinez used earlier on. That releasing the rents would lead to trouble, and I'm just citing here from the last paragraph of page 291 here, and that the genesis of the difficulties could be traced back to the death of Nepia Taratoa and his passing, allowing the smouldering feelings of discontent and jealousy to break into an open flame. So there's Featherston, or a recording of what Featherston was using to justify the impounding of the rents, and my question to you was whether any of that was justified.
Some responses. On the face of it, Featherston's reasons do not appear as utterly unreasonable. The question is, though, why did the so-called dispute, which was manufactured, I submit, why was it manufactured at that precise moment? I mean, timing in these things is everything, it seems to me. Now, one of the reasons cited, of course, is the death of Nepia Taratoa in December 62, January 63. Featherston, my impression from having read so much around this area is that Featherston chose to believe that he was intervening for good reason. But it was not the only reason, and it was not the central reason. He needed leverage over Ngāti Raukawa in particular. He was aware of how important those pastoral rents were. I did work it out once where the rents in a year were a significant proportion of the purchase monies paid for particular blocks. So we might be inclined to think that the pastoral rents were insignificant. They weren't. And for many of the hapu in this area, they were the only source.
Yes.
We can allow that Featherston believed that he was acting in the interests of peace and stability. But human motivations and human behaviour are very, very complex, and I suspect that Featherston had I don't suspect, I know that Featherston had far deeper motives. But
Ms. Cole, we're now into 30 minutes.
We can allow that he was
Your mic's gone off. Yeah.
genuine so far as it went.
Thank
Yes,
you.
we're into 30 minutes. How much longer, Ms. Cole?
Yes, Your Honour. I only have a couple more questions. I will, Your Honour. At page 313, you talk of proposing sale as a means of resolving dispute was a well-established part of the Crown's purchasing repertoire.
Yes.
I assume that there are other examples of this practice which you're aware of in
Yes.
order to inform you of that?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, my question was whether or not you are aware of other examples of that within the Porirua ki Manawatu region.
Not in this region, but
Thank you.
aware of them elsewhere.
Yes, no,
Yeah.
thank you. At page 538, you're discussing the hui in September of 1872. The heading is the Rangatiki Manawatu Crown Grants Bill of 1872 and the debate within Ngāti Raukawa. And you say there the meeting, we're at the hui, the meeting resolved, among other things, that all disputes about titles to land should be submitted to the land court, the result of which shall be final, and the losing party shall not be a malice or give trouble on account of an adverse judgment. Do we know why, or does the information that you're aware of provide us with information, with detail as to why that agreement was reached? And the reason, if I might just put that question in context, it does seem from the evidence, this is not a concession, Your Honour, that the Native Land Court had largely failed Ngāti Raukawa in the past. So my question is really, why did they then decide in 1872 that we're going to be okay with referring this back to the Native Land Court and we'll live with the outcomes?
Sorry. Was there an option? Would be the question. I didn't quite follow that, your question, but my response would be that by that stage, Ngāti Raukawa really didn't have any other option but to go through the Native Land Court.
Okay.
Yeah.
Both you and I think Professor Boast refer to the
That's
Rangatiki
three
Manawatu.
questions. So are we going to wind up or?
Yes, I am,
Yes.
Your Honour.
Well, do so, otherwise I'm just going to cut you off.
And in your summary at page 10, you refer to the 1,400 signatures that Buller obtained on the deed of cession. You were present, I think, yesterday when Sir Eddie raised an issue of whether the signatories on the deed of cession, the signatories had actually signed blank pieces of paper which were later attached to the deed of cession. Were you
Yes.
here when that comment was made?
Yes, I was.
Are you aware of any evidence of that? It's just that I haven't read that in any of the other reports.
What I'm aware of is, I'm sure it supports what Sir Eddie was saying, and that is that to gain those signatures, Buller perambulated around on horseback, around the district, clutching, it was said, some kind of container to his chest in which all the sheets on which signatories had written were attached. Whether or not a deed of cession was actually displayed to those who signed, that is not something that I found, but it's my gut feeling only that what Sir Eddie was saying complemented my understanding of what had gone on.
Well, that's useful clarification. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Hearn. I wanted to thank you for your excellent report and immediately take issue with something you just said earlier, which is I can understand why an infrastructure argument would be used for all manner of things that a government couldn't do,
Yeah.
but how can it be used for a superior in a department not controlling what his officers are doing?
It can't really. I mean, the Native Land Purchase Department that we were talking about was pretty well staffed. There were constant complaints about the cost of that institution. And it was remarkably, from what I can tell from the record, remarkably well informed as to what was going on out in the regions, as it were. So there is no real excuse. I was just reflecting that government generally was, by modern standards,
Yes.
underdeveloped.
Yes.
What I was more taken with was McLean saying to his land purchase agents, "I do not wish to fetter you with restrictions or instructions. You are to use your best judgment, although I would like you to do this, this and this."
Yes. So when we come to Richmond as native minister in Featherston,
Yeah.
wouldn't it seem to me from reading your evidence that key issues preventing Richmond from actually doing something about what Featherston was doing was the central government's desire not to see the Wellington province go completely bankrupt, and also the tension that was very prevalent at that time between the central government and the provincial governments,
Yes.
so that although the government had appointed a superintendent as its land purchase commissioner, it was also still dealing with a superintendent. So that seemed to me to be more likely reasons why.
And a superintendent who was also a member of Parliament.
Yes.
And who commanded a fair degree of loyalty from the other Wellington members. I think the only one who really challenged him was Farrison, was it not? And he paid the political price for that. So in the context of the struggle that was going on at this time between the centralists and the provincialists, Featherston and his Wellington Party, as it was known, occupied almost a critically pivotal role in the balance of power within the general government. And that is one of the reasons I suspect that it was reluctant to interfere, lest
Yes.
it lose that support.
Yes, and I think that's very clear in your evidence.
Yeah.
So following on from that, I haven't seen in any of the reports, I want to know when Featherston's appointment as a land purchase commissioner ceased.
Now that is covered somewhere. The initial appointment was in April 1862.
Yes.
A matter about which he was surprisingly coy, for reasons which
Yes,
are
yes.
interesting. I think that commission ended in 1864, when he was then charged, though, with completing the Rangitikei-Manawatu transaction. So his commission, as it were, was narrowed from Wellington's district land purchase commission to the
just
Manawatu purchase.
And
That-
so
and-
through everything that he does through into the 1870s, is he still a land purchase commissioner, or was his appointment ever actually revoked, or?
It was transformed, but I don't think ever revoked.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
so throughout that
that's
whole
my
period.
understanding.
Yeah, okay. And also, Buller, at one point you describe him as an assistant land purchase commissioner.
Yes.
Now, I'm really interested in that because everything else suggests that he's acting as a resident magistrate, but somehow also doing these other things. So was he formally appointed as an assistant land purchase commissioner? And if so, when? And when did that run out?
I'm not sure of the answers to those questions. I think Featherston designated him as an assistant land purchase commissioner.
So he might not have actually had
So
a formal...
yeah, it would be relatively straightforward to check
Yes,
that.
can you check that, please?
I can
And-
check that
yeah.
through the AJHR probably. It will have lists of Crown, at least civil servants.
Yes, because what I'm trying to understand is who Buller is accountable to.
Featherston.
And why when he's a resident magistrate?
Yeah, well, that's part of the conflation and confusion of roles.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you could look into that and
Sure.
answer that in writing, that would be
Bull,
helpful.
of course, remained as Featherston's private secretary as when he was Agent General.
Right.
So there was a very close relationship between those two men.
Yes. And I should add also that I've got some questions in writing for you that are just small points of detail.
Sure,
And
sure,
yeah,
sure, sure.
Okay. So moving on, throughout your report, you've presented two narratives. One is the narrative that comes from Featherston and Buller and Ihakara and others, which is that those who were the sellers were the majority, they were the residents and the principal claimants, as he called it. And I'm only talking about Ngāti Raukawa and affiliated groups now, not Wanganui and all of the others. Right. And that they were the residents. And you've also presented another narrative from the non-sellers, which said the opposite of all of that. And you've never really come down between them in your actual report. And I wondered which of those two narratives you thought was correct or more correct. So one side saying the majority sold and they were the residents, and the other side saying the majority didn't sell and they were the residents. And you've got both reported in great detail in your report.
Which one, which narrative do I prefer?
Yes. Well, from the evidence
From
and from
the
your
evidence?
and from your experience of knowledge of this.
Then
yeah.
I would prefer the position that was adopted by the non-sellers.
Right, and in association with that, are you aware of any analysis that's been done of what you said were the 341 Ngāti Raukawa names, the signatories to the deed, who they were?
I did propose that. In fact, I proposed trying to identify every seller, every signatory to the deed. But it was going to be a massive task. And that was abandoned fairly early on.
Right. So you're not aware of it
So I'm
having
not.
been done? Okay.
But it would be, if it were capable of being realised, it would probably offer some really interesting insights.
Yes. Thank you. Now, in November 1866, in his report, in which I think he calls himself Land Purchase Commissioner and Agent of the General Government,
Yes.
Featherston says that the three tribes, as he calls them, asked that no reserves be made before the purchase was completed. Now, that's the first time that, as far as I'm aware, was ever said, that it was actually at the request of the owners that the reserves not be made. Have you seen any evidence to corroborate that statement by Featherston?
Not in this region, nor have I seen that anywhere where the owners have been satisfied to conclude an agreement for sale and purchase prior to reserves having been defined and agreed. And it was always a standing instruction from McLean and from others, from Shortland on.
Richmond has instructed him to do this.
Yes.
His answer to that is, the owners don't want me to.
And I never saw any evidence that would support that
Right.
contention.
Thank you. No, I couldn't see any either in your report, but I just wanted to check. Thank you.
When I came across that, I actually went back to check some of the sources, but I did not locate anything that would support
Right.
that argument. That
Thank
claim.
you. That's really helpful. Do you think that Featherston did genuinely threaten the Rangatike Manawatu iwi with military intervention and confiscation?
Yes, he did.
You do?
Yes.
Right. And does the evidence for that having happened all come from the non-sellers?
No, there are reports of Featherston meeting, holding hui at various places and various times. I mean, I can't locate one in particular, but there was one I think held in the south of the region. It was a Pori rural Waikanai, where Ngāti Raukawa and others from memory were expressing very considerable discomfort about the possibility of the general government placing troops within the West Coast lands.
Do you think that's one you could go back and look at?
I'll have a look,
yeah,
and see.
Because I'd like to be clear on who's actually saying that happened.
Right.
Okay. If you could follow that up,
Yep.
that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question that's follow-up? What is the man's name with the P?
So,
With the
Parakaya Te Poepa.
Yes. Do you remember there's an indication in your report, and I'm sorry I didn't write it down, where he had said he had been under custody?
He had been?
During one of the hui. He said he'd been detained.
Ah.
You don't remember?
I don't recall.
I will
that.
find the reference during the luncheon break.
Yeah.
Put that in writing for you.
Sorry, where was I? Yes, I have some others that I'll put in writing.
Your Honour, if it assists, I think that might be at page 329 of Dr. Hearn's report.
328, heading over to 329.
Now, one of the things that surprised me was it seemed that there was a relatively small number of people who brought claims to the Land Court in 1868 and 1869. And do you think that quite a lot of people actually just never even got into claims to the court and ended up in reserves? I'm talking about non-sellers at this point,
Yeah,
if we can use that designation.
That I can't say. My assumption was that those who felt that they had a claim actually lodged an application.
Did lodge, right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Round, but because we'd started dealing with it in the theme of threatening behaviour, page 328 to 329, that's been helpfully pointed out. If you could just read that last two sentences on page 328 and then the top of page 329.
So starting with, in fact, the opponents?
Yes, you don't have to read it out loud. I just would like you to read it.
Oh.
And the words you use are somewhat ambiguous because you say they claimed obscurely that they had been detained by the superintendent, that Buller had forged the names of Taratua, etc.
I think I would want to go back and have a look at the context of that.
Could you have a look at that?
Yes,
Thank you.
I put it in quotation marks, obviously thinking it meant something particular to me. So I'll go back and see if I can derive the meaning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dr.
That's right. Two more questions and then I'm done. Do you think, you've made it very clear in your report the context of why, from the Crown's perspective, in those preemption purchases, the price should be low. But you did mention that you thought that Featherston had offered collateral benefits as well. Do you think, first of all, that there was a reasonable and fair price paid? And secondly, can you specify exactly what collateral benefits Featherston referred to in his negotiations?
The answer is fairly long and complicated.
You can put it in writing.
Which well, I can be brief.
Brief is good.
Yeah, but not talking about comparative prices because we get into all sorts of difficulties there. But I'm quite happy to set those out. When it comes to collateral benefits, they were specified originally by Normanby and carried through, and we find them, we get to the point where before the Smith-Nairn Commission of 1880-81, which investigated the Ngāi Tahu purchases, Gray, his land agents, Mantell in particular, who later regretted everything he'd done, records that they were instructed to hold out the prospect of important collateral benefits, the real payment. And these were such things as employment, public works, schools, medical services, the opportunity to trade. And these were plus the rising value of such lands as Māori retained. So these were always held out as the real payments, the collateral benefits that came with selling land. In other words, that Gray argued that Māori were not really interested in the price, the monies that they were paid. They were interested in what would follow. And so we actually get to the point where in some purchase deeds for the Wairarapa lands, I think in 12 of those purchase deeds, and in about 8 or 9 of those concluded in Taraki, where there's a specific clause in the purchase agreements which states that a proportion of the monies will be paid back to the sellers of the land to provide them with the real payments, the collateral benefits.
But those are all examples from elsewhere.
Oh, yes.
And earlier, and I'm wondering if there's any specific evidence in the mid-1860s that Featherston made those specific statements.
Again, I'd have to check. Maclean, of course, regularly held out the prospect, and certainly did so in the context of the Rangatiki Turakina purchase. But I'll check to see if I've got something specific on that.
Yes, because you made it a point of it in your conclusions, and
yes.
I'd like to be sure
But it was a standard part of Crown purchasing policy to hold out the prospect of collateral benefits.
Yes, but I'd like to be sure that Featherston did it. So
yeah, I understand.
And perhaps Buller as well may have.
Yeah, Buller's a slippery customer.
Okay, so you'll check that for me.
I'll do my best to see, yes.
Thank you. And my final question relates to the Waitapu purchase up at the top of the Rangatike Manawatu block.
Yes.
Now, it wasn't actually in the chapters you told us to read, but it is in a later chapter in your report. And I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about it. The first is, well, really just one. Did Ngāti Raukawa, and I'm including in that sort of broad appellation there, the 4 groups at Tururu, did they play any part in the purchase? Were they consulted in the purchase?
You'll find an account of the Waitapu purchase in my Taihape report. That was declared to be Crown land, as I recall, arising out of some surveyor's error as to where the boundaries lay. So that peculiar triangular piece of land, I think, was declared Crown land from the outset. So, I'm trawling back through my memory, trying to recall exactly what I said in that
Well,
report.
that's different from what you say in this report. You say that Maclean shifted the boundary and that Kawanauhunia discovered that there was about 30,000 acres that were left out, and you said that that Buller, I think it was, said that because native title had been extinguished in the whole of the Rangatike purchase, but Waitapu had somehow, the boundary had moved and Waitapu had been missed, that it was Crown land, but nonetheless they had to purchase it. And so you said that they purchased it from Ngāti Apa and Renata Kawepo's people, but there's no mention of Raukawa involvement, and that's what I'm trying to find out. Were they involved? Were they consulted? But I haven't read your Taihape
And
report.
I'll have to go back and check to see exactly what I said.
But
Right,
I can
okay.
do that, yeah.
So
I'll try to clarify.
another one to,
Yes,
to
another
do in
one. Yes,
writing.
yes, yes.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Hearn.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Grant. And can you attach the relevant pages of that report to
Yes,
your
yes.
written answers? Thank you.
That report is actually on our record. Yeah.
Reference them
Yeah.
for those of us who need them. Reference. Dr. Monty?
Kia ora, Dr. Hearn.
Kia ora.
Thank you, very helpful report. I was, to carry on about narratives, because you discussed it in your intro and your conclusions, about how narratives are shaped over time, how different influences work on historians. I actually recall you as a historian for the Crown in an earlier inquiry. National Park? Did you?
Only ever once, sir.
Yes.
And that was, I think, for Tūhoe.
Not Tūhoe. National Park?
No, I was a CFRT witness.
Oh, it might have been CFRT. But the flavour of it was quite different from this particular report, which suggests to me it also depends on who's contracting you to write the report. You'd agree?
No. I recall, let me tell you a little story about that particular report for Tūhoe. I was asked by Crown Law to write a report on medical services to the Tūhoe. And I said to the Crown Law Office that I would write the report, but that I had a strong feeling that they would feel discomforted by what I would have to say. I was not issued with any instructions, any directions at all. And throughout 20 years of writing these reports, I have always tried to stick as closely as possible to the evidence and where the evidence leads. So I've never taken directions from anyone, and my point about the Crown Law applies to the Tribunal at the moment, for whom I work, and it applies to CFRT. It also applies to the Office for Treaty Settlements, for whom I have done some work. At no time has anyone said to me, this is what we'd like you to find, or perhaps you could find this or find that. So, like all other technical witnesses, I believe I've been left practically to my own devices.
That's good to hear, particularly about this report. Of course, we are going to hear from claimants, and they're going to put their own interpretations on this.
Yes.
And draw on oral traditions.
Yes.
And you, when you asked, the role that falls to the tribunal, that you would look to see where the weight of evidence falls as to which narrative to
adopt.
Yes. And you would agree that once we've heard from claimants, it might change our perspective on some of the narratives.
I try to keep as open a mind as possible. I infuriate my family by instructing them not to believe anything. And when it comes to this work, I try to be skeptical of all that I read, knowing that all history, as I said earlier, is narrative, all history is a construct, and it's constantly open to reinterpretation.
Absolutely agree. So if I take you to page 120, 121 of your report, part of the narrative is, well, you call it an act of Christian charity. Part of the narrative has to do with the turning of Ngāti Raukawa to Christianity, which shapes how they deal with Ngāti Apa. And so you give us all the evidence on it, but you don't lead us to any conclusion, your own conclusion, about how you feel about that. Is it valid? Do you place weight on it? So yesterday we heard about Ngāti Raukawa were a...
Peacemaker.
No, before they were peaceful, they were a experienced, hardened group of people who came into this area who, if challenged, could react with arms.
Yes.
But this narrative is, no, but they were touched by Christianity, changed their ways, and were, yes, they were making an act of charity towards Ngāti Apa.
Correct.
And you tell us all about that, but you don't tell us what you think about that, you as the historian.
It's very perceptive. Because I have, I guess, certain personal views about the role of religion and how it shapes people's values and perceptions and actions. I was content to accept what Ngāti Raukawa were saying of themselves and what the missionaries were saying. It seemed inappropriate to me to challenge that in any way. I accepted it, and I noted that Raukawa resisted many provocations from others, preferring rather to seek alternative ways of settling disputes. So that is, you may think I'm still skirting around the issue, but that's my response.
I think that's my only frustration about the report. You talk about all these narratives, but you don't clearly show us where you lean and what you're leaving it to the reader to draw their own conclusions.
Readers will always draw their own conclusions. My feelings, my assessment is summed up, I think, in the last 2 pages of my summary, where I make it abundantly clear what I thought and what I do think about the entire Rangatiki Manawatu transaction. I couldn't be clearer, I don't think, in what I've said. I could suggest to you that there's some evidence to suggest that Ngāti Apa and Featherston actually conspired. But I've not done that because I did not think that the evidence was quite strong enough. So if at times it looks as if I'm tiptoeing around the evidence, it's because although I'm prepared always to push the evidence as far as I can, at some point I have to make a judgment as an historian about what the evidence actually allows me to say. But to go back to your point, the last 2 pages of that summary, I think, sum up my assessment of the entire Rangatiki Manawatu transaction.
Yes, and I've read it.
Yeah.
But I was hoping you, as the expert historian on this, would tell us a bit more clearly about which narrative, as Dr. Grant asked you, where your leaning was, the Crown narrative or the Ngāti Raukawa narrative.
It would be towards the Ngāti Raukawa narrative. It is one of the, I mean, I take your point, one of the problems that all historians face in dealing with these matters is that most of the record is a Crown-generated record. Most of the reports of Hui and deliberations and discussions were constructed by Buller or by Featherston himself. That instantly raises warning signals in my mind. And so that's why I referred at one point earlier to the importance of always of interrogating the record. But it is a problem that all historians face. The record is always incomplete, it's always partial, it's always constructed, and often it's constructed by those whose actions are actually under the microscope.
Okay, we won't take that any further. Page 127.
Yeah.
You make the statement that, in short, Māori were being asked to trust the Crown And to that end, the Crown attempted to cast itself as a parent of Māori. And I read that and wondered, was it not the other way around? Rather than the Crown trying to cast themselves in that role, that Māori had already accepted the Crown as its parent through the signing of the treaty.
Māori might have accepted, or the Crown, well, I'm just not so sure about that. The Crown often portrayed itself as the parent. But I don't think we should misunderstand what that meant. What that means, as I understand it, is that the Crown accepted a duty of protection towards Māori. And that, of course, is fundamental to our understanding of the treaty. So that is the sense in which I understand the phrase that the Crown was the parent.
What would you say if I said it was the church that portrayed the Crown as the parent? And I'll give you an example. In 1836, 37 on the East Coast, when the Reverend William Williams arrived there and brought back returned prisoners from the north, he left as a koha some flour, but the Union Jack, and explained to the people that his religion, the church he represented, that the mother of that church was Queen Victoria, the Crown. Mm-hmm. And from that point on, because he had rescued these people from the north, well, that's the perception that they had on the East Coast, they saw the Queen as their mother, the Crown as their mother, as their parent. And the first Māori missionary, Māori minister who was ordained at Otaki, Raukawa, was sent to the East Coast in the late 1850s. Right. There was communication between these two coasts, and the Anglican Church gets here first as well. So my assumption is from that they too, here in Otaki and Ngāti Raukawa, would have seen the Queen as the mother of the church, their parent, and the Queen as the Crown.
Correct. But it's what the term actually meant. I mean, what did Māori mean when they, if they describe, or when they described the Crown as the parent? I mean, what was actually implied? What was meant by that term?
I think if you read the Kohimarama
yes.
Minutes of that hui there of all the chiefs and how they talk about the Queen, the Crown as their parent, it's abundantly clear that it's not the Crown portraying that to them. They understand that. It goes back to the treaty and the signing of it and being a covenant type article for them. They are bound to this idea of this is their parent.
But what do they understand by the term parent? And what I'm suggesting to you is that it's a set of expectations around the conduct of the Crown, that the Crown will act in such a way as to protect the interest of Māori.
I agree.
Two historians agree.
So we arrived where we started.
Well, I mean, you might be right that the Crown takes advantage of that that's how Māori saw the Queen, the Crown as a parent, and capitalise on that. But what I'm saying is that they understood this before the Crown tried to portray that to them.
Yeah, yeah. And the whole reason that we're here is because Māori have perceived. I'm sorry, did that pass by? Did it?
It may not have been captured by the mic.
No, my comment was that we are here because Māori perceive the Crown not to have honoured its duty of protection.
Yes, and they also perceive that the Crown is honourable and that it will eventually.
I hope.
On page 118, I was interested in a comment you made about Samuel Williams's letter,
Oh, yes.
where you said his account has a fairly contrived feel. So I had a look at the previous page, and I was trying to figure out why you actually say that about his letter or about his evidence that he gives at Himitangi.
Not sure now. I will have read that letter fairly carefully, I imagine. And you, okay, it's a judgment that I made. I would have to go back to the letter. I don't readily make judgments of that character without having some firm reason for doing so. And if I felt that it was contrived and said so, as you point out, then I obviously felt that I had enough grounds to do so. But I'm quite happy to go back and have another look at it.
Yes, that would be helpful, because I couldn't see anything contrived about it or about your commentary.
Yeah.
That's all, and thank you very much.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Hearn, and thank you for your report. Just one thing from me. In your conclusions, you started your summary by saying that this report was about looking at the integrity of the Crown's efforts to acquire the Manawatu lands, and so you've drawn some conclusions around that. And the conclusions have talk about a failure to consult or ignoring agreements and attempting to pressure Māori and so forth, failing to protect Māori interests. And finally, that the transaction was inconsistent with Norman B's instructions. So, you're saying that what you've found falls short of the government's own expectations or its own standards of good practice in respect of its dealings with Māori for land purchases. Is that fair?
I think it's. Sorry.
Is that have I?
Yes, I think it's true to say that the standards that the Crown set for itself under Shortland and Maclean during the 1840s were seriously eroded during the 1850s. From time to time, there were efforts to restore what was seen to be the appropriate manner of approach, but in the case of Rangatiki Manawatu, we see, I suggest, the complete abandonment of those earlier standards.
And that's a different thing to thinking about what might be the standards of good practice or best practice in a in a treaty sense for engagement with Māori over purchase of land.
Right.
Yeah. So that's one threshold, I suppose, that you've looked at or that you've assessed it in, is against the Crown's own
Purchasing standards.
Yes.
Yes. That was one of the things I explicitly set out to do, was to take the Crown's definition of what it considered to be the appropriate manner of approach, and then to work out really whether Featherston had followed that procedure or observed those purchasing standards.
And so when we look at the standards that one might expect from a treaty relationship,
yes,
or the standards that the treaty partner might expect, those will be different things.
Could be.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hearn. Just one question from me, and it relates to the background of Frederick Manning.
Oh, yes.
Yes, have you read any biographies on him? And
yes, I have.
Can you tell us a little about his time that he spent in the north when he was actively participating in warfare with some of the tribes up there?
I'd be reluctant to.
Okay.
It's. I reviewed actually the biography of Manning, but it was many years ago now,
All right.
and I would want to go back. I mean, he presents himself as a racist and a bigot, and frankly, his, if I may say, his assessment of in the second Himatangi hearing is quite untethered to reality.
All right.
But beyond that, perhaps I've ventured too far in any case, but I would want to go back. I just remember being singularly unimpressed by his conduct.
All right, thank you. That would be useful just to get an appreciation of the nature of the man.
Yes, yes.
Because it provides some context to
He was
some
a
of
trader,
the findings that he made in his judgment.
Yeah, he was a trader, wasn't he?
Yes. Trader.
Trader.
Well, thank you very much. That brings us to 1 o'clock and time for lunch. This has been a very important contribution to our hearing process, and we thank you again for giving up your time.
You're welcome.
I'm going to do a waiata for this marvellous speech. Tu tira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e. Tu tira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e. Whai a te maramatanga, me te aroha i ngā iwi, kia tapatahi, kia potahira, tātou tātou e. Tātou tātou e.
All right, we'll take a 40-minute break for lunch. Thank you.
Kia ora, I've been asked to remind you that there is no food to be bought in here, no drinks other than the water. Other than the water that has been provided, and all of our conversations, private and otherwise, will be had outside in the tent. Thank you. Kia ora, kia ora. I'm not hurrying you along, that's a change. And that's because we've got a brief hold on our kai isn't quite ready. It'll be another 10 minutes, so do take your time, use the ablutions and things like that. And then please find your way out to the kai tent in about 10 minutes after you had a good chat. Thank you.
which was still then the ultimate appeal. The truth of the matter, of course, was that Māori were perfectly capable of resolving issues through debate and consensus and other strategies such as marriage. And the other truth was that the Crown was stirring up trouble by its purchase plans, playing one side off against the other. As Te Rangihaeta countered to the Lieutenant Governor Eyre at an earlier date, the only thing likely to interrupt the peace was the government purchasing rangatike. Of particular significance were the general attack on and interpretation of custom as it suited the Crown's purpose. We can see aspects of that manipulation in how rangatira were characterised, especially as to whether they spoke on behalf of hapu and the wider collective. There was deliberate interference in the relationship between rangatira and hapu, and between hapu, and in any tribal combination deemed to be dangerous by the Crown as threatening its strategic control or settlement plans. There was also a calculated shift by the Crown from open negotiation with tribal collectives with all hapu present to individual dealing, and ultimately an insistence that questions of right be decided within a land court that was far from impartial in its function or its operation, nor was it equipped to make such decisions. Another important theme is the failure of the Crown to respond meaningfully to sustained demands from Ngāti Raukawa and the tangata heke for the empowerment of their institutions within the governance of the colony, or failing that, or in combination with it, an equal place in the new structures being created. We see this at Koimarama in 1860, in Gray's new institutions and the way the Native Land Court was developed. Later structures to do with the governance of Māori in particular, or the colony as a whole, also failed to give Māori of the region a meaningful role, although we propose leaving that discussion for the next stage of presentation. An aspect of that seismic shift in power was the reliance of Māori on the advice of agents of dubious character, expertise and motivation in the unequal and unwanted contests they had been forced into with the government, despite the fact that there had been a clear policy commitment to ensuring that Māori were fully informed and were not the unwitting authors of injury to themselves. Even friends of repute came under sustained attack from Crown agents and the local press when the Crown interests were seen to be under threat. There are two further themes we wish to highlight at this point. One is the changing characterisation of Ngāti Raukawa in Crown discourse from a numerous and powerful tribe whose leaders needed to agree and consent to actions affecting them, to one which depicted them as a migrant, fractured people who held no collective standing and whose rights were derived from and were dependent on the sufferance of others. Even worse, there were many among them who were stigmatised as ho-ho. The other is the continuing agency of the tupuna of the claimants as they struggled to engage with colonisation and the Crown in its many guises, governors and increasingly powerful colonial and provincial administrations, government ministers, their officials and land purchase officers, local government, the Native Land Court and the law in general. Turn first to the Crown purchases. We begin by focusing on the three major purchases, all in the Northern District, which were undertaken by the Crown in the years when Governor Grey and his successors and Maclean and the Native Land Purchase Department he headed were in control of native policy and its application, and when they were in charge of all land purchase operations. From the perspective of Ngāti Raukawa, the first two of these purchases constituted part of a wider territorial arrangement reflecting joint occupation and reached through the customary process of gathering together, discussing the issue and coming to a consensus. The area north of the Rangatiki River went to Ngāti Apa. Ahuaturanga, the area between the Tararua Range and the Taunui stream, was accepted as belonging to Rangatane to do with as they wished. Between the Rangatiki and the Manawatu rivers, the authority lay with Ngāti Raukawa. It was Nepia Taratoa of Ngāti Parawahawaha who held the overall say over the coastal plains, where some Ngāti Apa were still lived, and it was not to be sold. In our opinion, there is much in the written record of the negotiations for Turakina Rangatiki to support that view. The purchase of Te Awaho occupies a slightly different space in the historical analysis. The Te Rangimarie submission refers to it as controversial, and we agree with that assessment. In part, it was seen by those involved as a final stage of that wider territorial arrangement and as satisfying those within the general Ngāti Raukawa collective who were persuaded of the benefits of sale and having large reserves set aside. For rangatira, fully convinced that Māori, and I quote, should adopt the good customs of the English people and shake off the evil things of a bygone day, this was but the first plank in the ship of landholding. For Nepia Taratoa, reluctantly agreeing to the sale, this was all the sellers had any concern with, and the remainder was for Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Apa, Rangatane and Moapoko sitting at his feet. We note that the focus of our discussion was not on the rights and wrongs of these different positions, but on what the government purchase officers were doing. In our view, the tactics being employed represented an interference in rangatiratanga and a deterioration in the standards exercised by officers of the Crown. Overall policies. The acquisition of land generally was intended to establish British control in the region, not only putting settlers in possession of landed properties, but enabling the construction of roads and preventing the migration of hapu into so-called unoccupied territories. Of particular concern to Gray and Maclean and other officials of the time was the prospect of large and powerful tribes uniting under the leadership of senior rangatira in their opposition to European settlement. This was a theme to which they returned often. It was imperative to acquire control over the strategic routes, create reserves for so-called loyal natives who were willing to accommodate Crown settlement plans and establish a practical sovereignty through land purchase. Undermining the authority of Te Rangihaeta and Te Raupraha, who opposed the further spread of settlement, and persuading Ngāti Raukawa leaders not to support them in that opposition was an important element within this strategy. And while Gray and Maclean were busy trying to isolate those rangatira and undermine their prestige, they encouraged the Kura Haupo iwi to band together against the powerful Raukawas. This was a practice that would be repeated by other officials. From the beginning, Ngāti Apa was seen as a counterweight to Ngāti Raukawa, a tribe that was proving troublesome, and thus an important means of securing the safety of settlers on the frontier. The Upper Rangatiki River, where Fox would acquire land himself, was a crucial outpost safeguarding the route into the interior, where forces hostile to the Crown might combine. Turn now to the Rangatiki Turakina purchase. Gray and Maclean would successfully position themselves as peacemakers between contending tribes, even though the conflict was largely sparked by their efforts to purchase land in the region, another pattern to be repeated over the decades that followed. The issue for Ngāti Raukawa leaders was not whether Ngāti Apa had rights to the land to the north of the Rangatiki River and even to utilise certain areas on the southern bank. That interest was acknowledged. There seems to have been no intention to interfere with their use or to expel them. What was largely at issue was how far Pākehā settlement should come. As Rangihaeta expressed it, letting Ngāti Apa stand had occasioned trouble in these days by selling land about the very doors of the Ngāti Raukawa tribe. Maclean and officials who followed latched onto the acknowledgement of Ngāti Apa occupation of land between the Rangatiki and Manawatu rivers that had been made during the course of tribal discussions at the important Te Awaho Hui. The consensus reached at the time, 1849 to 50, had, however, been that this area was held under the authority of Taratoa for all and would not be sold. That was confirmed in later land court testimony where it was admitted by Kawana Hunia himself. That consensus had been again affirmed 18 months later when the flamboyant Kawana mounted another brief challenge to Ngāti Raukawa authority. The question of the inland boundary was far less clear as Maclean set out to prevent any attempt by Māori to join in the occupation of land there by supporters of Rangihaiata or by hapu acting under the authority of Te Hiuhiu. And we list here Ngāti Rangatahi, Ngāti Piki Ahu, Ngāti Waiwai, and Ngāti Matakore, who we've also listed on page 15 of this summary. Maclean wanted to secure the route into the interior, fix hapu in their occupation and ensure there were well-located reserves for friendly natives to ensure the safety of settlers who might be subject to, as Maclean phrased it, annoyance from natives passing to and fro from Taupo and other parts of the interior. And I'll just leave that next section as read, some matters that were discussed in Maclean that will be interest to the tribunal, hopefully. Maclean, along with those engaged in the colonisation of New Zealand, from secretaries of state downwards and including the missionaries and settlers, assumed that European laws would prevail ultimately and that Ngāti Raukawa resistance to sale would begin to break down. In the meantime, Maclean advocated a cautious approach. He manipulated and obfuscated, but he did not press, especially when there were easier deals to be struck in the Wairarapa and Hawke's Bay. Others would be less cautious, however, more ready to cut corners and apply pressure, and that pressure would increase as the Wellington province became directly involved in acquiring further lands in the region. I turn now to Ahuatauranga. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. As part of the wider territorial arrangements, Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Kōwhata agreed that the area between the Tararoas and the Taonui stream could be sold under the authority of Te Hiriwanu's branch of Rangatane. Again, the Crown agent largely responsible for the conduct of the purchase, James Grindell, played divide and rule tactics between Rangatane and Ngāti Raukawa, and within Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Kōwhata between non-sellers and sellers. He encouraged Rangatane to speak with one voice, arguing that if they were disunited by internal dissension, they would be laying themselves open to the attacks of the Ngāti Raukawas, from whom much opposition was to be expected, and that there would thus be much less chance of coming to an amicable understanding with that tribe. At the same time, he identified vulnerability in the non-selling stance of Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Kōwhata, noting that the supporters of the Kawanatanga among them, looking upon Te Hiriwanu as one of their party, appeared disposed to support him, whilst the non-sellers say that the intention of acting independently of them was a piece of assumption. He anticipated that judicious management would undermine any strenuous opposition and ultimately lead to the acquirement of all lands in the hands of Ngāti Raukawas. In the short term, however, Grindell found that he could not fix the western boundary of the purchase at the Oroa River as he had first intended, because Ngāti Kōwhata and Ngāti Wehewehe had rights to its east and would not sell. As a result, the boundary was set at Taonui stream instead. Te Awaho. And just before I start, I'd like to interpolate. I realised that because I looked at the negotiations for the purchase, often they didn't identify who the non-sellers were. And it's actually when the reserves were set up that it was revealed that Ngāti Whakatere had been left out, had been among those non-sellers and had been left out. And I refer you to Dr. Husband's report for more information on that, but I wanted to acknowledge that omission on the record. As we noted above, the report argues that under pressure to acquire land for settlement at a faster pace, Crown purchase officers began to deviate from best practice. In contrast to Maclean's former approach of detailed discussion and agreement reached at large-scale hui, where all endorsed the sale, Sarank pressed ahead, forcing the transactions through, promising to buy undefined lands against the expressed opposition of senior rangatira. This was accompanied by a sustained attack on the integrity of Taratoa, on his rights in the land, and far from veiled threats that if the opposition continued, he would be held to blame by the government. In our view, Sarank is undermined by his own words. He argued that the opposition of Taratoa and his friends had no feasible grounds, that the rangatira's actions were deceitful, and that his opposition to sale had been tolerated for too long. It was not possible in the eyes of Sarank for Taratoa to both oppose the sale of land and yet be a friend to the Crown. This view was widely held by Crown officials with respect to all supporters of the kingitanga, despite repeated demonstrations by those communities that they were for peace and cooperation. It is a puzzle to us as to why Taratoa was perceived as deceitful. We can only presume that Sarank did not want to hear what he was saying. Sarank described his refusal to recognise the authority of Taratoa, and I would add the down payment of £400 before really there was a full accord, as a bold stroke. But later, while defending the time it had taken to get any purchase through, Sarank accepted that Taratoa's opposition was based in customary rights, and I think it's worth quoting him in full. The Awaho purchase was disputed inch by inch and was only completed under considerable difficulty. I'm well aware that individual natives have expressed their willingness to sell this land, that is, to receive the payment for it, but could they give possession of an acre of it to the Crown? I deny it. It must also be borne in mind that the Manawatu is a conquered country and not inherited from their ancestors by its present occupants. All therefore have a claim notwithstanding its being portioned off for different tribes or certain individual chiefs. All equally help to conquer it and require to be consulted in case of its being offered for sale. This was something that the government and the Native Land Court would work against over the next 30 years and more. By 1860, there was such support for the anti-land selling views of the supposedly isolated Taratoa that Sarank recommended a halt to all purchase operations in the district. His overall assessment was that the natives were decidedly opposed from conflicting claims and indirect influences to a cession of any portion of it to the Crown. And I take the next couple of paragraphs read where I talk about this debates that were taking place in the district. The recurring themes in this period of the across the divide of Kāwanatanga and Kingitanga was for peace and a Maori authority over local matters of concern, including land title and law and order, what they called the substance for the shadow. I turn now to the Rangatiki Manawatu block in Featherston's negotiations. First, I think the important thing is the shift of responsibility into the hands of the Wellington province, and I think there's no doubt that the appointment of Featherston as Land Purchase Commissioner and the shift of practical responsibility into the hands of for land purchase into the hands of the provincial government marked a deterioration in Ngāti Raukawa's position, and and in that of those attempting to prevent further sale of land. Increasingly, the whole financial future of the province was wrapped up in the successful purchase of the Rangatiki Manawa 2 block, and the pressure was unrelenting. Was purchase the only solution? Featherston, like his predecessors, positioned purchase by the Crown as the only way to solve an intractable problem that Māori were supposedly only capable of settling by violence. He was ostensibly brought in to arbitrate an outbreak of fighting in 1863-64. This was an idea that Ngāti Raukawa were willing to support, but which Ngāti Apa refused to countenance. Featherston did not try very hard to convince them of it as a proper option. And when Ngāti Apa offered to sell instead, he had accepted, provided that it was only for as far as they could prove their interests. There was a crucial exchange. In brief, Featherston accepted Ngāti Apa's offer, disavowing any knowledge of the rights or wrongs of their claim. And I quote, "Neither tribe, until its interests have been ascertained, is in a position to hand over the lands in dispute to the government, and I therefore tell you distinctly that I will not accept the lands. I will not buy a waitara. All you can offer and all I can accept is the interest which you may be found to have in these lands. Do you clearly understand what I say?" He continued in his report of the meeting. They were evidently disappointed and remained silent, consulting, however, among themselves. I repeated 2 or 3 times what I had just stated. Their intention in their offer to hand over the lands was simply to have their title to them confirmed, as it were, by the government, and thus to make the government the principal in the quarrel. Yet that is exactly what would happen. And though Featherston said that he would accept only whatever interest they may hereafter be proved to possess in it, signatures began to be collected for the deed without any investigation of or agreement on the nature of those interests or where exactly they were located. At some point, what the non-sellers held would have to be defined. The inland boundary and the reserves would have to be surveyed off, but this was an obligation to which Featherston gave no priority at all. They would still be undefined at the point of supposed sale, and even as the land was on-sold in preparations made for settlers to move onto the block. Move now to the retention of rents to apply a pressure. As part of that so-called peacekeeping, as Featherston abandoned arbitration and pursued purchase instead, the leases to which the Crown had been turning a blind eye became an important and effective lever. Featherston apparently won everybody's agreement that he hold the rents for distribution until they had agreed to a fair division. In fact, Taratoa had undertaken such a process on his deathbed, but in the eyes of Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Apa had become covetous. Be that as it may, the agreement as to division became synonymous with agreeing to sell outright. Withholding of the rents put considerable pressure on Māori to agree to the sale of their land, as their usual income was cut off and their expenses mounted. Even after the deed was supposedly finalised and the Crown was trying to make Māori agree to limited provision of reserves, rents had not been paid out. This was so even though Featherston often represented the division of rent and purchase monies as an easy matter, far easier to put into effect than sorting out the allocation of land. Use of war measures. Adding greatly to the pressure on Ngāti Raukawa as Featherston took over direct control of purchase operations was the introduction of suppression of rebellion and confiscation measures with which Featherston was associated from the get-go. As he set about his supposed arbitration, he was asked many questions by the people gathered at I Hakara's pa about the recent instructions to resident magistrates regarding supporters of the kingitanga and how far they had, in the eyes of the government, committed themselves and to which of the 3 classes they properly belonged. Were they Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Kauwhata, loyalists, rebels, or neutrals? This was followed by resident magistrate Buller administering the oath of allegiance and surrender of arms. This was too good an opportunity to be lost. Buller reporting that, I have obtained from Ihakara and Hoani Meihana a distinct promise that they will make this a pretext for offering for sale the large block of land now in dispute between their tribes and the Ngāti Apa. Ihakara, he said, had long wished to sell, but that had been deterred by the strong adverse feeling at Otaki. However, the possibility of future confiscation through this participation in the war by a certain section of the tribe he considers a sufficient argument for his purpose. Move on to the mass representation of rangatira agreement. The next significant step in the purchase was a letter written in September 1864 at Wharangi, 9 so-called representative chiefs wrote to Featherston, placing our land between the Manawatu and Rangatiki rivers in your hands for sale to the government as the only means of finally settling our difficulty. There is no doubt that these were senior men, but they could not speak for the collective without their presence and consent. The signatories said that very thing themselves. This was the individual act of a few, the leading men in the dispute and threatened fight. The general consent of the tribe, and I've been quoting here, was still required for, I quote, the final decision as to selling or refusing to sell rests, of course, with the whole tribe. It is only when both chiefs and people agreed the land can be absolutely ceded. In a separate letter, Tapatawhata of Ngāti Kauwhata endorsed the proposal. I will say this. At a meeting shortly afterwards, Featherston later recalled Ihakara had presented him with his carved club named Rangatike, which had belonged to Taratoa, to symbolise the transfer of the land into the hands of the Crown. He saw this as giving him, Featherston, saw this as giving him entire permission, though Ihakara said there were still many matters outstanding, and as Meihana would later express it, they had only been commencing the matter. They had thought it would be dealt with as the other blocks had been. And then I moved to the exclusion of the block from the Native Land Court jurisdiction, and I propose just leaving that as being read. But I do think it's very significant because it would mean that the Crown would be very heavily invested in the purchase and in supporting the claims of those whom they had paid before any formal examination was made as to who in fact possessed rights. Then I look at the collection of signatures without assessment of rights. The pressure on the non-sellers to give the Crown into the Crown's demands mounted. As resident magistrate, Buller touted the deed around and collected signatures individually in twos and threes and some in larger groupings. So did the pressure on the non-sellers increase to sign likewise, because this was the only option, they were told, and the only way to retain the friendship of the Crown. All signatures were accepted, beginning mostly with those located further away, and all without any discernible discussion of rights, and while Featherston continued to hold on to the rents. Buller later told the Native Land Court, I allowed anyone belonging to the tribes named in the deed to sign if they alleged a claim. Nor did he think the presence of signatures belonging to those who did not in fact have a legitimate rights invalidated the deed. He asked for signatures, but it was not his, I quote, practice to investigate claims. There were allegations too of bribery and fraud. In the next section I've entitled Lack of Real Consent. There had been continued to be clear opposition to the purchase when the general government decided to, quote, clear Māori from the planned road between Taranaki and Whanganui. Featherston broke off from land purchasing to join the campaign at the head of a combined force of fighters drawn from Moapoko, Ngāti Apa and Te Awa's branch of Rangatane. Shortly afterwards, in April 1866, another key meeting took place, this one at Takapu. As usual, Featherston and Buller underreported the degree and legitimacy of the opposition while misrepresenting the nature of consent. For those resisting the sale, there was now the added difficulty of facing an armed and emboldened opposition in good standing with the Crown and with Featherston personally. And I'll skip the next paragraph and get on to Featherston's response to the criticism and objections. And this was that he had been dragged into the matter. He stressed repeatedly that his role was one of mediator only. He had not asked for the job. Both the quarrel and the land in dispute had been forced upon him by the three tribes. After other avenues of conciliation had failed. As to the idea of submitting the matter to the Native Land Court, and as increasingly the non-sellers demanded, Featherston was scathing of its chances of success and said, but let them say that they will submit their claims to the decision of Judge Parakaya, and he would declare his concurrence in it. Nor was the consent of all required, despite earlier statements to this effect. It would be a manifest injustice if the minority possessing, as he insisted, little or no interest in the land prevented the majority from selling it, especially when this was the only means of avoiding an intertribal war. He was, he said, so confident that the deed would ultimately be executed by all the real claimants that he had no difficulty in publicly announcing his acceptance of the block and in congratulating them upon this long-standing feud being thus amicably settled and finally adjusted. When the deed was supposedly completed in December 1866, a portion of the final payment was set aside for non-sellers to be held on their behalf, but which the government took no responsibility for ensuring was distributed. An immediate stream of letters, statements and delegations from rangatira protesting what had happened at Takapu undermined the credibility of Featherston's version. There were senior leaders, Parakaya Te Poepa, Te Hirako, Te Huruhuru, Paranihi Te Tau, Taharapi, and I forgot to mention important Te Koro Te One, and amongst many others, who continued to oppose the sale. Some serious allegations were also made about Featherston, namely that he was using the numbers of Ngāti Apa's allies and their recent armed support for the Crown to bully Ngāti Raukawa into acquiescence. They alleged that he had announced, and I quote, "There are 800 of Whanganui, there are 200 of Ngāti Apa, Rangatane and Moapoko are 100, but you, O Ngāti Raukawa, are half, a small portion." Another word of Dr. Featherston's was, "We went together with these tribes to fight against the rebel tribes upon the authority of the Queen. They have consented to the sale. I have agreed to their proposal. This land is in my hand." We note that there would be other claims that Featherston, although he often spoke of the need for obedience to the law, was in fact turning a blind eye to, even encouraging Ngāti Apa to take armed action against Ngāti Raukawa over contested surveys, leases and court sittings. In this context, we note in particular the incident over Gotti's sheep in July 1868. We have looked more closely at these allegations in a separate gap-filling exercise and intend to give further evidence on the matter in the second stage of hearings. Given the lack of proper investigation into ownership, it is far from clear how many right holders had refused to sign or had been ignored by the time Featherston paid out the final purchase monies at Parawanui in December 1866, an event described to Judge Rogan as the climax of all land purchases when Mr. Buller and Dr. Featherston drove in a dog cart to Rangatiki spilled £25,000 out to be scrambled for and left the settlement. The figures varied widely. Featherston maintained that there were few and their rights negligible. Hadfield suggested there were nearly 400. A relatively disinterested observer, E.W. Paki, also reckoned in November that as many as 392 persons remained opposed to the purchase. On the other hand, it is equally unclear who the 1,700 signatures on the deed represented. Essentially, the deed was a mass of signatures of individuals collected at different places and dates and cannot be seen as representing hapu consent reached in the open light of day with the consensus of all that held rights. In the next section, I've titled Fair Play, or question mark, Fair Play in the Native Land Court. In light of the storm of protests and petitions, continuing trouble on the ground, and serious doubts about the integrity and effectiveness of Featherston's procedures, the Crown agreed to submit the question of ownership to the Native Land Court. Native Minister Richmond commented that the government have never yet recognised the right of a majority in a tribe to override the minority, whilst refusing to countenance a small section and pressing their communistic claim in mere obstruction of all dealings by the rest of the tribe. They have at all times been consistent in recognising to the fullest extent the proprietary claims of every bona fide owner. But was the Native Land Court capable of making an impartial determination of bona fide ownership when so much was at stake for the Crown and for the Wellington province? We do not intend to detail here the extensive and often contradictory evidence that was heard, nor the court's two findings, which we see as contorted, as based on political convenience, contrary to custom, and as inherently illogical and unjust to the Ngāti Raukawa collective, whose interests were reduced first to a half share and ultimately to those small patches of land on which the known sellers could demonstrate cultivation and residence. The whole notion of authority deriving from conquest, in which all equally participated, followed by occupation of allocated portions, was disregarded. Instead, such rights as Ngāti Raukawa enjoyed were seen as those of individual hapu living on the land on the sufferance of Ngāti Apa, who were represented in the second finding as the firm allies of Ngāti Toa. We argue that many early observations, including from Te Rauparaha himself, suggest that they were far from that. We focus instead on the role played by the Crown and whether we think that it was possible for the Native Land Court to reach an impartial decision in the circumstances we have outlined above. Our firm conclusion is no. The first major point is that this was an unequal contest weighted against Parakaia Te Poepa and the other non-sellers by the thousands of pounds that had been paid down. Further, the Crown threw its weight directly behind the counterclaimants, acting in the capacity of opponent. And I'll just skip through that. But why was the Crown involved at all? The second wave of applications after the first Himatangi decision objected to the presence of the Crown at the next session held at Rangatiki rather than Otaki after some successful manoeuvring on Fox's part. Their objection that the Crown had derived its right from sellers and the Native Land Act 1867 Section 40, which provided for the entire Manawatu block to be heard again, also stated that no claim by and no question relating to the title or interest of any native who shall have signed the said deed of sale shall be so referred. And so they thought that the Crown, on those grounds, shouldn't be present, but that argument was overruled. A petition headed by Henare Te Herako summed up the inequitable situation they were in. And I quote, "They found their claims opposed by all the power, prestige and influence of the Crown, represented by the Superintendent of the province, the resident magistrate of the district, an official interpreter of the resident magistrates court at Wanganui, and an English barrister, recently Prime Minister of the colony. Arguably, they were in a better position when the second hearing got underway in mid-1869, being represented by a lawyer of some repute, W.D.T. Travers, but still with Attorney General Prendergast conducting the Ngāti Apa case. Ngāti Apa had to prove a perfect title. The Crown, despite the concerns expressed by Richmond, did not have to prove anything with respect to itself. It just had to show that Ngāti Raukawa rights were not exclusive. And in fact, the Native Land Court reached a preliminary view in very short order. When the Attorney General had finished his opening address, Chief Judge Fenton indicated that it would not be necessary to examine the witnesses for the Crown on the alleged subjection of Ngāti Apa to a condition of slavery and dependence, as it appeared to the court from the evidence before it that the case for the claimants had entirely failed on that point. Nor did the Crown have to show that those signing the deed had done so with the consent of the hapu to which they belonged. After 6 weeks of evidence, the court reached its decision within an hour. Ngāti Raukawa had not acquired dominion through conquest, nor had they required rights as a tribe through occupation. Only Ngāti Kahoro, Ngāti Parewahawaha, and Ngāti Kowhata had done so. Of the more than 500 claimants before it, the court ended up admitting only, and I've got the wrong number, only 62 persons entitled to a grand total of 6,500 acres. The court ignored the fact the Crown's alleged purchase had been made possible by gaining signatures from individuals from Ngāti Apa, Whanganui, Kahungunu, and Ngāti Raukawa, many of whom were non-residents. We note that while the various non-sellers had been attempting to protect their rights in the Rangatiki Manawatu, the Native Law Court was ruling against them in their original homelands in South Waikato and Mangatotiri. There they were deemed to have been conquered and to have lost all rights, despite acknowledgement by the Māori King that this was not so, and attempts to show that they had left people on the ground and went back and forth. An effort by Ngāti Kowhata and Ngāti Wehewehe to gain redress through a lengthy commission of inquiry established in response to their early petition proved expensive but ineffective. The next section I've headed, the purchase incomplete. Once the court's judgment was delivered to the applause of Featherston and the Provincial Council, he moved quickly to have the natal title extinguished. The General Government complied on his assurances that the boundaries of the lands awarded by the court had been defined. This was clearly premature. The boundaries had not been established on the ground, and the opposition to the survey was such that Maclean had to be called in to negotiate a settlement. Dissatisfaction was shared by sellers and non-sellers alike. All were in a state of what they called affliction, and there was growing distrust of Maclean as well. They had been humbugged about the reserves which had failed to materialise or were extremely limited. Hapu, based at Tururu, had been rendered landless by the court on the grounds that they had settled there after 1840, and the monies had not been properly distributed. Concerned about the threat to the peace of the colony, the possibility of aggrieved and dispossessed hapu making common cause with the existing enemies of the Crown, and the growing possibility that the whole purchase might be repudiated, Maclean sought to patch up Featherston's questionable and undoubtedly sloppy purchase. Ultimately, a mixture of expanded reserves, monetary compensation, and modified boundaries was negotiated. The grievances of Paraka Te Poepa's people at Himatangi were dealt with separately in a struggle that lasted over a 30-year period, as I've described in the report. Although there were numerous acknowledgements that the conduct of the Rangatiki Manawatu purchase had fallen well short of good practice, that the reserves had been inadequate, and that the Native Land Court award had dispossessed some groups entirely, redress was offered only as an act of grace, not as an admission of government wrongdoing. The vast bulk of the land was gone, and that would not change. And any land that was offered back would be under a transformed tenure. The impact of that transformation on the few areas that Māori had retained north of the Manawatu River, the undermining of hapu control, fragmentation of title, and vulnerability to alienation is discussed with reference to the Aorangi block in our report, while the subsequent loss of the reserves has been detailed by Dr. Husbands. We end by returning to one of the themes noted in our introductory remarks. By this stage, many of the hapu concerned were heavily in debt and reliant on the services of European advisors in both business and government matters. The role played by MacDonald and Buller over the course of the purchase of the Rangatiki Manawatu and the subsequent loss of land and autonomy is quite remarkable. In the case of MacDonald, championship of rights in the Native Land Court was trammelled with costs and eventually corrupted into an abuse of business arrangements over the land, a betrayal of trust and friendship. His capacity to do this exposes a system of mortgaging that disguised the extent of alienation that had actually occurred in the lands remaining. Buller, on the other hand, a Crown agent complicit in the way Rangatiki Manawatu had been acquired by the provincial government against the wishes of Parakaia and his hapu, ended up supposedly championing their cause, but acting very much in his own self-interest. After much campaigning, they received a circumscribed measure of redress, but at considerable cost in financial terms and in terms of their rangatiratanga.
Before we move to cross-examination, Your Honour, Dr Anderson has prepared an errata for her report. It was filed by my friend from Tomato Law last week by email, but I have hard copies of that for the tribunal.
The changes that she obviously made during her presentation?
This is just to the full report, not the summary.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, on that note, before we start questioning, at paragraph in your summary, when you were reading through, you at paragraph 28 said, in our view, Serank is undermined rather than condemned. Which is it? Undermined or condemned?
Condemned.
So you want to keep that word?
Yes.
And the only other change was at paragraph 66, you indicated once the court's judgment was delivered to the applause of Featherston.
Oh, yes.
And then you added in, and the Provincial Council.
Yes.
So they obviously wouldn't have been, you mean subsequent to the actual court hearing?
Yes.
Yes, okay. You want those words left there then?
Yes, I just thought, they're not essential, but...
Right.
Well,
Sorry,
thank
Your
you.
Honour,
What was the paragraph number that you just mentioned?
Paragraph 66.
Your Honour, I'm not sure when the erratum was filed, but it would be useful if copies were made available for Council as well.
Has it been distributed? Do you want to email it out now?
Has it gone through?
We will email it right now.
Thank you.
Okay, well, the first, we've got Woodland Law first up. Thank you.
Tēnā koe e tākuta, e te rangatira. E re ana he mihi tino mahana, tino whakawhitai ki a koe, no te tūkina o ngā kōrero māmai o ngā tangata. Me tō kano he hōmeromero. A acknowledgement of immense warmth and gratitude to you for your incredible eye and attention to detail in bringing forth such painful stories.
Thank you.
Ngā mihi. Council is Lyndon Rogers for Woodward Law, for Tahuri Wakanui, for Ngāti Henepare, for Ngāti Turua of Ngāti Kauwhata, and also Ngāti Pariwahawaha, Ngāti Mate Kore, and Ngāti Rangatahi of the North. So we put a question to you in writing, and I wonder, in regards to your response to the Pene Raupatu narrative and the Rangi Mārie narrative as well.
Yes.
You responded to us in writing, and so we've had the chance to read that, but the people in the room have not had the chance to hear it. And I wonder, I will have other questions of clarification to follow, but if you'd be able to begin by reading your written response.
I would if I knew where they were.
Document number.
Oh, no. That's what you're talking about. Yeah. Doctor, I've got a copy.
Do you have a document number for us?
201F. 201F.
Right. I'd like to preface, I do have something to add to what I've written here, if I may. And I thought I had till the 2nd of April to actually put a more considered response in, so I may do that. It's just time with all the preparation and summaries and other things was actually quite limited. But I'll begin with what I've started with, which is, do I have comments on the Rangamārie narrative or on the Pene Raupatu paper? So I would say we are in general agreement with those statements made within the Rangamārie narrative, insofar as they fall within the ambit of our report. We've discussed a number of these matters in our summary. We make two further comments. One pertains to the statement that the Native Land Court concentrated on the question of conquest to the exclusion of other important elements of customary tenure. While we agree with that general proposition, in our view, the court did consider the question of occupation and whether Ngāti Raukawa or any of the hapu had acquired rights as a result. However, as in the case of its consideration of conquest, the court's understanding of occupation was limited and inconsistent. In particular, the iwi had spread themselves over the territory to establish and maintain their control, but their rights were assessed only insofar as they could demonstrate actual cultivation and residence, and reduced to the areas in which the remaining non-settlers physically occupied, and ultimately a few meagre reserves. Further, the rights of signatories to the deed, many of whom were clearly non-resident, went unexamined to the great disadvantage of Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Kauwhata and other iwi hapu of that confederation. And I just wanted to add that, and this is more specifically to what I've read in the Pene Raupatu submission, I agree that the Crown ought to have been dealing with hapu leadership over much smaller blocks of land, and also in this instance ought to have been dealing with the hapu in occupation when it came to purchase. I agree that non-residents should not have been selling the land out from under, ought not to have been selling the land out from under them. I'm less certain when it comes to the question of an overarching tribal right and the ability to prevent a hapu from selling, especially in circumstances such as these, where the conquest was shared and in which Māori were in fact confronted by a non-customary situation, the permanent alienation of land where all rights were lost. If such a right did not exist, or wasn't adapted to meet this new situation, there was nothing to prevent the planks from being removed one by one when the Confederation attempted to retain substantial stretch of territory. Featherston and Buller, of course, accepted the signatures of many who were non-resident, but my unease is heightened by their concerted effort and by the Land Court to deny the rights of non-sellers based at Otaki to have any say in the block's disposal. And then I go on to say we also agree with the conclusion expressed in the narrative that the court was biased and that there were better options available to the government. The idea that Māori were better equipped to reach decisions as to right holding through their own institutions than an alien court is well established in tribunal jurisprudence, and we make no further statement as to that. However, we do note that after the widespread rejection of the Himatangi decision, the Crown in fact considered establishing a commission of inquiry comprising 2 Native Land Court judges and 2 further members, one designated by Ngāti Raukawa claimants and the other by Featherston. That proposal fell through when Featherston's delegate McLean declined the appointment. We discussed this in our gap-filling Crown Action and Māori Response Land and Politics 1840 to 1900 report in the section entitled The Failed Option of a Commission. In that report, we also discussed the question of court bias and the degree of influence exercised by the government on its operation. We conclude that the court was an instrument of Crown policy, that the Crown controlled its jurisdiction, the purse, and the appointment of judges who shared the objectives and were poorly qualified to assess questions of custom. Although the importance of the court's independence was recognised and emphasised at the time, the reality of that separation of power was belied by the closeness of communication between government ministers, their officials and the judges, as outlined in the section, the question of undue influence. But I have to note here that that particular correspondence was more to do with the Hora Whenua block, so we don't have the same sort of smoking gun in this instance as we do later on. And I'd just like to make one more comment. I think that often the court, I would agree with Professor Boast, that often it was impartial because it didn't really matter who went into the title or not. The important thing was to get the title decided, and if the Crown officers had made down payments that were premature and they weren't in the title, they could always take it off from other blocks. But in this instance, so much money had been paid down, £25,000. It's very difficult to see, I think, the court as being prepared to come to a decision that would be so disastrous for the finances of the Wellington province. And I think you see that in the fact that the Crown is actually appearing as opponents in the court case, which I have never come across before. Maybe Professor Boast has, but it's a very, very, very unusual situation.
Tēnā koe. We agree with so much of what you're saying, Dr. Anderson, and I wonder if I could pick up on a framing of a question that Ms. Simpson used before lunch, asking Dr. Hearn. There's the standards of Lord Normanby's instructions, and there's the standards that the Crown imposed for themselves.
Yes.
But when we're thinking against what standards should the Crown's actions be measured, it's the position of the claimants that I represent that the hapu had a highly consensus-based model.
Yes.
The rangatira of the hapu was very much part of the fabric of the hapu and couldn't go and make up some other story somewhere else that didn't sit with what had been talked about at home.
Yes.
And at page 55 of Pendudo Patu, it's put that actually the Crown's model of engagement should have been to go to those hapu leaders, hapu by hapu, and speak to them, and if possible to obtain their signatures for the sale of land. So in searching for a standard against which to measure the Crown's actions, how would you respond to that standard?
Yes, well, they should have always have dealt with the hapu leadership, but it wasn't good enough to just get rangatira to sign. The leaders had to go back to the hapu and gain their consent. And I mean, they actually said that in the wharangi offer, and subsequent to that, we can't make the that decision without talking to the hapu first. And indeed, they said the same thing in the Koimara conference. We have to go back and discuss. So getting a rangatira to sign, sometimes completely off-site, for whatever reason, whether it was a promise of a reserve, whether pressure was being put on them, we often don't know because there's not a record of those discussions. So that falls well short of both the standards set by the Crown and by the standards that would be expected by Māori themselves. And I think possibly I'm not so condemnatory of the large-scale hui that you see operating at the beginning, because in those situations everybody, with some exceptions like Paranehi Tato, for example, said, well, you know, I wasn't involved in that, I didn't know it was going on. But certainly the people on the plains and towards the coast, they did come together, they talked about it, and the whole of the gathering came to an agreement. It was done in the open light of the day, and that was quite different from the conduct of Featherston in the Rangatiki Manawatu purchase.
Tēnā koe. Thank you for that acknowledgement that it's not the one voice of the EU as a whole, but it's actually the voice of each hapu that needed to be heard.
Yes.
Tēnā koe. Those are our questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tanahu?
Tēnā koe, Dr. Tēnā koe, Dr. Anderson. Is this working? Kia ora, my name is Hemi Tanahu. I'm counsel for Ngāti Whakatiri, Wai2200. One of those counsellors asked for questions of clarification. I also represent Ngā Hapu o Kereru, Wai1944. The claimants that I represent, Dr. Anderson, have interest in the northern phase of this inquiry.
Sorry, could you just speak up a tiny bit, please?
Okay,
Thank you.
The claimants I represent have major interest in the Porirua Manawatu district inquiry that spans both the northern phase and the southern phase. And I'd like to extend our appreciation for your report, which has been excellent for the claimants that I represent. Firstly, I'd like to extend our appreciation to you in relation to your interpellation that you did this morning in relation to Ngāti Whakatiri, and that you described them as non-sellers, and that they, as non-sellers, still did not receive much in terms of land holdings. Because that's an issue that my claimants have, in terms of their particularised statement of claim, has had major impact on Ngāti Whakatiri, where they, and you would appreciate, being deemed a seller has detrimental impacts on these people. And that was as a consequence of Crown actions and behaviour, where it's now become generational psychologically for the Ngāti Whakatiri claimants that I represent. So to have your interpellation this morning and to have Dr. Husband's evidence in his report that's clear that Ngāti Whakatiri were not sellers, but even though they were non-sellers, they still suffered from land loss, is extremely appreciative for the claimants that I represent, and it certainly has reduced the questions that I have for you today. So thank you for that. I'm going to refer you to your full report, page 151.
As you may have noticed, I'm still a bit visually impaired, so
I'm sorry.
I can
wouldn't
never
have
decide
guessed.
whether to use my left eye or my right eye.
Page
all right.
151, and I'm looking at the last paragraph on page 151. It's in relation to it's in relation to a deputation going to Maclean in relation to a house being built at Motua and land sales. That's what that paragraph is about. The reason why I'm asking a question on that paragraph is that you've made reference to a house being built. Are you aware that the house that's at issue is Turongo, which is a whare karakia that was erected on Motua that was eventually moved from Motua in 1960 to Whakawehi Marae? Do you understand that?
Sorry, no, I wasn't aware of that. But of course, this is where oral tradition is so important, and of course, we historians sort of put our thoughts on paper before we had the advantage of the massive oral tradition histories that have now been filed. So.
Right. Because you've mentioned in your evidence about the discourse that has caused a lot of hapu affiliated to Raukawa and their relationships with other iwi or other groupings in this district,
Yes.
caused by the Crown, their deceit, their lies, the conflict that they've created. You wouldn't be, in terms of extending that issue in relation to Turongo was a symbolic house that for hapu of Ngāti Raukawa, hapu of Hone Meihana of Rangitane, and ngā hapu o Himatangi, used to symbolise to them that they needed to start forging close relationships with each other.
Yes.
As a consequence of what the Crown had done to them in causing conflict.
Yes.
Would you agree to that?
Yes, and I mean, we have other instances of marriages and various peacemaking, the gift of greenstone, that are indications that conflicting Māori groups were perfectly capable of coming to accommodations without the intervention of the Crown.
Thank you, but most of that was because of what the Crown did, though, wouldn't it?
Well, that's partly what my summary was about, that Crown purchase activities, and because once the land, you can't come to the sort of accommodations that you might have come to if the land wasn't gone. You couldn't absorb hapu into your own. You couldn't move on. There were many things that were, many options that were closed off as a result of Crown purchasing and individualisation of title in a later period.
Thank you. Just to extend it as well, on page 153 of your report, you make reference to a bottle.
Oh, yes.
That McLean's using to distinguish boundaries, correct?
Yes.
And that he makes reference to a coin that wouldn't fit in the bottle.
Yes.
Would you, in your view or opinion, and you look at the examples that historically and traditionally that Māori have, and one of them was Ihakara Tukumaru, who gifted the Mere Pounamu Rangitike as cementing the boundary set for the Manawatu Rangitike block.
Sorry, cementing?
Yeah, well, cementing the boundary. That's what the Mere Pounamu Rangitike was given by Ihakara Tukumaru for McLean to confirm that the boundary for the Manawatu Rangitike block was set in place, and the mere was a reflection of that agreement. My question is, if McLean is using this bottle
yes,
to reflect the Crown's agreement on a boundary, because it's in relation to the Manawatu block. Is it your view that the Crown used tikanga that the likes of Ihakara Tukumaru used in a number of rangatira that implemented these physical representations of an agreement, like a boundary, to entice rangatira to sell land using a similar process, like a bottle, to entice them to enter into these land sales?
I don't know that I would use the word entice. I think it helps to explicate to Māori what was going on, using a sort of a po to mark
Correct.
a boundary. Yes.
Correct. In your view, did those bottles serve its purpose?
I think the more important part of the process was the going together. I think I've discussed in the report how po had been set down by the people on the inland rangateke, Ngāti Waiwai and Ngāti Pikiahu, to set the boundary. And so then it was a question of negotiation to establish something that party, the party who were present, were able to come to agreement on. So there was a certain amount of compromise, with a little bit of pushing by McLean, who said, "Oh, I'm going to ignore that po," because he wouldn't, in that instance, his opinion was that these people have no rights here at all. So for him, it was more a political. It was as far as he could get away with, and his decision in that instance was, well, all the good lands within that boundary, that's going to the Crown anyhow, so we're not going to push it too far. I think the use of the Queen, trying to use the Queen's, the significance of the coin was that it had the Queen's portrait on it. And I think there would be a certain amount of understanding as to what that meant.
Correct, but I put it to you, Dr. Anderson, that despite the Crown doing that, they didn't intend to honour it at all, did they?
They certainly, in terms of how far their purchase would go. Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, if the Crown is suggesting by use of this physical representation of an agreement that they don't intend to honour, then my question is that was certainly a Crown tactic by using tikanga that rangatira used against them.
I see what you're saying. Yes, I think certainly, I don't know whether I would, yes, I would agree. I certainly think that one side, Māori side, certainly Ngāti Raukawa and the people involved in the setting of the boundary thought, that's it, that's as far as European settlement's coming. Whereas McLean has absolutely no intention of stopping there. And I think I used the word obfuscate. He's pretty unclear that the intention is to continue in purchase operations. And indeed, this is not unique to this area, and many rangatira who actually began by cooperating with the government and selling, and I will actually use Major Kemp as an example. In the end, he turned very much against the Crown, and it's because of its insatiable appetite for acquiring more and more land.
That's correct, Doctor, and these people are here because of that insatiable appetite. So thank you very much for your evidence.
Kia ora.
Thank you. We will carry on and deal with one more council, Mr. Burgess and Ms. Katipo. 10 minutes, and that takes us to afternoon tea. Again, no pressure, but I will keep you to the 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour, and I intend to keep within the 10-minute time frame. So tēnā koroa, Dr. Anderson and Dr. Green. My name is Kylie Katipo, and together with my colleague here, we act for Ngāti Pikiahu and Ngā iwi o Te Ruru. My questions today focus on the Rangitike Manawatu purchase and the subsequent Native Land Court investigations as they relate to our claimants.
Yes.
And I'll be mainly referring to chapters 6 and 7 of the report in my questions. So by way of background, Ngā iwi o Te Ruru comprises Ngāti Pikiahu, Te Reo, my apologies, Ngāti Pikiahu, Ngāti Matakore, Ngāti Waiwai and Ngāti Rangatahi. And our claimants say that the hapu and iwi of Te Reo have an association and shared whakapapa with Ngāti Raukawa. So at chapter 6 of your report, you discuss Featherston's approach to the purchase of the Rangitike Manawatu block, and I just have a few questions about that. And at page 238, if I can begin there.
Thank you.
And it's really there that you say that Featherston was extremely anxious to acquire the district. You would agree that with that anxiousness came a sense of urgency to complete the purchase?
Yes.
Yes. And that sense of urgency led Featherston to favour those in favour of the sale over those that were opposed to the sale?
Yes.
And coupled with that sense of urgency, at page 240, you refer to the change of attitude that Featherston brought with him, just at the bottom there. The change of attitude towards Ngāti Raukawa hapu as living in the area at the sufferance of Ngāti Apa?
Yes.
Yes. And so with that sense of urgency and the change of attitude, it left those opposed to the sale, including our claimants, under a lot of pressure to support the sale, didn't it?
Yes, it did, especially as he started, or Buller started accumulating signatures and basically saying, well, look, the land's gone, you know, we have all these signatures, you have no choice now except to join in.
Yes, and they continued to oppose it, didn't they?
Yes, right through the end, and because essentially the court decision dispossessed those people who had been living there, those hapu had been living there on the grounds that they hadn't been there at 1840. And that was against everybody's understanding. It wasn't like Ngāti Raukawa was saying they didn't have rights. To the contrary, Ngāti Raukawa were very supportive of them having rights in that district. And so they really were very, they led the opposition to the survey after the deed had been signed and the native title had been officially gazetted as being extinguished.
Yes, and thank you for that, Dr. Anderson. And it would be fair to say that they really had no option at the time, that they either agreed to the purchase or opposed it, and there was no other avenue for them to pursue.
No, and I think, but I mean, I think the terrible thing for them was that they ended up being totally dispossessed by the court decision. So a couple of the rangatira had signed, but the bulk of the people had clearly not signed and not agreed. And they actually found themselves with no recognition of their rights whatsoever, even though they had extensive cultivations in the area. And so Maclean had to go along and make provision for them. Less, I think, well, I'm not a great fan of Maclean. Maybe partly is a sense of justice, but mostly to prevent a combination of those people in the interior joining up with the forces that were still in armed opposition to the Crown. And so they were worried either that they would leave the district and join with the King Party, or they would give the King Party a reason to come down and fight in their support.
Yes, and the second half of my questioning was about the Native Land Court findings, so thank you for that. And the finding, of course, as you have said, that Te Raukawa were rendered landless by the courts, and you have said in your summary at paragraph 57 that the court's findings were contorted, is based on political convenience, contrary to custom, and is inherently illogical and unjust to the native Ngāti Raukawa collective.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that those observations would apply to the findings in respect of the hapu at Te Raukawa?
Yes, well, I was including them within that collective. Maybe I should have said the Heke collective, or the Heke Confederation. But yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Those are my questions.
Thank you. We are guided by the catering, so we're going to take the afternoon adjournment and be back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
How much over did I go?
I'm going to ask you to go out and partake of the kai that has been prepared. Walk and talk, take your friends with you. Thank you. I don't know if I'm being rude, but council, can you all
Korua e ngā takuta. Thank you both for your very detailed report. You'll be pleased to know that actually, as I was going through and writing questions for myself, I'd get 5 pages further on and found that you'd circled back and answered it already. Excellent. So this will be a jump around a bit, and actually, Dr. Anderson, most of my questions, and certainly all of the early ones, will come from your summary, not from the report. So that's 201C, I think. Okay, thank you. Can we start at paragraph 16? And in the middle of the paragraph, 6 lines down, I was struck by a phrase you used, which was establishing a practical sovereignty through land purchase. And it put me in mind of the Turaki inquiry and the emphasis on sovereignty up there, but that was the legal sovereignty that was particularly at issue. During this period that you've studied here, do you have any information, or did you come across any debates about that legal sovereignty question, as opposed to sort of this practical sovereignty issue? You're dealing with Crown Māori interactions, and I just wondered if there was... Microphone, please.
Okay. Sorry, legal sovereignty? No, not that I can recollect. There was certainly, I used that phrase strategic sovereignty because I was actually quoting officials at the time. It wasn't me projecting that argument that has been made by various legal and historians about the need to acquire land to establish a practical sovereignty.
Okay, thank you. Paragraph 28, where you're talking about Sarank pressing ahead into Awaho, and Sarank is condemned by his own words, you say?
Yes.
And the 2 sentences down, it was not possible in the eyes of Sarank for Taratoa to both oppose the sale of land and yet be a friend to the Crown. Is this, do you think, a reflection of what seems to have been a widely held Crown view, or was this a widely held Crown view, that associated the idea of a unitary sovereignty or any opposition to it and what it was trying to do with rebelliousness? You'll be familiar with, for example, the way the governor reacts in Taranaki.
Yes.
Over Waitara, which of course is mentioned frequently in this discussion. Is this another reflection of that sort of attitude, do you think?
Can you just go through that again for me, please?
Sorry, so is his view that it was impossible for Taratoa to both oppose the sale of land and yet be a friend to the Crown? Is this a reflection of a similar sort of attitude? You're either doing whatever we say, playing our game, or you're a rebel, or somehow definitely unfriendly anyway?
Yes, I think so. And I mean, they're often describing all of Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Kowhata and the people up in Rururu as being ho-hos, and Ngāti Apara, I have to say, is saying the same thing, but on fairly slim grounds quite often, although, of course, there's support for the kingitanga, but a lot of kingitanga supporters, and indeed Matini Te Whiwhi and Tamihana Te Raupraha, they never dreamed that the idea of having a Māori king meant that you were in rebellion. That just didn't occur to them at all. And my reading of the discussions in the meetings was that a lot of the kingitanga communities had no interest in being in rebellion. They wanted a share in the government. They wanted a say in how the colony was run. They wanted to be on juries. They wanted to have their postal service. They wanted a full share in the governance of the colony and autonomy over their own lives.
And would you agree the ability to retain their own lands?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. Jumping again, paragraph 40, and I should have said, my clients in this part of the inquiry are particularly the hapu at Himatangi, which is Tūranga, Rākau and Te Au, and also one of the Kowhata claims, and also Ngāti Huia from a bit further south. Anyway, this is where you talk about Featherston withholding the rents for distribution until they'd agreed on a fair division. I understood Dr. Hearn this morning to say that he was thinking that Featherston was rather instructing the landholders, or the run holders rather, to withhold the money rather than actually impounding it. And yet, of course, I was paying particular attention to what went on in Himatangi, where you have years, decades of argumentation about getting the withheld rents back, don't you?
Decades, yes. I think I don't know what the financially technical language is. I think Dr. Hearn is correct that it's always, in the documentation, it's generally referred to as impounding the rents. I think, in fact, they did tell them to stop paying it, but when the rents had to be distributed, the Crown went to the run holders and wanted that money, and in some cases the stockholders didn't have the money, the run holders didn't have the money, and the Crown had to stump up with it, and then complained when Parakaia's people said, well, we'd quite like to have our share, we never got our share, and they're saying, oh, well, we've already had to pay out of our own pockets to give the rents that were given over, but without taking them into account at all. So that is my understanding of it.
The example of Himatangi, we had Captain Robinson, who it seemed Featherston had impounded £500 from. Do you think then that Robinson hadn't actually given Featherston the missing £500, or that this was just an estimate for a certain period of the rents he had withheld payment of?
I don't know. I could go back and look at the documents to see if I can find out for you whether that's the case or not.
I don't know that it matters so much. The question is, the big question is, I put to you that the money to which the Māori owners were entitled is being somehow withheld from them.
Oh yes, yes, absolutely. And they clearly had been leasing for years, and they were entitled to those rents and their share of the rents. But when Featherston handed them over, he didn't really care that much who he handed them over to. And so I think he did hand them over to the non-sellers, but which non-sellers? And so he took no responsibility for that. And I just, this is a little bit on topic, but off topic. I think one of the things that he did, he took down payments, some of those down payments, because I wondered, well, what happened to, people were saying he's made down payments. He actually took that off the rent totals. But he doesn't keep a very good record of how he's making his decisions about any of these rent matters. So when the Himatangi people complained about the rents and the back rents, they were actually very difficult to tell what had actually happened because there were no receipts, there was no breakdown other than very general breakdowns.
And that assists Buller in acquiring 2/3 or more of the eventual payment, doesn't it?
Well, it does. I mean,
he's almost the last man standing with a piece of paper in his hand, isn't he?
He is. Well, he gets them to sign a promissory note. I mean, I think Buller's motivations are shown when it's decided to make the block inalienable, and he's very upset about that because he'd been intending to get what was owed to him out of the sale of the land, and I think that's why he actually championed the rent so much, because that was just a way of getting what he was owed out of them.
Yes, thank you. Turning over the page, I'm conscious of the time here, paragraph 42, final sentence, and we're jumping from Himatangi to Kauwhata here. Tapata Whata endorsed the proposal, Featherston thought, because of the impounding of rents and the high price paid for āhua tūranga had produced their desired effect. Are you saying there that Featherston has used both a carrot of a possible high price and a stick of impounding the rents if you don't go along?
Yeah, well, Buller actually says in his says that it was a deliberate strategy on Featherston's part to impoverish Maori, to force them into a situation of sale. So it's definitely a stick, in my opinion, anyhow.
And the enticement of the high price is all the more attractive to impoverished people then, you'd think?
It is, though. I mean, I haven't looked at the question of price, but I think you'd have to question how high a price it actually was. The only information I have come across that is the suggestion that twice as much as was paid was offered by private purchasers. And of course, that's partly why E Hakara and others were bitter about the exclusion of the block from the jurisdiction of the Land Court, because it gave preemption to the provincial government and put them in a stronger position when it came to negotiation as to price. Plus, of course, they hadn't been consulted about it at all. They only found out about 3 years later that, in fact, that this is what had happened.
Thank you. Can I just now...
Dr. Gilling, we're starting to get over the 15-minute period, yes. So unless it's something that adds to what we've heard other council ask.
One question of clarification then. In your report, page 471, the first paragraph of that page under the heading 8.9. which is the second half really, which is about the land taken for the railway line. And as I read it, there's a standard 1.5 chains width for a railway line, but instead in this case they are taking 3 chains, which is twice the width. So they're taking 60 metres width. Near enough? No?
Yes.
Why are they taking 3 chains? That's a large chunk when it's stretched up the length of a block.
I think it was to do with the sandy character of the country, and they're wanting to protect the railway from sand drift. That was my understanding of it.
And when is this block cut out?
I'd have to check that, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Ma'am. Those are my questions. I may have a small number that seek your leave to put in writing. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Ms. Lang?
Thank you, Ma'am. Tēnā kōrua. My name is Josie Lang, and I'm here representing Ngāti Kapu. And as you note in your report, Ngāti Kapu are a hapu of Ngāti Raukawa, and they were involved, they're known supporters of the Kingitanga.
Yes.
And they were involved in the events when the King's flag was flown at
Sorry,
Pukekaraka.
Say that last sentence again, please.
They were involved in the events when the King's flag was flown at Pukekaraka in 1861.
Yes.
Thank you. The key extract that I'd like to ask you about is at page 302 of your report. And this is, here you're referring to a sworn declaration that came from 151 Māori from Otaki in November 1866, and they're writing to the Crown in opposition to the purchase of the Rangatike Manawatu block. And I just want to note some of the language which is used here, because I think it's very important. In the declaration, they're describing that they are resident on the block, that they are entitled to part of it, that they are strenuously opposed to the sale, they assert their rights, and they're saying the block should not be sold without their consent. And I thank you for providing the original of that declaration and your answers to my questions of clarification. That was very helpful, and we've been able to establish that some of the signatories have affiliations to Ngāti Kapu. Now, despite this, in response to it, Buller essentially just dismisses these claims outright, doesn't he? Well, the majority of them, 111 of them, he simply just says they're non-residents. That's correct, isn't it? Oh, your microphone.
It seems to have a mind of its own. Yes, he does, and I suppose that was one of my... I highlighted that concern within my questions of clarification on the Pene Raupatu report, and I don't know exactly the answer, but I was very struck by the concerted effort to hive off the Otaki centre of resistance to sale from the rest of the people, despite I've come across meetings where there are people writing in and saying, we're meeting along the whole river to discuss these issues. So that's partly the point I was getting about the interference of the Crown between hapu and hapu.
And did I hear you correctly, Dr. Anderson, that the word you used was disquiet? Was that how you described it in relation to these events in Otaki?
I did write it down. I'd have to check what I actually said. I think it was disquiet.
Thank you. So when Buller later concludes, therefore, that the Otaki Declaration, these are his words, it was wholly false and deceptive, is that a conclusion that you would agree with?
Sorry,
Buller concludes that the declaration was wholly false and deceptive. Those are his words. Would you agree with his conclusion, Buller's conclusion?
No, I don't see that there was any... it's not... Buller doesn't explain why he's making these judgments, and these decisions are being made by two Crown officials based on what? There's no indication of how they're making these decisions, who they're talking to. Even a native, it seems strange for a treaty historian to be standing up here and defending the Native Land Court, but at least in the Native Land Court, you would have, if it had operated as it was meant to, you would have had these issues discussed and evidence put on the record and a consensus come to. Featherston and Buller really don't say how they're making these decisions at all.
Thank you. The second area I want to discuss with you is what the significance might be in relation to the support for the kingitanga and how that impacts on how they're dealt with in relation to their interests in the block.
Yes.
My first question is just one of terminology. I note in your report, and I think you're quoting from the contemporary sources where they refer to the Otaki kingais.
Yes.
Is that one hapu, a number of hapu, do you know?
It's more generic. I think the centre of the kingitanga in Otaki is at Puke Karaka, is my understanding of it.
Thank you. And related to that, it refers to various meetings being held at the Runanga House.
Yes.
What is your understanding that is at Puke Karaka?
Yes, I think, yes, sorry.
Yes.
I think so, because the so-called loyalists, the Kawanatanga, they're a meeting within Hadfield Schoolhouse, was my understanding. So there's like two centres side by side, essentially.
Thank you. So in your summary, you describe one of the overarching themes as being many Ngāti Raukawa were suffering the stigma of being called quote-unquote ho-ho, and that the Ngāti Raukawa support for the kingitanga was a nightmare scenario. Those are your words for the Crown.
Yes.
So when Ngāti Kapu were involved in events like the flying of the flag at Puke Karaka, how would that have been perceived by the Crown?
Oh, well, it's utterly condemned. It's seen as a challenge to the authority of the Crown and to the Queen's sovereignty.
Thank you. So would that then, or would you agree then that might then have a bearing on how Ngāti Kapu are dealt with when Featherston and Buller are dealing with the interests in the Rangatira Manawatu block, this known and understood support for the kingitanga?
I've never seen any documents as to that effect, but I would be surprised if it didn't affect how they were looking at particular hapu and what rights they had.
And it would, could I suggest that it would mean that they were more inclined to not have their interests acknowledged? Would you go that far?
More inclined to
not have their interests acknowledged or recognised?
Yeah, well, as I've noted before, this idea that Otaki rebels didn't have interests was repeated pretty thoroughly, and there was quite a lot of effort, as I said, to kind of separate the hapu. So yes, but I have to say that I can't be entirely sure, but that would be my opinion, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. And now we have Ms. Martinez or Ms. Scholar-Sutton.
Yes, it's Ms. Scholar-Sutton. Thank you. Tēnā kōrua. My name is Ms. Scholar-Sutton, and we represent three claims. So that's Wai784, which is a Ngāti Kōwhata claim, Wai1482, which is a claim by Ngāti Wehiwehi, and Wai2031, which is a Raukawa claim by the descendants of James Howard Wallace. And today I'll be primarily cross-examining for the benefit of our Ngāti Kōwhata and Ngāti Wehiwehi claimants in respect of their interests in the north of the Inquiry District. So thank you very much for your evidence and your very detailed and helpful report, as many others have said. Just firstly, so in your report you weren't commissioned to look at the tikanga whakapapa or oral traditions of particular groups, that's correct?
No. No, I wasn't, or we weren't.
And you're not an expert in Ngāti Kōwhata or Ngāti Wehiwehi tikanga whakapapa or oral traditions?
No, I'm not.
So when it comes to those matters, you'd defer to tangata whenua, that would be fair to say?
Yes, and not only for them, but for all hapu.
Thank you. I just wanted to start off with some of the aspirations of Ngāti Kōwhata and Ngāti Wehiwehi in relation to their key resources. So you comment on page 167 that the clear preference among the majority of Ngāti Raukawa was for their own systems like direct leasing, their own agricultural production and involvement in the flax industry. That's correct?
I'm still looking for where you're talking about. If it's written there, I would assume it's correct.
And you go on to talk about their early commercial successes as well?
Yes.
And if I can get you to turn to page 185. So this is in relation to the purchase at Te Awaho.
Yes.
In the middle of that page there, you quote Te Koro Te One, and he said there, all the best land is being sold to the Pakihas and we shall have none left for our support. You see that there?
Yes.
And the Ngāti Kōwhata and Ngāti Wehiwehi claimants we represent have claims relating to the Rangatike Manawatu block. So I'd just like to quickly go through some of the issues that arose in that block.
Yes.
So you highlight, if I can get you to turn to page 282.
Yep, almost. Okay.
So down the bottom of that page, you describe a hui in which, among others, Tohu did not consent to the sale of the Rangatike Manawatu, and he wanted the rents to be paid. That's correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And then just turning to the next page, page 283, at the very bottom of that page.
Yes.
There you describe Te Koro opposing the sale of the Rangatike Manawatu.
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
And just flipping forward to page 323.
Yes.
On the last paragraph there, you discuss a letter from Koro Te One and others, and in that letter they clearly set out they had accepted no part of the money and they were not willing to part with their land. That's correct?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that the Crown was aware of the opposition of the sale from Ngāti Kōwhata and Ngāti Wehiwehi?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Thank you. And yet, despite these protests, I've obviously just selected a few examples, Featherston pushed very strongly for the sale of the block. That's correct?
Yes.
And turning to page 320 of your report, near the top of the second paragraph, you say that Featherston presented the purchase of the Rangatike Manawatu as the only way to settle the matter and maintain the peace. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And you've helpfully gone through a lot of the significant issues with the purchase itself in your summary and also in your answers to my friend's questions. But I just wanted to emphasise later on in the Native Affairs Committee investigation, Buller provided evidence in that investigation. So I can take you to page 479. And in the beginning of the second paragraph, Buller said there, "The fact was we were winking at illegalities for the purpose of making a peaceful settlement." You can see that there. And I just want to briefly touch on some other consequences arising from the sale of the block. So for example, turning to page 611.
You realise with every page you're quoting, we're trying to find where you're quoting
Oh,
from.
sorry. My apologies.
And you're doing it at every question. And you're not actually asking any questions, just pointing out what's in the report, which we can read.
Okay.
So what's your point?
Sorry, I will just try and describe it then possibly without the page reference.
Yes, that'll be great.
All right, so this is about the Upper Aorangi block.
Yes.
And it's about Ngāti Kowhata in relation to that block. And you describe in your report that they had little choice in that instance but to sell some of that block.
Yes, because they were in debt, badly in debt by this stage.
So my point there was to say that they needed to sell some of that block to raise money for the debts they'd contracted in litigation, which arose from the Rangatike Manawatu sale.
Partly that, mostly that, but also to be able to develop what land was left to them. But I think the bulk actually went to be paying debts that had been incurred.
Right, thank you. And so my final point, which this might seem fairly obvious, was just to say, it'd be fair to say that the Rangatike Manawatu sale and the ensuing Native Land Court hearings had further adverse consequences beyond the sale for the iwi involved. You'd
Yes,
agree?
it did. It had long-term downflow effects.
Yeah, thank you. I just now want to turn to talk about Crown agents, including Crown purchasing agents, which we have talked about a fair bit today. And I'm interested in your comment in your summary that you say that the reliance of Māori on the advice of Crown agents was part of what caused the seismic shift in power to the Crown. And I just want to go through some examples to illustrate the impact of these Crown agents on Ngāti Kowhata and Ngāti Wehiwehi. So, of course, in all of your work, you're definitely familiar with the Treaty of Waitangi and its general terms. And
Yes.
I just specifically want to think about Article 2 of the treaty, and I'm just going to read the te reo, well, not the te reo text, but in the te reo text, Māori were guaranteed they would retain the unqualified exercise of their chieftainship over their lands, and then in the English text, they were guaranteed the full, exclusive and undisturbed possession of their lands that they wished to retain. You'd be aware of that?
Yes.
So when it comes to the conduct of Crown purchasing agents, it would be very important, wouldn't it, that their actions were carefully monitored to ensure that the Crown was upholding this. That's correct?
Yes, they ought to have been, yes.
And when it became apparent that there were issues arising with the manner in which a purchase was carried out, that this was appropriately addressed by the Crown?
Yes.
Yes. And it's also fair to say that it's part of a Crown purchasing agent's responsibility to make sure they obtain permission from all the relevant rights holders in the land and that they found out where the correct boundaries were.
Yes, and they were instructed to do so.
Yes, yeah. So in your conclusion chapter, you point out that in the Rangatike Manawatu purchase, that while Featherston held many meetings, it was often only to ensure that a sale would take place, not to determine the extent of rights, the area of contest, or the extent and location of reserves. That's correct?
Oh, in fact, the determination of reserves didn't happen until after the sale had occurred, which is quite contrary to what was supposed to be happening.
Right.
Just one point I think that I'd like to make in this context too, that idea that paying out money would be easier than allocating land. But of course, by paying out money, it meant that if he'd had to determine the rights of whanganui on the block, for example, he wouldn't have been able to do so, I don't think. But by paying out money, that gave the opportunity for Ngāti Apa to pay quite a large amount to whanganui for their support. Even Richmond, I did find it extraordinary that the Crown was basically saying, oh, well, Ngāti Apa have strong friends, and therefore it's better to purchase, otherwise Ngāti Apa will bring those strong friends down to fight against Ngāti Raukawa. As a defence of a purchase, I find it very lacking.
Yes, I would agree. So turning back to the Crown purchase agents, just another couple of examples of some sort of lacking conduct in that regard. So in respect of the Te Awaho purchase, C-Rank also there, he lacked, he was eager to get signatures on paper, and he therefore left the questions of the boundaries and the reserves in that area unsettled. Is that correct?
Yes, he did.
And this, in the case of the Āhua Tūranga block, the boundaries in that case were drawn incorrectly, so they were drawn in a straight line instead of following the bends of the river, and this incorporated lands that Ngāti Kōwhata and Ngāti Wehiwehi had intended to retain. So I can take you to the page reference of that, if that's helpful.
No, well, if you wish, that ended up, resolving that problem ended up being part of Maclean's way of getting Ngāti Kōwhata and Ngāti Wehiwehi to accept the fact that the rangatiki, the bulk of their lands were gone as a result of the rangatiki Manawatu purchase.
Yes, thank you, that's very helpful. And so I just want to finish off by just discussing a few instances of where Crown officials were alerted to the poor behaviour of the Crown purchase agents. So if I can get you to turn to page 302.
We're now getting into almost 15 minutes.
All right, thank you.
And it's in the report.
Okay. Perhaps I can just talk generally then about the delegation who raised issues with Richmond on several occasions.
Yes.
And Richmond did take concern with Featherston's actions, and he did warn Featherston that he was in danger of violating one of the government's purchase principles.
Or several of the principles,
Yes.
in fact, yes.
And I just wanted to raise a piece of correspondence you included in the report from Parakaya and Te Koro, which related to Featherston and Buller's actions, and they raised equally some more concerns there. And I just wanted to ask, so there's nothing in your report to suggest that those concerns were properly responded to in any fulsome way, and this has already been covered off by some of my friends.
Sorry, but already...
So I just wanted to ask, there's nothing in your report to suggest that these concerns were properly responded to?
Only insofar as it did go through a native land court hearing.
Yeah.
But Richmond really wasn't interested in overturning that purchase. He knew it had been conducted unfairly, but he stated, in fact, that he wasn't really interested in, wasn't able to overturn it.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. Those are all my questions.
Sorry, Ms. Lynch, Te Pānoho, Ma'am. My questions have actually been covered by other counsel, but I did want to raise one matter of clarification with you, Tēnā kōrua. Thank you for your report. And that matter has arisen in respect of the map book that was handed out to us yesterday. I'm not sure if you have a copy of that. It's only one page I want to refer you to.
Might be getting Dr. Green to answer this question.
And just to provide a bit of context, I represent the Wai2200 Ngāti Waiwai claimants.
Yes.
And so, sorry, it's map 10, I think, under... So on the left-hand side of the page there, do you have that? It's a list of the native reserves.
Yes.
And at number 47 is the Te Reo block reserve. Do you see that?
Sort of, yes.
Oh, sorry, the text is very small on this copy.
Ms. Panoho, we're just blowing it up on the computer, so. Is that better?
Yeah.
Just checking that you have that now.
Yep.
Yep. And so the list of groups there, in terms of iwi or grantee, there's 4 different groups referred to there. Is there any reason why Ngāti Waiwai isn't referred to in that?
No, it's a mistake. It's an oversight.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Tēnā kōrua. Can I just ask you to go to page 35, briefly, of your report, please? In the paragraph which commences, like the Church Missionary Society, the New Zealand company settlers were invited into the community. And you note on this occasion, by Ngāti Raukawa rangatira, without the sanction of Te Rauparaha and Tarangi Haiata, and you say, or indeed with the agreement of those occupying those lands. Can I just invite you to consider whether the second clause there should be without the agreement of all those occupying those lands?
Yes, sorry, it should be.
Right, thank you.
It's the first paragraph under the heading 2.7.2.
So, Ma'am, I think that after the word indeed, the text has with the agreement of all those occupying those lands, and the witness has agreed that should be without the agreement. I just want to discuss with you the notion of this phrase non-sellers.
Yes.
It's certainly not yours, and it's found all the way through the documentation. I wanted to suggest to you that it really is a difficult phrase for me to consider and my clients to consider within the context of tikanga Māori, because it places those who were in a non-selling context, it defines them in the category of, or in the context of a sale of land.
Yes.
There has also been reference to dissentients, and again, that's in the context of defining them vis-a-vis an opposition to something.
Yes.
And I wonder if you would be comfortable with the concept of pupuri whenua, the idea of retaining land, those who seek to retain land, as being a more positive expression of what these so-called non-sellers were seeking to do.
Yes, I would accept that. That is a better expression.
Can I take you to your the document you read out, A201F, which was the answers to the questions, and at page 3, you just gave an answer to the Rangi Māori narrative in the Peni Raupatu paper?
Yes.
You agreed to the general proposition concerning the concentration of the court on conquest as opposed to other elements of customary tenure. Thank you for your answer there. And you note that the court's understanding of occupation was limited and inconsistent.
Yes.
And then you say the rights were addressed only so far as they could demonstrate actual cultivation and residence.
Yes.
There's, I used this expression earlier, there's a double jeopardy here, isn't there? Because at the time the investigation, the so-called investigation, was being undertaken by the Native Land Court, those who held a pupuri whenua rationale, the non-sellers,
yes,
had moved down into the Otaki Rohe for some, and I'm talking in particular on behalf of my clients.
Yes.
And they get whacked twice in the context of assessing their claims to the exercise of their rangatiratanga and their customary tenure to the northern blocks. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
They seem to be doubly penalised through this process. Question mark.
Oh. So, sorry, what is it that they've been forced to off their land and then denied by the court decision? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, they are denied primarily at the start, I would suggest, because of their desire to retain their land. So there is a denial of their rights by Featherston and others because, among other things, they were regarded as an impediment to the acquisition of land.
Yes.
But the second denial happens when investigations are undertaken, somewhat shortened by the analysis that were given to these members of those non-selling groups. And they were doubly penalised because in an effort to establish their customary tenure and their cultivation rights and the like, they had been moved out of the area and at that stage were resident down in Otaki.
Yes.
And I think you were referring to that in you were highlighting that in terms of your response here.
Yes, I am. I have to say, I would like to think about it a little bit more, but my opinion is tending to support what you're saying.
So you were right about the deadline, and I think it is important that there be time taken. And I would invite you to consider the perspectives in particular of those who are now associated with the Otaki Rohe, Ngāti Mai Otaki, Ngāti Pare, Ngāti Huia, Ngāti Kapu, as my friend has talked about. The perspectives of those hapu who, by the time the Native Land Court investigations were taking place, were given, I would suggest to you, a double short, sharp shrift, because they were not, their customary tenure that had been exercised earlier was not fully investigated.
Yes, well, I think the investigation of the court as a whole was extremely problematic and inconsistent, both within the decision and with decisions that were made elsewhere around the country, and indeed with the actions of the Crown Purchase officers.
Yes, and in fact they didn't do much better than Featherston himself, who seemed to regard the claims of Kingi Te Ahu Ahu and others, for instance, as not having any particular strength. This is at the time of the purchase negotiations. Even those positions of those dissentient or kaipupuri whenua were simply dismissed at the time.
They were, and as I said to one of the other counsel, we just don't really know what sort of investigation or discussion was undertaken. My understanding is the customary way would be ventilating these issues on the land, and in fact that wasn't done by the purchase officers or indeed by the court.
We're all short for time. I think the best thing would be in the invitation I've extended to you to consider those perspectives.
Yes.
Taki hapu. I might seek leave of Her Honour if I just indicate to you the particular hapu and the parts in your report where you refer to those matters. It may assist you in your consideration of the response to the
Yes, thank you. That would help.
Okay. Many thanks.
Tēnā koe, Your Honour. Mr Beaumont here, appearing with my colleague, Ms Sinclair. If I could just apologise for the lateness of my appearance. Tēnā koe, Dr Anderson. I represent a number of claimants who are affiliated with Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Kaupata. I just want to refer you to your main report on page 161 and 162. page 162, you discuss road building.
Yes.
You state that McLean reported that Rangahaiata had absolutely transferred, according to native custom, the right of chieftainship to the above roads to His Excellency, and this circumstance will also have the effect of preventing the natives from hereafter exercising any exclusive privilege over them.
Sorry, where's that?
So that is at page 162.
Yeah, just, oh, okay. Thank you. I'll just read that section. Yeah.
And I presume where it says presenting, that's meant to say preventing?
Yes, it should.
I just wanted to ask about McLean's understanding of the right of native custom. Would that refer to a Māori concept of title transfer rather than an English concept?
Could you repeat that question again, please?
Well, perhaps if I could frame it this way, what would your understanding be of when McLean says according to native custom, when he's referring to the transfer of the roads?
Yes. Well, I would doubt, I'd have to think about this a bit more, but I don't think McLean was really in that great a position to understand native custom at all. And I haven't thought about it so much in this context, but I have certainly thought about it in terms of his attitude to the people living on the Rangatiki River and whether they had rights and whether Te Hiuhiu had rights. I mean, what he was basing that decision, those decisions on, is obscure to me. And I think he's really trying to fix people on the land in that instance, where under native custom, Māori could be migrating, seasonal usage, moving around the country. Didn't mean that they didn't have rights in that area. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Would it be fair to say that his understanding of the title transfer in that instance would have been more along the lines of what an English concept of a title transfer would be?
I don't think he's...
Your Honour, I just wondered the extent to which this witness can be expected to know what McLean's understanding was. She can certainly speak of what the evidence tells us of what his actions were, but it might be a bit hard for her to...
I don't think he's talking specifically about the title to the road. He's talking about transfer of authority. And I don't think he's necessarily correct in that perception of what Rangihaiata is doing.
Yes.
Rangihaiata did withdraw his opposition to the road, but only after he'd been put in a position of being forced off his lands and attacked by the Crown.
Yes, thank you for that. At page 166, you note that in McLean's view, it was essential that more land be acquired from Māori to satisfy the settler demand, and acquired quickly before Māori attained a greater knowledge of its monetary value.
Yes.
So would you agree that that was a deliberate suppression of knowledge by McLean?
Yes, and it was one shared by, or a preemption of knowledge maybe would be a better way of expressing it, and one that was widely shared by Crown officials.
Yes, I certainly agree with that. Now on page 172, you discuss the mounting problems regarding the purchase of Māori land. You note that a second and equally damaging consequence of the halt to land purchasing was that the colonisers were unable to impose themselves fully on the colonised. As long as Māori retained their territory rights, Richmond wrote, they refused to recognise British supremacy. Now, would you agree that this quote by Richmond indicates a difference of understanding of te tiriti and tino rangatiratanga than Māori would have?
Yes, I would.
And on that same page, you refer to Richmond saying that they refuse to recognise British sovereignty. Would you agree that this is quite telling regarding his view, and by extension the Crown's view at the time, of the position of Māori and te tiriti?
Yes, I would.
And would you agree that these statements regarding the supposed British supremacy are clearly in conflict with the commitments made under te tiriti by the Crown?
I would.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Those are all my questions.
To re-examine, but normally we'd wait until after the tribunal had finished.
I'm not sure if other
No,
members of my
us.
team have. I do have one though.
So who's leading? Mr. Lewis, are you just there assisting the witness then?
Right.
Your Honour, I was wondering...
Well, usually because we may raise issues you want to raise, it's better to wait until after we finish. Okay, Ms. Cole.
Thank you, Ma'am. Sorry. Tēnā koroa. I've just wanted to ask in the first instance, you have clearly both read Dr. Hearn's report because you refer to it a number of times in footnotes in your report.
I have, though it is some time ago, I have to say.
I just wondered whether there were any matters recorded in Dr. Hearn's report which struck you as differing in any way in terms of either the historical record or conclusions that you've reached in your reports?
Not off the top of my head, but, you know, I didn't go through looking to criticise Dr. Hearn at all, but no, I think there may be matters of detail that are different, but I think the underlying message and conclusions are pretty well in alignment.
And I'm assuming that you're speaking for Dr. Green as well? Yes, yep, thank you. And I wanted to ask the same question with respect to Dr. Boast's report as well.
I've only seen that in draft form, but again, I think, and certainly in terms of the operation of I did indicate that perhaps we're a bit different about whether we consider the court to be impartial. I probably take more the line that it's not impartial in terms of its objectives, but other than that, in terms of this particular case, I think or this particular instance, I do think we're in general agreement.
Okay, thank you. The report Rangatiratanga and Kāwanatanga Land Management and Land Loss, which is A199 and has been prepared by Dr. Grant Young and a number of others. Have you had an opportunity to have a look at that one?
No, I haven't.
That's fine, thank you. Were you present earlier when Dr. Suter asked Dr. Hearn about whether and these are my words as opposed to Dr. Suter's, whether the manner in which a technical report like this is written reflects who may have issued the contract for it?
Yeah, I was, yes.
I just noted when you were reading your summary, actually, Dr. Suter's words jumped into my mind. When thinking about language such as that appears at the bottom of paragraph 5 in your summary, page 5, sorry, the bottom paragraph on page 5.
Oh, sorry.
Of the summary. It was when you were reading your summary out and having heard Dr. Suter ask the question that made me think of it. It's just, in paragraph 26, you say, again, the Crown agent largely responsible for the conduct of the purchase, Surveyor James Grindell, played divide and rule tactics between Rangatane and Ngāti Raukawa. And it was when you were reading those words out that it made me question your view in answer essentially to what Dr. Suter was asking. And I wondered whether that sort of language would be used in your summary or in your report in and that type of language is used sometimes in your report, if, for example, you had been briefed by the Crown. Mike.
Sorry. I would hope so.
Can you expand on that?
Well, I've never been briefed by the Crown, but I have read quite a bit of documents, and I think that my conclusions are based on the evidence.
Thank you. Emotive terms like that, are they conclusions?
I don't think divide and rule is a motive at all.
Divide and conquer?
Did I say that?
I think that's what the phrase was. It doesn't really matter. We can move on.
Well, I think divide and conquer is a bit of a difference from divide and rule.
Fair enough. And it was divide and rule that you used.
Can I just say that is a pretty standard expression that many historians use.
Okay. The only other question that I had with respect to your summary is at paragraph 55, which is on page 13. You talk about, in light of the storm of protests and petitions, continuing trouble on the ground, serious doubts about the integrity and effectiveness of Featherston procedures, the Crown agreed to submit the question of ownership to the Native Land Court.
Yes.
And Richmond commented that, quote, the government have never yet recognised the right of a majority in a tribe to override the minority. And according to your footnote, that's from 1866, so it's relatively late in the piece.
Yes.
My question was, do you agree that that is an accurate statement at the time?
I actually would have to think about that some more. That was certainly the principle that was meant to be followed, and indeed one that we struggle with even today. How do you respect the rights and protect the rights of the minority against the majority?
The statement he was making was, of course, and this is the purpose of my question, was that the government has never yet recognised, and that was the point of my question as to whether or not you knew from your knowledge and research whether that was an accurate statement at the time, but I appreciate that's not something that you can potentially answer just off the top of your head.
No, I actually would have to think about that.
Okay, thank you. If I can go to your main report now, please. Page 2, and I'm not going to take you to every single page, but page 2, one of the things you say, so this is very much the introductory part of your report, and you say, throughout the report attempts to highlight the opinions expressed by Māori in their hui, their negotiations and political development as they responded to the many challenges posed by colonisation and the imposition of settler-dominated institutions. And my question was, it's fuelled, I suppose, by one of the comments that Dr. Hearn said earlier today about how there was a lack of information from the Māori side of the story, one might say. And my question was it difficult to find records of this? So the opinions expressed by Māori in their hui, their negotiations.
When they're talking with each other, you're reliant on either letters going into the Crown, or sometimes like a resident magistrate would be present and would take notes. In terms of meetings with Crown officials, it varied, but I mean ironically, one of the problems with this particular project is the huge amount of files and notes of meetings, and both published and unpublished. It's quite unusual. Often, and especially in this early Crown purchase period, there's not much record at all. So in this case, we've actually got a wealth of information. But of course, often those notes are notes. They're not verbatim. And I think I've at various points, I think Featherston's reports and Buller's reports were often shown to not be completely objective.
So that's why I was picking up on the point that it's about of the opinions expressed by Māori, and my question was really about the records of the Māori conversation, the Māori perspective of the negotiations, because Dr. Hearn, I think, was telling us that the bulk of the material was Crown material, sourced material. But so are you telling us that there is sufficient information from reflecting the Māori perspective from Māori that you were able to access to inform the information that's in your report?
Well, I think there is quite a lot of information there of minutes of meetings and speeches that are quoted, especially in the Rangatiki Manawatu. Again, we're dependent on Maclean's diaries and notes, but in comparison to the sorts of notes he kept in the 1850s, it's a cornucopia of information. So
potentially swayed by Maclean's listening, the way that he's viewed the conversations?
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Just the very next page, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullet point down. So this is where you were talking about the project brief, and one of the questions that you were asked was, what were the implications of the dual roles of Featherston and Buller, purchaser and provincial politician, and purchaser and resident magistrate, respectively? Did your research reveal why these men held dual roles and such what would appear at face value to be conflicting roles? It just strikes me that in the current day and age, such a conflict wouldn't arise. Can you give an explanation from a historical perspective as to why they were in these dual roles?
I think as Dr. Phillipson has indicated in his question, Buller's involvement is quite problematic, and the origins of it are quite obscure. I think Featherston's role is he's putting pressure on the central government to give him control of the land purchasing in the district, because there'd been so much dissatisfaction on the provincial governments in particular, but Wellington Province in particular, about the slowness with which the purchase in this district was progressing. And there was a lot of criticism of the Native Land Purchase Department in this period.
Yes, the evidence certainly displays that. So there isn't any information that we're aware of to explain the appointment of, in his position of resident magistrate, suddenly taking over that dual role for Buller?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not saying it's not there, but it's not something I discovered. It just seemed to happen.
No, that's fine. This is possibly a matter for the tribunal, but I just did happen to notice about the authors and acknowledgements that Mr. Lou Chase is Ngāti Pikiahu and Waiwai from the Valley, is the way that he's described. I just wondered how you dealt with the conflict issue with him being involved in the writing of this report. Was there perceived to be one? Perhaps there wasn't.
I think it was felt by the local people that it was important to have some involvement and of them, and some, some involvement and some reward, if you like, in terms of monetary award, and not in the just earning your living, doing the job. He was more in a research capacity than in a writing capacity.
That's useful. Thank you. The Crown isn't taking any issue with it. I just happened to notice that and thought I should raise it.
The benefit is bringing local knowledge to us as researchers.
Does it give an indication that there may be a... no, I retract that, having regard to something that you answered earlier on. Can I turn to page 120, please? You're talking here about the Rangatiki Turakina purchase or transaction, and you are referring to the intensive negotiations that Maclean undertook.
Yes.
It goes for a little while in terms of the discussions, and there's a number of references on a number of different pages. Would you agree that it does seem that Maclean undertook significant consultation up and down the coastline in relation to, and indeed within the area, for the purposes of that negotiation?
Yes, I have absolutely no problems with what McLean was doing. I think it set a standard that was, with the exception of the inland boundary,
Yes.
which I think, in fact, he kind of sorted out, but they were presented with almost a de facto situation. All they could do was sort of diminish the extent of the alienation. They couldn't prevent. They weren't really consulted about the alienation per se.
Right.
But I think that this was a well negotiated purchase and a standard that they fell away from.
Thank you, thank you. I'll probably leave the Rangatiki Turakina purchase with that, but I did want to just ask, and I apologise if I'm being completely obtuse here, but on the very next page you're referring to Te Rauparaha and Te Rangahaiata opposing the building of roads. I just wondered if you could explain why they would have opposed the building of roads.
Because they saw it as a means of military control by the Crown.
Oh, I see, thank you. We're now into chapter 5, which is the chapter on the Crown and iwi and Crown 1850 to 1862. Oh, this is the point that my friend Mr. Beaumont raised earlier about the, in McLean's view, it was essential that more land be acquired from Māori to satisfy settler demand and acquired quickly before Māori attained a greater knowledge of its monetary value. I wanted to just ask you whether there was actually any evidence to support that he had that view that they needed to move quickly before Māori attained a greater knowledge of the monetary value of the land. Or is it a myth that's grown out of amongst historians? Sorry, James.
Could we have a page number, please?
Oh, beg your pardon. Did I not say that?
No, you
166.
didn't. And so did
sorry.
I not footnote that?
So this was something that Mr. Beaumont asked you about before, 166.
I can't produce a document on out of it, but I'm sure I can, if you wish.
So it's not just a myth that has grown amongst historians about this. It's actually, I'm going to take your word for it.
Yes. No, I don't think it's a myth.
Okay.
And it was a widely held.
That they wanted to ensure that, or somehow move fast enough that Māori did not get to appreciate the true value of their land.
Yes, because it would just make it much more expensive. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I just wondered, Dr. Anderson, if you realise that the footnote refers you to the National Overview by Professor Alan Ward?
Well, I would hope that is what he said there, so...
If I can turn to page, I don't have very many more questions, page 248. This is, we're now gone into chapter 6, which is the Featherston's purchase at Rangatiki Manawatu.
Yes.
Page 248, under the heading Featherston's Negotiations, 1863 to 1865. And it struck me, the very first few words that you use in the first sentence under that heading, there is no doubt that Ngāti Apa became more assertive in their rights in the late 1850s and 1860s. And that just struck me as a very emphatic statement. I question whether your subsequent analysis supports such an emphatic statement, that there is no doubt that they became more assertive. And I would like to ask you your view as to whether in the face, they were always assertive, Ngāti Apa were always assertive, but in the face of chiefs such as Nepia Taratoa, that assertiveness was quietened somewhat, and it was perhaps after his death that it emerged again.
I think that was a factor. I would point out that when Kawana Hunia definitely was assertive all along,
Yes.
but he didn't actually have the support of his people or the wider Ngāti Apa collective at that point in Rangatiki Turakina, and he was actually quite upset about that. I do think that the death of Ndepia Taratoa did have an impact. It was widely reported at the time that it had kind of it had thrown things up in the air, if you like, and you know, you have to put in the fact, I think, that Ngāti Apa ended up being fighting on the side of the Crown and joining the native contingent and being armed, and you do see greater assertiveness as a result.
Has any of this material been assessed from, that you're aware of, from a Ngāti Apa or other iwi viewpoint? And I just wonder the extent to which things like this would be accepted by other than Ngāti Raukawa.
Well, there are Ngāti Apa reports that have been done in the past that are available, weren't actually available to me, but I know they exist. So David Armstrong did a...
Can I just comment there? This was before you were Crown Counsel. When we were doing our judicial conferences, we asked CFRT to file Ngāti Apa's research on our record. CFRT said that Ngāti Apa had to agree to that. Ngāti Apa declined to agree to it, so we don't have that material on our record. But that's why. However, I've noticed it's not in Dr. Anderson's footnotes, but Dr. Hearn certainly had access to that research and has cited those reports in his footnotes.
Thank you, Dr. Phillips, and that's very useful. I'll leave that there.
Furthermore, they probably use them in the negotiations with you.
Well, not with me, Ma'am, but...
well, with the Crown.
The point of the question really is the extent to which this has been in any way fact-checked, I suppose, from a Ngāti Apa perspective, and clearly Dr. Anderson and Dr. Green haven't engaged in that, so I accept that. I won't bother with that. I'm going to just ask you very generally, I suppose, with respect to Dr. Hearn's oft-cited statement of, history is all context, and context is the historical narratives can be different. And do you generally agree with the comments about historical narratives being different from different people, from different historians, seen in different ways, reported in different ways?
To a certain extent I do, but I think that there's basic agreement between us looking at the evidence, but I don't think historians we look at different things, we bring different perspectives. Dr. Hearn's a geographer and has obviously a great sort of economist grasp. Professor Boast brings a legal historian's perspective to it, so we'll all bring slightly different perspectives to the subject matter.
And that was the reason for my very first questions about whether or not you'd reviewed the other reports and whether you had identified anything that was very different, strikingly different in any way from your own, and you've indicated that you didn't, so... Well,
I'd have to say I didn't go through looking for that. So
I'm sure Dr. Phillips will have.
Yes.
I just have one last question, and it's in a conclusion page on page 405 under the 7.16 conclusion. Here you're referring to you're talking about the litigation, and you say an astute and ruthless Crown Counsel.
Yes.
One never knows if that's going to end up in a report about one's Crown Counsel. It's no unusual case. They did send along, the Crown did send along the advocates that they sent along, that you've identified. There was former Premier William Fox at the first hearing for the Himatanga hearings. There was James Prendergast, the then Attorney General, in the second hearing. My question really is, weren't those lawyers just doing their job? And
can't the Crown or whoever, any party to litigation, send along whoever they want to send along? Or should it be swayed? Should a different approach be taken because you're dealing with the type of kaupapa that they were dealing with?
Well, I think it was very unusual for Crown Counsel to be involved in a title case at all.
Right.
And I think that those comments were particularly directed at Fox, who actually had a personal attacks on a number of the witnesses and on Hadfield in particular. I sort of reading also, I might note about some of the newspaper reports at the time. We think social media is pretty scurrilous. This incited quite a lot of scurrilous comment about various parties, Parakaya in particular, but also Hadfield and Williams.
Who were all coming from the same viewpoint, so that's understandable.
That they should be attacked personally?
No. They were obviously all on the particular side of the debate,
yes.
And they were all going to mount the same criticism of the Crown in terms of the level of its involvement in the litigation, and then more importantly, it's the sending along the people that they sent along was what I was picking up on.
Sorry, sending the people along.
The advocates.
Oh, the Crown.
I mean, I have no idea how big the Crown Law Office was in 1860,
Yes.
or how many advocates they had at their disposal to send along to these things once the decision had been made to actually actively participate.
Yes, but it's that decision to actively participate
That's the bit you're being critical of.
Well, it's very unusual. But you might, I don't know of any other case, but you might ask Professor Boast, who has a very detailed knowledge of these matters, whether he knows of any other case.
That is very helpful. That is the last of my questions. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the report.
Thank you. Well, we can continue, I think, and finish the day, and that allows you both to go home if you need to.
Or have a drink. Sorry.
All right. Dr. Phillipson.
Thank you.
Tina Korua, wonderful report, thank you very much. I do have to ask though, what did Dr. Green do? Did he write parts of it? Or?
He wrote some pieces, but really, mostly he wrote on the Horowhenua case, and that's why I've taken the responsibility here, and I'm going to be delighted to hand it over to him in the next stage.
In the next phase, right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And just while I'm finding my way, I just wanted to add that it's been lake and river cases that the Crown has appeared in the Native Land Court and Appellate Court hotly contesting the Māori claim. That's the only other sort of instance I can think of where the Crown's done that kind of level of opposition to a Māori claim. Now, I wanted to ask you, and if you can't tell me about this, I'm sure I'll eventually get it from tangata whenua evidence, but what can you tell me about the chief Wai Hapi? Because why did Fox call him an interloper?
I went through an exercise of trying to find out what his hapu affiliation was, and actually I didn't find it. I'm sure somebody can say. He seems to have moved and been amongst those hapu that came down and settled in the upper Rangatiki. But he does seem to have moved around quite a bit. He was also in Otaki. Other than that, I really don't know that much about him, except that he's well known to be a leading Kingitanga supporter.
Yes, okay, thank you. Hopefully I'll get that from the claimants. And just continuing on with the theme of Wai Hapi, the constant calling of anybody that disagreed with the purchase a ho-ho, as you pointed out, not just by the Crown but also by others. What can you tell us about the arrival of Pai Mārire in the district and how it was received? Because that's not really covered in your report. Are you able to tell us anything about that?
No, I can't, sorry.
Right. So that's something that I think we need some research on. But you would have an idea of whether that could be done from the material you've reviewed?
Yes, it should be able to.
Yeah.
I'd have to think about it, Dr. Phillipson.
Thank you. And following up on something that Crown Counsel asked you about being able to hear the Māori voice in the documentary record,
yes.
One of the things that struck me was the number of petitions written by Māori, but also their letter-writing campaign,
yes.
and the publication of so many letters from Māori leaders in the Christchurch press,
yes.
as giving us a good insight into what at least that group was thinking.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you can answer why was the press on their side and willing to publish all that material when the Wellington newspapers wouldn't?
No, I don't know. That's probably a question you might ask Dr. Hearn, who's used the newspapers very extensively. I'm presuming it's a South Island, North Island provincial stoush, but
right.
I would defer to Dr. Hearn on that matter.
Okay, thank you. Briefly, in terms of rangatike turakina, are you aware of any Ngāti Raukawa or affiliated groups, communities living north of the Rangatike River? And if so, what happened to them after the purchase?
No, I thought Potu was on the north side, but I don't think it was. But they certainly were living pretty close to it. There were people like, I think I mentioned Paraoni, who was actually married to a Ngāti Apa woman. There's mention that when that was discussed, one of the rangatira said, we're going to have to move our people onto the other side. And McLean also says that they picked up the bones of their dead, disinterred them and moved them to the other side. So I'm assuming that there might have been some, but I don't really have more information than that.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think I can deduce this from your report, but how realistic do you think Featherston's argument was that only the sale of the land could prevent bloodshed and an intertribal war, as he called it?
No, I don't think that's justified at all. I mean, certainly there was tension, but I do think it was a convenient fiction for Featherston.
Right, thank you. And what's your view of Featherston's claim that the large majority of Ngāti Raukawa, as he put it, agreed to the Rangatike Manawatu purchase at the Takapu Hui?
Well, certainly there were, if you look at Ngāti Raukawa as being a collection of individuals, I think the numbers probably favoured Featherston in terms of a majority, but there was still a very substantial minority of those who were considered to have rights. And you can see that, I think, in the amount of money that was set aside for them. So I think it would have been, I would have to check my figures, but it could have been a third set aside. That would indicate to me that there was still a very substantial group that hadn't participated.
And of course that's only a stage in the purchase, isn't it?
Which one, sorry?
At Takapu.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Why do you think, this puzzles me, why do you think Featherston just refused point blank the government's order, really, that he should do the reserves before completing the sale?
I think he thought that it was going to be problematic setting that on the land, that it was, if there's some comment, I think that if land was set aside for the landholders, that actually it would cause a lot of dismay because it was going to be quite extensive and wouldn't be accepted by the sellers.
Right. And when Featherston talked about his intention to make ample reserves,
yes,
given that it was only about 3,000 acres that he actually made, what do you think he meant by ample?
I think he was lying through his teeth.
Oh, right. Okay. Right, thank you. It occurred to me that it was his philosophy that Māori were dying out.
Well, that's possible
and that
too.
possibly he just didn't think they needed it.
That is another interpretation
Right.
that
Okay.
I would acknowledge.
Right. And I'm going to put some questions on just points of detail to you in writing.
Right.
But I did want to ask you, it's not clear from any of the reports that I've read, and maybe I've missed it, on what criteria the Native Land Court reduced the list of 500 names to 62. You said you were correcting 65 to 62, which is... was it because it was the court's view that only those 62 individuals lived on the land?
I think so, and in that amongst those 3 hapu.
So that's particular to Himatangi, is it?
No, to Oroa as well, I think.
Can I get you to go away and maybe look at that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll put that.
Could you put it in writing for
I will.
me,
I'll
please?
put that
Thank you.
in. I'll put that one in writing.
I'm not. Part of our problem is that there actually isn't that much. There aren't that many. There's not that much record of of what was happening. Especially, are we talking in the second case?
Well, I actually can't remember now whether it was the first or the second.
Put it in writing,
But
and I will look at it.
I thought it was the 1869 case,
Yes,
which was all the other claims except for Himatangi.
If it's there, it's probably in a newspaper account rather than in the minute books, but we'll certainly have another look and see what we can find out.
Thank you, because it may be the Himatangi one, I can't recall. Now, you may also want to answer this one in writing, but the payment of the £10,000 to Ngāti Raukawa and affiliated groups, did that all take place in bulk? I know that the £2,500 was kept back for the non-sellers, but was the rest of it paid over in bulk at that hui, or I'm curious as to whether Buller actually paid people when he went round after the hui getting signatures.
I think it was, and I think, because I think I mentioned before, I was a little bit puzzled about the question of down payments, because that allegation was made, or, payments being made to signatories.
Yes.
And
yes.
I think it might have come off the rents when the rents were distributed.
Right, okay. So it was all paid at that one?
I
in
believe
one
so.
go.
That's
Right.
my understanding anyhow.
Yeah. Thank you. And just one final question, and this is a sort of an all-encompassing one. What do you think were the main flaws in... oh, no, sorry, I've got two. I'll ask the smaller one first. Buller, he was sent away, wasn't he, as resident magistrate to Whanganui?
Yes.
And then brought back again.
Yes.
So in the documentation from the Crown asking him to return to carry on assisting with this purchase, did it make clear in that documentation in what capacity or what his role was or who he was to be accountable to?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you. And then the bigger question was, what do you think the main flaws are in Featherston and Buller's conduct of the Rangatiki Manawatu purchase?
Well, I very helpfully, for me, did a question of clarification on my understanding of the Rangatiki Manawatu purchase for one of the council.
Oh, okay.
Which I can read out to you if you wish, or do you want me to
I
do
must
it?
admit I haven't read that.
That,
does that answer that question of the main flaws?
Yes, pretty much.
Right, okay.
Just give the document reference, thanks.
Oh.
A201F.
In response to question 8B, are you able to clarify your understanding of the Crown's actions in relation to the Manawatu undertaking?
Well, it won't be a very long answer, so she can read it then.
All right. In brief, we consider this to have been a deeply flawed purchase, contrary to Colonial Office instructions that vendors should be properly identified, willing, fully informed, and not permitted to be the authors of injury to themselves. Reserves were supposed to be substantial, accommodating both traditional practices and future needs, enabling the full participation in agriculture and commerce by future generations. Best practice was that purchases should be limited in size, boundaries established and agreed upon, and reserves generous and properly identified. None of those standards were met. The exclusion of the block from the Native Land Court jurisdiction on very doubtful grounds gave Featherston the freedom to pursue his purchase without competition. The involvement of the superintendent of the province, anxious to promote settlement and solve the province's financial woes while pleading ignorance of prior arrangements undertaken by Crown officials, was unlikely to result in a fair process, as was the participation of a resident magistrate, Buller, who had been undertaking a surrender of arms from one party in the contest. The threat of confiscation was used to break down resistance to the purchase. There was no prior investigation of who the correct owners were, and by Buller's own admission, he let anyone sign the deed of sale who wished to do so. Their right to sign was accepted as individuals rather than as a hapu, rather than hapu members who had collectively agreed to the transaction. Featherston and Buller consistently denigrated the non-selling rangatira and the extent of their rights and their following. The collection of signatures was used to pressure non-sellers and into agreement in the purchase as a matter in which they now had no choice. The retention of rents was also a deliberate tactic designed to compel right holders into agreeing to an outright alienation. The armed threats and actions of Ngāti Apa sellers were at best ignored and, at worst, encouraged by Featherston. Allegations of Featherston's complicity were never investigated. There were also uninvestigated allegations of fraud and bribery, which cannot now be proved, but which also cannot be discounted. The refusal of those who continued in their opposition was negated by Featherston's decision to pay out the purchase price with a portion of the money supposedly retained for them for when they should accept that their land was now gone, but for which Featherston took no responsibility. Reserves were negligible and unsurveyed at the time native title was gazetted as extinguished. Although the size of reserves was later increased as an act of grace, tenure was transformed and individualised under the Rangatiki Manawatu and Himitangi Crown Grants Act 1873 and 1877 respectively. Finally, we note that the flaws in the process were compounded by the actions of the Native Land Court, in which the involvement of the Crown as an opponent was accepted, but which failed to examine the legitimacy of its own title.
That's incredibly helpful, thank you. Because it's often easy to lose the point over 1,000 pages.
Oh.
But that's a very, very helpful. Thank you very much, and thank you again for your report.
Dr. Suter?
Kia ora, Dr. Anderson.
Kia ora.
I do have some questions that I'll put in writing, and they are more to do with detail, but I did want to thank you for the report. As background to the other reports, it was very useful to read first.
Oh, thank you.
So I think we all appreciated that. Kia ora.
Ms Simpson?
Tēnā koe. Just on the back of the response, the written response that you've just read out.
Yes.
And bearing in mind that part of the project brief was around, one of the questions was, did the Crown officers seek to actively undermine the landholding stance of Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Kaupatu and the others? Dr. Hearn sort of stopped short of using the word fraud in terms of the activities that he identified that might have undermined the sales. Do you consider that it's fraudulent activity?
I think allegations of fraud are often quite specific, that signatures were attached that were false, or that people have been paid that shouldn't have been bribed, I presume. I'll start again. They'd been bribed to attach their signatures. So I tend to think of fraud like that. In the bigger picture as fraudulent, I think it comes close to meeting that, in that there was no investigation of who had rights until it was too late. And I noticed, for example, in later discussions before or debates, Wai Parata said, if this had been properly investigated, Ngāti Toa would not have been paid. Te Atiawa would not have been paid. So there were all sorts of people who were paid that actually had, whose rights were not established, and whose rights were pretty tenuous, as opposed to people who were resident on the block and who were trying to hold onto it and who were sidelined as a result of this process and confined to quite narrow and quite insubstantial areas of land.
That's helpful, thank you. I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Can I follow on from that question and ask, how does your answer then about what Wai Parata stated regarding Ngāti Toa and Te Atiawa, Ngāti Awa, square with the notion that if people claim title via conquest and then occupation, that those who assisted with the conquest have some form of residual right?
I was thinking mostly within that Ngāti Raukawa collective going up, and I think it is a matter of debate as to how, certainly at the beginning and to the south, there was a lot of acknowledgement of Te Raupraha's importance as a leading and highly respected rangatira. But really, the domination of that district, I think, was a matter of Ngāti Raukawa collective and the numbers that they brought onto the land.
Right. So it's not your evidence that Ngāti Toa Te Atiawa should have been consulted with regard to the Rangitike Manawatu block?
if it had been conducted in a different way, where everybody was brought within the territory to discuss it first, then I think that would have been much better than what happened. And in fact, that is what happened in Rangatiki Turakina. Everybody, with the exception of some of the important inland chiefs, were brought together. They discussed it over 3 days. They came to a consensus, and a general sort of territorial division was agreed to. But that didn't happen in this particular instance.
All right, thank you. My second question was about Major Kemp.
Yes.
Did he sign the deed? I haven't seen any reference to him in
I think he did. Yes, he did.
And
yes.
so Major Kemp signs the deed.
Yes.
He's a very strong figure in both the Whanganui iwi and in Moopoko.
Yes.
And 800 people from Whanganui are signing this deed.
Yes.
Allegedly. We still have to go through the names, but it would make sense logically that some of them would have been Moopoko.
I expect that there were some, yes.
Given that he was based in Whanganui, and in fact he and his father departed Horowhenua at the time of the heke.
Yes.
Well, a number of heke, and went to Pūtiki.
And, sorry, are you asking me a
Pūtiki
question?
and Whanganui. So the question is that they wouldn't have gone alone, I don't expect.
Oh no, what, Whanganui?
The Moopoko people who departed from this district to go to Whanganui.
Yes.
Departed Horowhenua to go further north.
Yes.
So it's possible, isn't it, that some of those 800 were Moopoko?
It is possible, but I couldn't swear to it without looking at each individual signature.
Do you think we should be conscious of that and take that into account?
I'm not aware of Moopoko living on that land before the arrival of Ngāti Raukawa, but I would rather leave that to people who have far stronger understanding of the tribal narratives.
Thank you. And do you accept that there were obviously kāinga of Ngāti Apa in the Manawatu Rangitike area, both on the Rangitike River itself, on the southern side of the river?
Yes, as did Ngāti Raukawa chiefs of the time.
That's right. All right, thank you. That's all my questions are. Is there a follow-up? Any re-examination?
Yes, Your Honour, there's two matters. The first...
Actually, before you start, any other councillor? Yeah, thank you.
The first is just a minor point, but relates to the map that my friend Ms Linsden Panaho put to you, and it's not to detract from the question she asked, but I understand that map, which is plate 10 it's the first map in plate 10 in the map book, and this might be a question for Dr Green, in fact, is not in fact part of your report, even though it's found its way into the map book purportedly as part of your report. Are you able to confirm that?
I didn't pay much attention, actually. It might be from Dr Husband's report.
Okay, very good. So it may be, the question was asked, I think the answer is probably a fair one. But and finally, it's really just to deal with the point that my friend from the Crown was making, which is to say that, and I don't mean to put this colloquially, well, I'm paraphrasing, but essentially you were asked whether you had, and you clearly haven't, fact-checked this from a Ngāti Apa perspective in the sense of giving it to, I mean, obviously you haven't given it to Ngāti Apa and asked them to comment on your report, which is not something one would expect you to do. But is it true that in preparing your report, you did in fact have access to a quantity of material which did explain the Ngāti Apa perspective, in particular the material arising out of the 1868 and 1869 Land Court cases where there was obviously the minute books and the widespread reporting which recorded the Ngāti Apa perspective in quite a lot of detail.
Yes, both that and the meetings that were held by Featherston, where I have cited Ngāti Apa discussion where, I mean, it's a balance, isn't it? This is a report for Ngāti Raukawa, and I feel that I've tried to be fair in my presentation, but obviously I'm going to spend more time talking about Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Kowhata and the affiliated hapu. I mean, for example, rangatane also have interests, and you note them, but I didn't consider it to be my job to actually explicate their case in particular.
Yes, and we heard evidence from Dr. Hearn earlier that unlike Ngāti Raukawa, who were capable, capable with the English language, wrote a lot of letters. We have a lot of material recording the Raukawa perspective, independent of those cases. There's no equivalent material that he was aware of from Ngāti Apa. Is that also your understanding, that there's nothing out there you could have been referring to?
What,
that you
like
haven't?
the letter campaign and
Yes,
the petitions
right.
and what have you? No, I think understandably they were relatively satisfied with what had happened, and I'm not sure, but I think if there is discussion or complaint or petitions from Ngāti Apa, it is more to do with their relationship to the north and with the Rangatiki Turakina block and the reserves and the loss of those.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
And I have a waiata. Kare kare ana ngā wai o rotorua whiti atu koe hine marino ana e hine poki maira ka mate au I te aroha e.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Green. We look forward to listening to you in the next presentation when we deal with the southern blocks, or progress to the southern end of the district. Thank you both, and you're released and you may go home. Thank you. Thank you all for being patient and waiting till the end of the day with us today. It's been a fascinating day from the historical point of view, and we look forward to another day tomorrow. Professor Boast is coming in the morning. Who's leading him? Right. Have you spoken to him yet?
No, I'm expecting
Okay.
yes,
And Mr. Lewis, are you assisting again? No. Is there any matter that Council wish to raise before we close for the day? No? In that case, I'll give the floor to our tangata whenua.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa e mihi ana ki ngā kōrero katoa ko puta mai tēnei rā. Hei tautoko I ngā kōrero o ngā iwi e noho nei, e noho pōhara mai nei I ngā whenua. O tira, e whakaatu ana I te nui o ngā mahi I mahi ai e te krauna, e kawhaki ai I ngā whenua I te haukainga. Nā reira, aha ko ngā piki me ngā heke, e kōputa mai roto I ngā pukapuka e mihi ana. Hoi anō, he pānui e ti āku. I just have a couple of pānui before we have our closing karakia. Number one is the devices, our listening devices. if you could return them to Alan. Apparently we've had some go home so that they can bring them back and make sure they still have them. If you know of any whānau that have done that, can you please remind them to bring them back? They have to be charged up every single day, otherwise they don't go the next day. Along the same line, we also have some umbrellas that went home yesterday after the goodwill of Hatapaora to bring them out to cover some of our people. So if you know of anyone that has a new umbrella, maybe you could invite them to pay the $20 for it to the Hatapaora College where else bring it back. Bit of a sad way to end our hui, but we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Ka tukana te wā ki tō tātou nei kaumātua.
E te kai whakawā, a koutou a te ropu whakamana i te titi. E noho kaha ana i te roanga atu o te rā, no re hemi aki nei kia koutou. O tira kia koutou rā ngā ringa raupa, e awhi nei ki te kai whakawā, mi hi tonu atu kia koutou. Kia koe e tūhui, noho ki te whare, kia whakapākea ngā kōrero, kia rere mai, kia koe Alan, ke rere atu ngā kōrero hoi, hei hopu, i hopu hia, ki ngā whare ki waho. Nō re tēnā koe. Koutou rā e ngā pauture, e awhi nei te kaupapa nei, kawea nei ngā tūmanako, ngā hia o ngā hapu, ngā iwi, koutou rā, e te karauna, mihi atu. O tira, tautoko ngā mihi atu kia kōrua tahi, Dr. Hearn, kōrua tahi, tautoko ngā mihi atu kia kōrua nā. Nō reira, e te iwi, e ngā whānau tēnā no tātou. Nō reira, i te timatanga o te rangi nei, ko timata ai, nā Dan i karatia, te karakia i te himene mō Maria atu ki te whaetapu. Nō reira, i te mutunga o tō tātou wahanga i nai nei, hoki atu ki ai ki te whaetapu. Nō reira, ki noa tātou. E o mātou no mātou ki a koe te whaetapu o tātou hei piringa mō mātou. Awa whakakino ki a mātou inoa i o a mātou mate. Engari whakaorangi a mātou i ngā me whakamātaku katoa te takakai whakakrōretia ai whakapainga kia tātou katoa te ata whai o tō tātou ariki o ihu karaiti me te aroha o te atua me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu ake. Amene. Kia ora anō.